Oh, I'll train you all right. Good luck surviving it though.
Why is that so hot?
All the good that mouth of yours will do then.
Let me show you how good my mouth can do. Hello, and welcome to part 2 of Criminally Yours, a Yandere superhero dating sim. And last time we left off finding out that our sweet boyfriend has been the Yandere supervillain that has been obsessed with us this whole time. But this time it gets a little bit messier because a tsundere hero that absolutely hates your ex-boyfriend is thrown into the mix. I think this is gonna be delightfully dramatic. Let's get started. Alright, so to recap a little bit, we are gonna actually start right after Nik and us boinked. So this was the beginning of the ending scene in the first part that we covered a couple months ago. And yeah, because I am a pervert, I think we'll just start from here. We fall into each other once, twice, even 3 times before we're both satisfied. I collapse beside him on the bed, completely spent. I've never come 4 times in one night before, but there's a first for everything. I turn to face Nik, who looks so good, even slick with sweat. I consider going for round 5, but I think I'm gonna be way too sore tomorrow. Yeah, I think my vagina is gonna explode. It's very distracting, sir. Wow. What size bra do you wear?
I knew you were something special.
I've got super endurance. Wow, look at his cum gutters. Yay!
You're telling me? How can I keep up with a superhero? I'm sure I can go again if you give me like an hour. And a meal. And a nap.
I laugh. You're good. I'm more than satisfied. That was crazy.
I'm gonna have to get another job. I need more time in the day to do that.
I shove his shoulder playfully.
You're perfect.
He strokes the side of my face, kissing me slowly, taking me in, just like how I took him in like moments ago. I wonder how big his wiener is. It becomes second nature already. I love his taste, how he feels, how he makes me feel. I love you.
I love you.
He says it like he's trying to compete. A devilish smile crosses his features.
I've said it before. You look great in your suit, but your clothes do look better on my floor.
I laughed and I stopped. When did he say that? Did he say that? I heard that once before. No. My heart folds in on itself. My vision goes crossed. The world slows to a crawl. He didn't say that. Chronos did. He said it. Nik said it. Nik. Chronos. He's... No. God, no. I know it's true. Something in the universe clicks then. A dread falls over me. I can't even react. Yinny?
Are you alright?
No! I flinch, looking at him, no longer seeing Nik. His eyes are filled to the brim with concern. I close my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose. Got a migraine. Sorry. Give me a moment.
Oh, babe.
He strokes my arm with his hand in soothing motions, but it makes my skin crawl. I need to go to the bathroom. Give me a moment. He nods slowly.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah. I say to nothing and no one. I feel the urge to escape. I don't care how. I need to get out of here. I find the bathroom and thank my lucky stars when I spot a window. Now it's just a matter of clothes. I scan the bathroom and find one luxurious towel. It'll have to do. It's the middle of the night. I can get back on scene. I just need to go. I reach for the towel, wrapping it around me and vault out the window and into the brutally cold night.
Babe, are you okay?
Yeah, totally. Everything's fine. She says she had a migraine. But she's been in the bathroom for 30 minutes. My chest feels a concern as I get out of the bed and enter the restroom. My entire world collapses around me when I see an open window. No. Why? How did she find out? Did I leave some clues in here? Has she already known? Was it something It was something I said. I run my forehead, feeling the stupidest I've ever felt in my life.
Good going, Nik. You idiot. You let your guard down. And this is what happens. Just as it was getting good too.
You're getting good. Then I breathe, resisting the urge to destroy something. I shake it off. It doesn't matter. She was gonna find out eventually. It's fine. We love each other. We had a wonderful night. Nothing would change that. I step into the bathroom, surveying the scene. Did she run out in only a towel? She was that desperate, huh? Poor thing. She's terrified. I would never hurt you, Yinny. You should know that. I look into the mirror, running my hand through my disheveled hair. I won't let you get away. We're meant to be together. This has only proven it. I haven't worked this hard for this long to let you get away. You can't defeat me, Yinny. You never will. Because you're mine. It's why we both have a superpower. Even the universe agrees we're bonded, whether it be by fate or some cosmic force. There's a reason our mouths fit together so well. Why I feel you so perfectly. Is it because your wiener's huge? You're mine. And I'm yours. I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth if I have to. I've gotten a taste. And I can never go back to how things were before. I'm never going to let you go. You're never going to live a life without me in it. You'll never know peace unless you surrender yourself to me. I love you. I said it. You said it. I know you love me too. Why should such a little thing get between us? We're simply being tested. That's fine. We can survive this. I want you. I need you. I love you. I'm yours. Villain, criminal, devil or otherwise. You have a responsibility to the city, to me. You can't run away forever. Just be mine. I'll fight for us tooth and nail. You'll realize that it isn't so easy. I'm only Chronos because you're Oracle.
One cannot exist without the other. That's why I became Chronos. For you.
I don't know. Chapter 13. Let's go. I clutch onto the towel around me, like it's my last bit of sanity. I can just imagine how insane I must look right now, scaling rooftops in nothing but an absurdly lavish bath towel. It's a large and admittedly soft black one with an N embroidered in gold thread. I'm annoyed that it reeks of him. I don't even want to think of his name. How could this happen to me? It's because of him I'm in this horrifically comical scenario. Hoping, begging, praying to avoid being seen by anything sentient. How did I end up like this? Over one man? Was this the plan all along, to get me at my most vulnerable? If so, he had won this round, but at what cost? My heart. I knew he was a villain, but I never thought he'd go as far to play with my emotions. I focused all my attention on fleeing the scene, finding some refuge in one of the many warehouses in the city, taking a moment to adjust my outfit, if you could even call it that. A single car passes by, the sounds reverberating in the space for a moment. I stand still until it returns to its pin-drop silence once again. This place is abandoned, no doubt. There shouldn't be a single living soul here. But at least if I did get caught, it would only be Yinny's reputation in shambles rather than Oracle's. No one else would know it was me except for my mom, and now Nik. He'd know it was me. It's a stupid thought. He always knew. Why hadn't he said anything? I didn't want to do so much as think of his name, but that thought couldn't leave my mind. Why did he keep my secret? Just so he could reveal it later? Or maybe... No. I don't want to think about anything he said. Those 3 words especially. I continue my escape, scoping the place for a second, sensing something incredibly familiar about it. In major cities, abandoned warehouses were a dime a dozen. It wasn't like I could tell much difference between them. Yet somehow, this one is uncannily familiar. Like deja vu, I know where I am. So is one of my, superpowers shit luck? Because I somehow ended up in one of the not abandoned warehouses? Before the thought has fully registered, I feel his presence. Different now. I can feel him before I see him. The same goes for his wiener. Then as I look, I get a flash of that vision I gotten this morning. The one I hadn't even noticed I didn't see before. When Mom was kidnapped, I never saw Chronos. Because Chronos was already with me. Or how much has changed in the last 5 hours. Inseparable to adversaries. I struggled to look at him, worried I'd lose all my momentum. Even before I knew he was Nik, Chronos always had a way to disarm me. Yeah, he was pretty hot. He'd stripped me of all my defenses. I was already as weak as I could be. Now is my time to fight or take flight. I eye him cautiously. He sizes me up as well, moving little and staying uncharacteristically quiet, uncomfortably so. I never knew what was on his mind before. I have even less of a clue now. Say something. What do you want? Why are you here? Instead of responding, he reaches down slowly, watching me, watching him. He bends down and unzips the bag, pulling out its contents. As he pulls it out, I see it and I know what it is immediately. I'd recognize that symbol anywhere. It's my suit. Give it back, I say calmly. The last thing I want to do is show any weakness. Well, I didn't say that calmly. I said that like a meek little weakling. Sure, I may be naked in an abandoned warehouse with my supervillain ex-boyfriend, but that didn't mean I was helpless. I was still Oracle, damn it.
If we can talk, I'll give it back.
Alright, hear him out. Then talk. But you got 5 minutes, then I'm leaving, suit or not. Without another word, he hands me back my suit, looking relieved despite not being able to see his face. His body relaxes.
I never wanted you to find out this way.
There was a simple solution to that. I responded without missing a beat. I can't help but say it despite giving him the floor.
It may seem like everything I'd done was fake, but it wasn't. I wanted to get closer to you, no matter what.
That sets my chest ablaze. You lied to me every chance you got. You kidnapped my mother, and I'm pretty sure you've killed at least 3 people.
I lied, but I never lied about my feelings for you. Those people I killed were all criminals. They were all people who hurt someone. People who hurt you.
Whoa, I don't know if that puts him into the camp of vigilantism. Oh yeah? What about Jack? What crime did he commit other than being annoying?
Matter of fact, he had incriminating videos of women he slept with on his computer. Hidden camera footage. He was no saint.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. That catches me off guard. Are you serious? If that was true then, It made his injury a lot easier to stomach, if nothing else.
I'm serious. He showed a lot of interest in you, and I couldn't risk anything happening to you. Yes, I've hurt people, if you want to call them that. I only regret involving your mother, but I never hurt her. I would never hurt her.
Maybe not physically, but that's still traumatizing. You went too far.
I know I did, and I swear, I'll never do that to you again. I was desperate. You wanted us to break up because of your secret identity, so I had to make sure you tell me.
So you manipulated me. You coerced me to do that. You could have just told me, hey, please don't break up with me. I already know your oracle. Just letting you know. So much so I feel my throat tighten up. I told you I loved you. What was the point of all this? Seriously. He meets my eyes. Staring for a moment too long, I swallow, lips having gone completely dry.
Isn't that obvious? Because I'm hopelessly, stupidly, criminally in love with you.
Okay, corny, but that would have me folding like an origami swan.
You're mad. I understand. But I'm not giving up on us. Let me make it right, please.
How? Renounce your supervillain ways? Forgive him. Yeah, let's do that, because apparently he has the power to just fold me into a boat. Okay, I get why you did what you did. I can overlook a lot of it. I could have overlooked most of it. Wow, Yinny. But the lying. You can't lie to me anymore. Because if you ever do this to me again, I'll never be able to forgive you again, Nik.
I promise. I swear on my life. I'll never lie to you ever again.
Good. Give me my suit. I need to get home. He looks down between it and me, eventually handing it over. I might forgive you, but that doesn't mean you're completely off the hook. I need a little space. I can feel his eyes glued on me. I guess I could give him a little treat. What treat? Am I gonna slurp him in the warehouse? Actually, you know what? Is anyone around? I'm kind of down for it. I accidentally lose grip on the towel fastened around me, recovering it just as quickly. Whoops. Yay! But also, whoa. I watch as his chest heaves. Deep breaths can be heard if I strain my ears hard enough. Nik, we're in a warehouse. We just had a fight. You gonna do it? I'll call you soon. Just be a good boy and be patient, okay? Never has a man nodded faster. My work here was done. Chapter 14. I first met Nik 2 years ago, at the same place we had our first date. Only I was Oracle then. The music ended in one big finish, our set complete. An enthusiastic applause followed, some going as far as to stand and whistle. It had been our best performance yet. I belted the last note of the song, pausing a moment before speaking into it this time. Thank you. I began, my voice steady and sincere. Thank you all so much for being here tonight, for letting our music be a part of your evening. It's not just the notes we play, it's about the space between them, the shared experience, the spoken understanding. You've all made this night unforgettable, and for that, we are so grateful. The crowd responded with another round of cheers and applause. Such a sweet sound. It was everything I'd ever wanted growing up. Recognition. I could have stood there a few moments more taking it all in, but it was ripped apart in an instant. What were once claps turned into rushing footsteps. Shouts of encouragement became screams, the warm atmosphere becoming a frigid cold. An unnatural gust of wind swept through the bar. Doors slammed open with a force that rattled the windows, and a figure, cloaked in swirling winds, stepped into the room. Nobody move! The figure commanded, his voice a chilling mix of authority and malice. This is Tempest, and you're all cold in my storm now. Oh no, I'm so scared. After a moment of stillness, the panic erupted again. Chairs began to topple and glasses shattered to the floor. The air grew heavy, charged with an electric tension. I moved towards the back behind the curtain, my mind racing. My bandmates were already lost in the fray. This isn't just a robbery, it's an attack, and I can't let it unfold. I slipped into the backstage area, my heart slamming in my chest. My suit. It's in my briefcase in my locker. Once I located it, it wasn't much longer before I was changed. Empowered, I felt my muscles swell, my energy increase and my speed heightened. Transformation was more than physical. It's a complete mental shift. Fear replaced with a rush of impenetrable bravery. Back in the main room, Tempest was wreaking havoc. The air crackled with his power as he manipulated the wind, sending patrons flying and tearing the bar apart. I couldn't let it continue. I did what I could to ensure as many civilians as possible could escape through the front entrance. So far I was stepping outside for a moment to make sure passerbys wouldn't get curious. Just as I went to retrieve more people from inside the building to lead them out, right outside the entrance of the bar, flying through the air wildly, a man flew right into me. I snatched him out of the air and carried him across my arms in one smooth motion. He looked around, stunned for a moment, before setting his eyes up at me. The strength of Tempest's winds was so strong, they harmed those just passing by. I was taken aback by a pair of heterochromatic eyes, accompanied by quite a handsome face.
Oracle?
Aw, he's so cute. I cleared my throat. I got you. He stared up at me, blinking for a moment. You should get out of here while you still can. He didn't seem to have even heard what I said. Sir? Are you listening? I said, waving my hand in front of his face. He nodded, swallowing deeply, just like how I swallowed him deeply. Look at him blush. I thought he must have been scared. He looked dazed. Maybe he was electrocuted or he hit his head. Are you okay?
I am now.
He said, practically batting his eyelashes, looking at me so deeply. It felt like I was not even wearing a mask. Okay, so he's fine. Just had no survival instinct whatsoever. It was not the time to be flirting. It is always the time to be flirting. Wait, maybe not. Sir, you need to get to safety. I have to stop Tempest before anyone gets hurt. I have to practically drop him to get him to leave, despite basically ordering him to. I turned to leave, only for him to grip my arm. I looked over my shoulder, annoyed. What?
You know where the breaker box is, don't you?
Yes? What about it?
If you break it, it might stop him from shocking everything that moves. Just a thought.
That was not a bad idea. Yes, I'll take it into consideration. Now please go. I don't want you to get hurt. He did a poor job fighting back his enamored grin. That's actually so cute though. Look at him. I couldn't focus on it or even check if he'd done it as I instructed. I was losing time and fast. I moved through the bar swiftly, silently. My senses heightened. I located the electrical panel and with a well-placed strike, disabled the power. Tempest's plunge on the storm faltered as the lights flickered for a moment, and then plunged the room into total darkness. I seized my opportunity to finally confront him. Looks like there's been a change in today's forecast. Having felt incredibly smug by the look of sheer bewilderment on his face, the energy in the room seemed to ease as well. I could hear the gasps of Oracle flooding my chest with comfort. Tempest sneered, his eyes glowing with fury. You think you can stop me, Oracle? I didn't respond. Instead, I jumped on him, disarming him in a rear chokehold in an attempt to make him submit. An attempt that had gone far too well. It seemed that all he had at his disposal was his power. He hadn't trained his body like I had day in and day out. It was all bark and no bite. At some point, it felt as if I was fighting a child. He was horrifically underprepared for a close quarters combat. Having lost any electricity to paralyze me, he was a sitting duck. I hated to admit, but that handsome civilian had saved me some trouble. The battle raged on for another minute, his hands clawing over my forearm. The wind subsided completely as he eventually lost consciousness. I lowered my guard, my breath coming in heavy gasps. The patrons began to emerge from their hiding places, a mix of relief and awe. In the crowd, I spotted the blonde man from before, staring. No, not staring. Undressing me with his eyes. Perv? But same. Didn't he leave? He should have. I don't fall that easily. Buy me dinner first, at least. I thought as I tried not to falter under his quite intense gaze. I turned my attention to a little old man at my side instead. Oracle, you saved us, thank you. I nodded, offering a reassuring smile beneath my mask. It's what I do. I felt compelled to check on the man once again. Except when I turned to look, he was gone. A month later, I transferred from my previous job into something more steady. In search of something with good benefits and decent income, I found myself working at Corton Investments as a project manager. With Mum's medical bills stacking up, at least the insurance I gained from working there would be enough to alleviate those stresses. I knew it was a step in the right direction. Even if it wasn't all glitz and glamour, it was yet another thing Oracle could have that I couldn't. And maybe that was for the best. Just lay low and play the role of an average civilian. After all, what was more civilian than becoming another suit for a multi-billion-dollar company? A cog in the capitalist machine. I was already one for my hero agency Olympus. What was one more? The first day at any job is some sort of humiliation ritual. Like you're the new character in a long-running beloved television series. I felt that I stood out in the worst way possible, which was never ideal for someone who needed to keep their identity under wraps for seemingly forever. I could feel eyes on me all day, which was to be expected despite my paranoia convincing me of my worst. I could feel eyes on me all day, which was to be expected despite my paranoia convincing me of the worst. Did I have something in my teeth? Did I look weird? Worst of all, did they know I was Oracle? Even 8 years into being a hero, I never managed to feel entirely comfortable. The only thing that helped was when the next new hire arrived, which luckily for me, came only a week after I started. I was an hour away from lunch as I sat transcribing my notes, trying to get lost in my work to pass time and take attention from my grumbling stomach. For a while, all I could hear was the keyboard tapping, mouse clicking, and some murmurs. The usual. What wasn't usual, however, was a distinct sound of humming. I remember thinking nothing of it until it had gone on longer than the average hum. They were going as far to hum an entire song a couple times in a row, leading me into my own game of guess that tune. My fingers paused over the keys as I strained my ears to listen. It wasn't something they made up, nor a song you'd hear on the radio. I knew I heard it before, and then it clicked. It was from a musical, one I knew all too well. It was an ensemble number in the musical I performed in my youth. Back then I was the lead role. I never forget it. It was my first leading role in a musical. No matter how many times I practiced, I was convinced I was gonna somehow mess it up. And yet once I stood beneath that spotlight, it was as if it had cleansed me of all my doubts and fears. To this day, it proved that I was capable of so much more than I gave myself credit for. It was my first leading role, but by no means my last. After that musical, performing became my new love. That song I'd heard and performed countless times in my bedroom on my way to school in my sleep at times. And here it was, being hummed in my place of work. How small this world is. I smiled to myself, listening to her as I tried to continue my work with not too much success. His voice was so pleasant. It was deep even, and melodic. I wondered if he had been in a band, choir, or maybe a musical as well. Compliment him. I pivoted in my chair in search for the owner of the voice. And in doing so, it nearly knocked the wind out of me. I sat mouth agape as I saw the pretty voice came with the pretty face I'd seen before, and a pair of unmistakable heterochromatic eyes. It was the guy from the bar. The guy I rescued. The one who flirted with me, or rather Oracle. He caught my eye and smiled a little, once again almost making me lose my nerve. You... The words died on my tongue. I chuckled nervously, avoiding his eyes. He laughed quietly in return.
Sorry, was I being too loud?
I shook my head dumbly like a deer stuck in headlights. No, I was actually gonna say that you have a really nice voice. His eyes widened. His face flushed quite a bit, no doubt embarrassed.
Thank you. I like your laugh.
Ah, now it was my turn to be surprised. Thank you. I'm sorry, I never got your name. He removed his hands from his lap. I noticed he'd been clenching them before. He offered his hand out to shake and I took it.
I'm Nicholas, though everyone calls me Nick.
Nicholas, I never thought I'd see him again. New Lycia. The city was by no means small, and out of all the jobs in the world, all the positions in the company, of all the floors in the company building, he somehow ended up here.
What's yours?
I'm Yinny. Only Yinny. Certainly not Oracle.
Oh, I love it.
Aww.
It's nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you.
Likewise. He seemed friendly enough. Maybe I was right to feel paranoid, as he did know I was Oracle all along. Chapter 15. I lie staring up at my ceiling in my room for far too long. That looks like a really nice bed. Replaying memories that feel so different now. My mind begins to spiral with every question I can think of. How can he be Chronos? Was he ever in danger in the first place with Tempest? Were they working together? Did he only work at Corton Investments just to get close to me? Was that why he got in the job so quickly after I started? It explains why a millionaire with photographic memory is working as a project manager of all things. But why do any of this? Just for me? How is that possible? What am I supposed to do with any of this? Maybe it wasn't for me. Maybe it was for Oracle. Somehow that thought bothers me the most. I sit up finally starting my morning. The last thing I want to do is do anything, but lying around in bed wallowing about my ex doesn't seem any better. I hardly remember returning home or falling asleep that night. The relief of avoiding a more disastrous situation must have been enough to knock me out cold. I've been running on pure adrenaline, and now I come crashing down, left to pick up the pieces. I guess first is get ready for the day. As I go through my morning routine, I feel myself sobering up. Each piece of information is funneling into my brain and drowning me in stress. I cannot and will not go to work today. Hell, probably for the first next week at least. I come back to sit at my bed after starting a quick shower, reaching for my phone, locating my workplace app, and staring at the last 2 years worth of PTO I'd acquired for an emergency, a break, or a vacation. I have no clue. A break. I was planning to use it for a well-deserved break, since of course I can't use PTO for my Oracle work. Instead, I'll be using my hard-earned time off as a way to avoid my supervillain ex-boyfriend. I submit my request, fully intending to take my time off even if they decline it. I wasn't asking, I'm telling. I'm not coming in for at least 2 weeks. I collapse back onto my bed, feeling some ounce of relief. That is immediately replaced with dread as I feel a vision coming on. I shut my eyes to avoid it if I could, but it takes over everything. Luckily, it isn't Nick or his stupid, handsome, evil self. Instead, it's my lawyer, Whitney Fung. I don't often see her. Mostly we communicate via email and phone. It seems harmless, which is all I can ask for, honestly. If I got some vision of Chronos standing in some indiscreet location, I'd tear my eyes out. The vision is just her speaking with me, looking a little serious, but that isn't anything especially noteworthy. This power can be so useless sometimes, I swear. And what good was this power when it came to telling me that my arch nemesis and boyfriend were one and the same? Could have saved me a lot of heartache. My eyes find the bouquet of flowers he'd given me as an apology. The pink tulips are practically taunting me. I'll keep them. I'll be nice. Despite everything, I can't bring myself to throw them away. So I just leave them be. Nik. I shake my head. Of course I wouldn't be over it that quickly. I miss him. Despite it all, despite the lying, the kidnapping, the killing. I miss him. I miss who I thought he was. I want to make him sweat. He'll always have me wrapped around his finger. But he doesn't need to know that. I want him begging at my feet, groveling and kissing my toes. Maybe not the toe part. I like that idea. And that's a dangerous thought right now. Especially when I think of him in his Chronos suit. And especially without it. It's hard to deny how much I found Chronos attractive in the past. Because despite everything, he was still my enemy. He still did bad things, but he's still pretty no matter what. No, don't give in just yet. He still needs to pay for what he did to me one way or another. Teasing him with no promise of giving in seemed like a fitting punishment. Chapter 16. Just in the nick of time, huh? Before I can get lost in thoughts of him and all the good and the bad that came with it. I check to see who it is. Please say it's not. It's Whitney. I answer it. Hello?
Oracle, this is some serious shit. I'm on my way to your place now.
What would I do? I can feel my heartbeat in my throat. Is everything okay? I'm almost too scared to speak.
We will discuss it more when I get there. Is your mother there too?
I can hear the clatter of dishes on the news playing. Yeah, why?
She'll want to hear this too.
There's something about that doubles my anxiety.
I'll be there soon. I'll text you when I'm outside.
I'll see you then. Bye. We both hang up at the same time. What could this be about? Whatever it is, it's Oracle related. I know that much. Whitney is a defense attorney for heroes and all the lawsuits that came with it. I don't think she's ever been this serious about something before. At least not to the extent where she had to come by my home this early about it. I can't help but think. Like so many other things, it probably comes back to Chronos. Nik. Whatever. Being a hero has become more than I ever expected it to be. Not that I had any real expectations going in. Originally, I wanted to become a hero because, for Mum, my original intention on taking on the mantle of Oracle was just that. To do what my mother no longer could. No matter how long that took. I was gonna make her proud, be the hero I was destined to be. A ping comes from my phone, Whitney's text. I'm here. I hurriedly step out into the living room the next moment. Morning, Mom. Whitney has something she wants to talk to us about. What is it? I don't know, but she's here already. Oh, I'll fix her a plate. I twist the doorknob and let her in. Her phone is still pressed to her ear as she waves at me in acknowledgement. I hear another voice on the other end. I can't make out what they're saying as Whitney growls into the receiver.
Wherever you see them, take them down. Shit's already all over social media. Well, get your tech guy on the phone then.
A moment of silence and a click.
Shit.
She slams the phone down onto her thigh, sighing in defeat.
Oh, sorry, Miss O.
Rough morning.
Unfortunately, it isn't just general work bullshit. Something went down last night. You haven't heard or seen anything?
I exchange a look with my mother and we both shake our heads. I've been watching the news all morning. I haven't seen anything crazy.
I guess that's a relief. Hasn't become mainstream. At least not yet.
She peers into the TV and scowls.
That bitch!
I follow her eyes and see a standard anchor lady on the screen. Who's that?
Rachel Bolton.
I see my vision come true in real life. Rachel Bolton. The name sounded familiar. The recognition must have shown on my face.
Yeah, you've heard the name. Slimiest, snakiest journalist since Tommy Burke's in the 60s. She's ruthless.
It's almost comical to say so with her soft, unassuming girly features and bright smile. Though if Nik had taught me anything, is that looks could be very deceiving. What's going on? She clicks her tongue, looking down at her heels.
I don't even know where to begin.
Let's discuss it over breakfast. I made your plate.
Thanks, Miss O. I honestly don't know if I can stomach it right now, though.
I have a feeling neither will I. Just tell me what's going on. I'm dying of anxiety.
But you should sit down, or... Sorry, bad habit.
Just Yinny, please. I catch a glimpse of my mother's eyes when I say it. She doesn't want to look as disappointed as I know she is.
I'll work on it. I'll try not to call you Oracle out of costume and vice versa. We have to do this sort of thing in court a lot. You can count on me.
I take a seat, not even attempting to lift my fork.
Okay, so... I don't know how to even begin.
Please just begin, I've been waiting.
Let me just ask this. Where were you last night, Oracle?
Suddenly, I feel as if I've been put on a witness stand. With Nicholas, I thought. She says, half inquisitive, half suspicious. I resist the urge to groan. I have no alibi. Yeah, I was with a guy from work. Then I realized how vague I'm being with a woman who breaks liars for a living. With someone I need to be honest with for my own good. Was a guy I was seeing.
A guy? Does he know about...
Yes, it's a long story.
Does he know anything about Chronos?
Crap. No! Well, couldn't hide it forever. Even if I decide to hide it, it will come out eventually. The truth always does. He may be Chronos. I say, cringing. Swallowing them, then shutting my eyes, hoping to delay seeing my mother's face for as long as possible. I hear a gasp, but only from Whitney. There's no telling what my mom is thinking right now. Probably, how did I raise such a failure? I can only stand the suspense for so long. The curiosity eating at me. I peek one eye open to get a proper look and I'm shocked by what I see. She looks calm. Like she was expecting this. There's no way though.
Are you serious? So... Shit. I really hoped it was fake. Edited or something.
What's fake?
Well, this isn't going to make this any better. Someone caught images of you, half naked in a warehouse last night, speaking with Chronos.
What? The horror floods my face. Who could have? I thought the coast was clear. Damn it, this is bad.
I really thought it was all some sort of smear campaign, but it seems like whoever it is was right on the money. We're in even deeper shit than I originally thought.
She groans, rubbing her temples in small rapid circles. What happened last night? Her tone is grave, asking just to see how angry she could be. Well, time to own it. It's my fault. I was careless. My fists clench on my lap. God, this sucks. I feel like a teenager who snuck out and was promptly caught. I messed up. I was an idiot. How many times could I mess up before I could see it wasn't a mistake anymore? It was a pattern. It was proof that I wasn't good enough to be the hero the city, New Lycia, needed me to be, and that my mother needed me to be. I didn't see the signs, I just also shaken up by you being kidnapped. I hadn't even realized how Nik ended up at the scene, how he knew so much. I wanted to believe him, believe he couldn't be Chronos. He slipped up, revealing his identity, and as soon as I found out, I ran away. And that's how I ended up, well, you know the rest. The embarrassment makes its way into every nerve of my body. This is lower than low. And now, it's not just between us. It's for all of New Lycia and even the entire world to see. My mother's silence makes it worse. I don't know what she's thinking. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't know what to think either.
We know who's responsible for the photo at least.
Good! Get them! Chronos? She shakes her head.
Surprisingly, no. Rachel Bolton. She called my firm this morning when she couldn't get a hold of Olympus.
She tried to call the Hero Agency.
Yes, she's insane. She could only get a hold of me, blackmailing us for information on, her words, the relationship between Chronos and Oracle. At first, I thought she was bluffing. There's no clear shot of you in the photo, just some figure in a towel holding what looks like your suit, talking with someone in a Chronos suit. There's plausible deniability. There's no shortage of this sort of doctored slop on the internet. But since it's real, and if Chronos confirms it, that could spell serious trouble for you.
He won't confirm it. I'll be nice to him. He wouldn't. I don't think he'd do that.
He wouldn't?
No, he knew my identity potentially the entire time I've known him. If not longer, he could have exposed me any time. Besides, he has a history of dealing with anyone who hurt me. Like that guy who tried to drug you? He was killed the following day. It's the first thing my mother has said so far. I'm so stunned I can only bring myself to nod.
I need a smoke.
Stay silent. Before anyone can so much as make a move for the exit, my mother speaks, cementing us both in place, heeding her every word. Chapter 17. Well, now shit has just hit the fan. God damn it, I knew we shouldn't have paraded around naked, but what choice do we have? Listen, I understand situations like these are unavoidable. You're not at fault for following your heart. It's clear that he's a skilled manipulator. He knew your weaknesses and exploited them. That's not something you should apologize for. However, did you tell him about your power? Yes. I did. I see. Not ideal, but what can be done now? Nothing? Please don't be mad. Did you at least find out about his? No? I still think there's something you can do. Olympus believes that Chronos will require more than just Oracle to deal with him. Olympus? She's still in contact with them. Hell, I am an active working hero and I can hardly ever speak to them. They asked if I could serve on the board of directors. What? I catch Whitney turning her head away from me, which clues me into the fact that she knew as well. She does work for Oracle after all. It's a remote position. I only have to commute once or twice a month, at most due to my condition. When did this happen? It's fairly new, maybe a month now. And you didn't mention it until now. First, I wasn't sure it was a permanent thing. Second, they value a level of secrecy I was happy to provide. Even from someone who's a hero. From your own child. The board of directors handle matters that working heroes don't, and yes, especially you. And I'm glad I did. Had I said something before, there's a chance Chronos would have known too. Olympus does this for the safety of all heroes. And you still should have told me. I still wish you would have told me. Trusted that I wouldn't have said anything if you'd asked me to. Well, you know now. And in the future, I'll be happy to tell you anything I find relevant. Like how to best deal with Chronos. How do they, and you, suggest we do that? I'm all ears. Clearly what I've been doing isn't working. Well, first our theories were confirmed. Chronos lives in the city, and he has a fascination with the current Oracle, not me. He's never hurt you, he didn't even hurt me. And if he wanted to kill you, he's had plenty of chances to do so. She closes her eyes, figuring out the best way to word what she's gonna say. It's clear to me now, Chronos, Nicholas, whoever he is, has an infatuation with you that goes beyond some crush. It's a full-on obsession. It's something I hadn't fully realized. What seemed like love was probably something far more sinister, or at least more intense. It would explain a lot. No, it would explain everything. It was one thing for me to think that, but to have confirmation from someone else, and for all of Olympus to be aware. What did I get into? Nik, Chronos, just who are you, really? I'm so excited to find out his power. Yinny, if you want to stop Chronos, this will be your best chance. You could use this against him. You have the perfect opportunity to entrap him, or better yet, rid us of him forever. It could be as simple as setting up an ambush with other heroes or poisoning his wine. It doesn't matter how you deal with him, only that you do. Wait, I don't know about this. I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. It doesn't matter how. Agree? Disagree? Stay silent. Disagree. Yes, he's a danger, but he's still owed some sort of due process. We're heroes. It should matter how we deal with criminals. Normally I'd agree, but you're my baby. He might not be hurting you physically, but it's clear what he does affects you. It's not about me. Whitney said it before. We can keep him from talking when he's in a jail cell. Killing him isn't necessary. The word tastes exceptionally bitter on my tongue. You should be safe from him for a while. But we do have a measure in place to help if it's absolutely necessary. Like what? She exchanges looks with Whitney. I think some sort of hero assistance will be necessary. Oh, hell no. That's practically giving me a chaperone. I don't need someone to hold my hand. I know what I'm doing. It'll look even worse. It's merely a suggestion. A last resort if things don't go according to plan. If you feel like you can get him next time, a hero assistant won't be needed. Though Chronos manages to walk free another day, Olympus will take measures and I'll be helpless to stand against them. It won't be needed. I'll deal with him. He's my arch-nemesis. Luckily, I'm spared any retort when our talk is interrupted by my phone buzzing, and my heart dives into my stomach at the sound. Not now. Instead, it's a text from my landlord. First my lawyer and now my landlord. Who's next? My accountant. Oh yeah, he must be reminding me I haven't paid rent yet. Can't everything just settle down until I can figure out this whole Nik Chronos business? No? That's not how it works? Fantastic. I was feeling less super by the minute. Thank you so much, Yinny, for your advancement on the rent. Your next payment will be... My heart all but stops this time. Next year! I read it approximately 20 times before it settles in. That's what it says. Was it a typo? Attaches my receipt that I get for documentation. It must be a mistake. I look at the receipt scanning its contents. 24,000! I don't even have that kind of money anywhere on me. Where? Who? Mom? Did you pay the rent up until next year? If working as chairman for Olympus paid this well, maybe I could completely overlook her not telling me beforehand. She looks at me as if I sprouted another head. No. Well, someone did. Or it's some mistake. That's insane. My heart speeds up when I see another text. This time, not from my landlord.
Who is it?
My mother looks towards Whitney, cracking a smirk. Who do you think? My mother guesses, and as usual, she's right.
I hope this helps, since you won't be working for a while. I miss you. I hope we can talk soon. When you're ready, of course.
I know he's done bad things, but that was a very sweet thing that he did. As I try to process the first message, another word comes in.
To clarify, I paid the rent, and you don't owe me anything. I just didn't know what else to do.
A couple of dots indicate that he's trying to respond and disappear several times. For a moment, I wonder if he's ever going to send another message.
Please, don't block me.
Oh, I feel so bad. I'll just thank him. Despite everything, it was a kind gesture. This will make a lot of things easier. My affections can't be bought, but it's an actionable step. Compensation for emotional damage is done. Though I couldn't put a price on this per se, I want him to do more. Show I can trust him again. Thank you, Nik. His response comes not even a second later. It's no problem. Anything for you. The dots reappear and I can't help but feel a little satisfied at his floundering. My heart throbs in my chest. Damn it, Nik. Why are you somehow always so charming? Even when you're being so pathetic. Where'd you reply? I thanked him? Good, Yinny. We can't have him attempting to flee in fear you'll expose him. We can work with Olympus and you can use your relationship with him to have him drop his guard as much as possible. We've underestimated him in the past and that was a mistake. We can't afford to let him get away again.
You're right, Miss O.
Good news, I got another surprise for you. Meet me at the warehouse from last night if you want to claim it. What? What is he planning? I wait a moment for a response, but nothing comes. I can't bring myself to ask what, and I wouldn't have to. Are you serious already? Despite how I feel it doesn't change anything, I have to pick up. What's the situation? Oracle, I'm sending you the details. It's Chronos. He's holding a journalist hostage this time. I can already guess who he'll say before he can spit it out. It's Rachel Bolton. You know you should be more concerned. But I'm not. Shock takes over Whitney's expression. I grit my teeth in frustration. Why is he doing this right now? Does he not listen to me at all? I don't think he does. I've got this under control. You both just sit tight. I'll be back. Be safe. I love you. Love you.
Well, I'm sure I'll be back to come see you before you know it. I'm heading back to the office. I know everyone at the firm is losing their minds.
Until next time, she gives me a small wave and I'm in my suit and out the door in a flash. He disclosed his location intentionally. It's the same abandoned warehouse that encountered him last night as I fled. It's clear what he's doing. The place is already swarmed by police and the media. Police have to keep reporters from questioning me as I attempt to make my way inside. The one with the most success is the police chief himself. He debriefs me on the situation. The lunatic. He kidnapped the poor gal as she was leaving her office this morning. We lost sight of him for a while. We only knew where he was when he reported his whereabouts. He made sure no one except for Oracle can attempt to negotiate. If so much as a single one of my boys stepped foot inside, he said it would kill Miss Bolton without hesitation. Good! Okay, maybe not good. Though he could be bluffing. He's done it before. He says, trailing off, turning his head to spit on the sign. It's probably a bluff. I think he just wants to drag me out here. It's a trap. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I can never be too sure of what he's gonna do. In any case, it's best not to take any unnecessary risks though. He nods in either agreement or just to move the conversation along. We can't even have helicopters or camera, nothing. We're gonna be sitting ducks. Blind ones. I know it's frustrating. I'll be sure to update you on it as much as I can. My main priority is to get Miss Bolton out safely. I need to get going. I'm sure the longer we wait, the more impatient Chronos will become and the more trouble she'll be in. Just hold tight. I'll be as quick as I can. Yes, Oracle. He says begrudgingly. I can only imagine how useless they feel when I arrive. Ever since Chronos became my main annoyance, he's made sure police are spectators to our encounters. I'm the only one who could or ever was even allowed to stop him. Be careful what you wish for, Chronos. I dart up the stairs into the dust and mold-infested warehouse. It looks pretty different during the day, though no less dark. Before I can so much assess the situation, Chronos begins to speak as if he felt my presence from the moment I arrived. In a near-identical spot to where he held my mother not even 24 hours before, sits a petite woman tied to a chair, bound, blindfolded and gagged, and even with a set of headphones over her head.
Look what I got for you.
All I can see is my court case going up in flames. Nick, you idiot! But also thank you. Sure, I wasn't fond of her tactics, but this is something a harassment case could solve. I didn't need Chronos to be my dark knight in bulletproof armor. I grimace thinking of what could be the best course of action, as if I'm defusing a bomb or something.
I didn't call you out here. I'm only making sure your identity remains a secret. I know you don't want to see me, and so I thought you'd leave me to my own devices.
Are you going to... I almost can't ask. Are you gonna kill her?
Best way to ensure she keeps her mouth shut, don't you think?
We're not, okay, as much as I hate this bitch, we're not killing her. I shake my head.
Although, if you are willing to talk about us, then I might consider letting her go.
What the hell? This isn't helping your case. You're only gonna make everything worse.
From where I'm standing, my love, things are as bad as they can possibly be.
Yeah, because you kidnapped someone. See, this is exactly what I told you not to do. I told you to be a good boy and lay low. And what's the next thing that you do in the next day? Kidnap someone. Was this your plan all along? He goes to speak but catches himself, his body language looking as if he's struggling with something.
Yes.
Wow, so you can be honest.
I'm trying.
Too little too late for that, but it does spark an idea. This is meant to be a negotiation. I'll consider talking. But you have to do more than just let her go. That's only step one. He actually perks up at that. First, take off the mask. There's far less hesitation than I expect, as he places an open hand on the mask and pulls it off in one smooth motion, revealing Nick. Though I'd already known, somehow watching him go from Chronos to my coworker, to my crush to my ex to Nick, in the same moment feels unreal. Despite his bravado from before, he looks like he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
What else? I'll do anything you ask.
Kneel and bark like a dog? I mean, don't do that. Everything feels so surreal and almost sounds like he's being genuine. Like if I asked him to get down on his knees, beg and grovel, he would do so with even less hesitation. Second, tell me honestly, why do this? Why be Chronos? Why lie to me and trick me? What was the point? And this one takes longer for him. Long enough I wonder if he'll go back on his word immediately.
I wanted to see every part of you.
What do you mean? I'm risking losing some of my power over the situation, but I have to know.
I had to be a villain. Originally, I thought I could be a hero, but they don't station multiple heroes in one city. Nor did I actually want to be playing the part.
You could have been a vigilante.
Being a villain meant no restrictions, and whenever I wanted Oracle to come get me, she would.
Seriously, that's it.
I don't want to hurt innocents or cause that much chaos. I just wanted to see you in all your glory.
You saw me in all our glory last night when we were like bang-a-langin'.
And of course, I couldn't tell you that. It would take all the fun out of it.
Now he's monologuing. He's a villain after all. Then tell me, for my third request, what's your power? Surprisingly, he seems willing to tell me but struggles with how to phrase it.
It's nothing flashy. Hell, I've already told you, sort of. I have a photographic memory, yes, but it's more than that. I have a perfect memory. I can't forget anything. I
he
can
didn't.
remember every moment since I was 3 in perfect detail. Like I'm there. If I want to, I can smell those same scents, taste those same foods, hear the same music.
That's crazy. I can't help but feel that that's something that would drive me insane. Is that true?
Yes, feel free to test it.
That's not necessary. Remembering my orders at every place we ate, recalling mundane details of my daily routine, retyping my work document of 2 weeks was proof enough. I go silent, thinking, taking in all the information, not sure what to do with any of it. Sounds like a pretty useful ability. How much good would he have done if he had chosen to be a hero instead? How much closer would we have been without the need to lie about his identity? Or better yet, how much different would it be if I weren't Oracle? It feels like such a waste. If I let him go now, if I don't stop him now, Olympus will step in and they won't be as merciful.
What else do you want to know? What else can I do to prove to you that I've only ever wanted one thing? One person.
You can't be a villain anymore. That surprises him. His mask clatters to the floor at his feet.
Consider it done. I'll just be Nik.
No, not just Nik. You be a hero, like me. If he was stunned before, he's utterly shell-shocked now. I nod, confident in this. Yep, I am making you into a hero project. This is gonna be so interesting. If we want to get back together, we can't be together like this. The hero agency, Olympus, will eventually crack down and invest all their resources into stopping you. No matter how I feel about you, I don't want you to get hurt. I want to move past this.
Me too.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy as that. You still need to show me. And that starts with letting Rachel Bolton go and to stop hurting people. Period.
I understand. I can change. I will change.
I admire you for trying.
I can't believe you'd ask me to be a hero.
You don't have to do it. But if you don't, I have no choice but to stop you. Once and for all.
No, you don't understand. I was going to suggest the same thing.
What? 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 Chapter 19.
This is crazy. You're brilliant. We really thought the same thing.
Are you lying to me? You did?
I wanted to get you back. And since being Oracle, or rather me being a villain, seemed to be the problem, hero it is.
Just like that? Did he truly not care about it at all? Being a hero is not that simple.
I have a feeling it'll go in my favor. I've got a plan.
He says cryptically and does nothing to elaborate. Somehow, I believe him.
I'm just glad you're talking to me again. I missed hearing you, seeing you, feeling you.
I mean, that was last night, or the night before. He reaches out for me. Feign a kiss. I pucker my lips and he eagerly leans in, eyes closed. When he's within an inch of my face, I place my hand over his mouth. What? He sounded like he loved that. Let's listen to that again. Just for science. He muffles from beneath my hand, and my desire to be folded by him into an origami swan increases tenfold. Be a good boy and be patient. Good things come to those who wait, you know? I coo effectively disarming him. He can't do anything but nod from behind my hand. I admire his expression for a moment before pushing him lightly. We'll be seeing a lot of each other, assuming everything goes according to your plan.
It will. Nothing will keep me from you.
Sounds so hot when he says that. I catch myself smiling and I had to turn away from him. And giving him a proper show, I sway my hips as I saunter away, making sure he gets a good hard look at what he's missing out on. I kneel to untie Rachel, removing her headphones and reassuring her that Oracle is there to save the day. As I turn, Nik is already gone, his mask no longer on the floor of the warehouse. Everything goes off without a hitch, almost ending in an anticlimactic fashion. I don't think I'll have to worry about Rachel with those compromising photos. And my conversation with Nik didn't go horribly. I never would have suspected he'd volunteer to be a hero. Whatever it is he's planning, I'm curious to see how it'll play out. For better or for worse. Yeah, I'm keen to see how this goes. The rest of the day is spent debriefing with my mother on the couch, eating lunch, and actually enjoying some time off. It feels weird to not have something to do. Though I have a good feeling it won't last long, so I savor it while it lasts. Soon dinner comes, and we channel surf desperately looking for something to hold our attention. I catch a glimpse of black and blue as I change channels. It's a video that looks to be acquired online of Chronos addressing the public. I adjusted the volume as the screen filled with him, his usual menacing demeanor absent. Instead, he wore a tailored black and blue suit, his hair neatly combed yet still wearing his mask.
Good evening, citizens of New Lycia. I have a message.
Is anyone actually gonna believe you, Nik? My mother's gaze stared fixedly at the screen, as if the message was directed at her specifically.
I have decided to retire from my life of villainy. No longer will I seek to disrupt the fabric of time or challenge the forces of justice. Instead, I am offering my services to the greater good.
He's like, don't worry guys, no longer will I mess with the space-time continuum. Very sorry about that, by the way. I did not mean to send the pizza shop on the local street into a time loop. But hey, I'm good now. Thumbs up? Alter time. I thought you said his power was memory related. That's what he said. It could be a lie. If it is, Olympus will find out. Especially if he really intends on becoming a hero. If I hadn't already known his intentions, I'd consider this some sort of twisted joke. Chronos' image shifted, and the screen displayed the emblem of Olympus.
I've made arrangements with Olympus. However, there is one condition. I will not become a hero unless Oracle themselves trains me.
He really has no shame, does he? Yeah, he really doesn't. I bet if I told him, Nik, whip your wiener out live on air, he'd be like, yep, anything for you. Flops. She chuckles wryly. He has the audacity if nothing else.
Together, we can forge a new path. One cannot exist without the other.
And the screen suddenly cuts to black. I clicked the remote once to see if it was an error with our monitor. Instead, it seems like that was all he'd come to say, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. At least until it cuts to a new broadcast. A news anchor with her microphone pointed at a hero. He's hot. Hi. He gives me like Robin vibes. And, you know, Robin, well, more so like Nightwing is like my favorite. I attempt to change the channel, wanting to watch something other than the news, but my mother's hand stops me. That's Thesis. Oh yeah, I didn't care to even see who it is, but I know the name well. Oh yeah, he looks different from the photos. He got a new look recently, something to appeal to his fans, no doubt. And appeal it does. I've appealed to. Bends over. He looks good. Very dashing. He's alright. He's conventionally attractive. Nothing all that special compared to other heroes, and nothing like Nik or Chronos. I never got the chance to meet him myself, though I don't feel like I missed much. Despite the countless gushing fans he has here, including my own mother it seemed. A bit young for you, isn't he? I tease. Maybe, but he's not too young for you. He's only a year younger if I remember correctly. The last time you set me up with someone, he turned out to be a villain. And you even approved of him. Now she's all gaga for Thesis. Your head turns so quickly. Thesis is nothing like Chronos, but she doesn't elaborate further. It seems she's not ready to joke about it just yet. We turn our attention back to the television. What do you think about Chronos turning a new leaf?
Are you serious? It's obvious he has ulterior motives.
His voice is hot. What do you think he wants with Oracle?
If I know.
I'm stunned by his crassness, though it doesn't seem to shake anyone else.
All I know is, it's nothing good.
He closes his eyes, sighing deeply.
Whatever he's got planned, Oracle won't let him get away with it.
He walks off the next moment, refusing to give any more comments on the matter. My mom does everything short of swooning as she grins from ear to ear. He is pretty hot. More romantic after Chronos. Chronos and Thesis' words hang in the air for a moment longer as I absent-mindedly return to channel surfing. I wasn't expecting any of this. Neither Chronos declaring becoming a hero publicly, nor Thesis to be so supportive of me. Maybe Chronos did fully intend to turn a new leaf, and maybe Thesis only said so for good PR. Only time will tell, whatever was to come. I had a feeling it was going to be very interesting. Chapter 20. Anticipating today to be quite busy, I'm awake before the sun is even up. I decide to take my nervous energy and put it into being productive by doing some chores around the apartment. The morning is quiet and more relaxing than expected. I'm in the middle of taking out my bedroom trash when I'm hit with a vision. A man. One I'd never seen before. He's pretty. Me being very, very weak for the black-haired man. He's got wavy hair, a green sweater, and large round glasses. Despite his unassuming appearance, he looks especially serious and very hot. He could be a client for work? Maybe someone asking me for the time. There was no way to tell. Not having audio for my visions nearly rendered them useless in these situations. Though, maybe I could try to read lips. I focus all my energy into that, curiosity eating me alive. The first one is, What? Where? I focus on the last word and maybe I could be imagining it, but it looks a lot like Oracle. He worked with Oracle. Is he some sort of media representative? One of Whitney's paralegals, or was he more important? He didn't look especially muscular or familiar. I bet he's hiding something under that frumpy sweater. There was no real telling who he was, but I was looking forward to finding out. I continue about my day, tackling the small pile of dishes from the night before. I place my headphones on and get to work. Just as I'm about to finish, a summons comes in the form of a glowing glyph etched into the air above my kitchen sink. I could count the number of times I've been called to HQ on one hand. I'm elbow deep in soap suds, trying to scrape yesterday's curry off a pot that probably deserved to be incinerated instead of salvaged, when the glyph flickers to life. It hums, low, insistent, and official. I sigh and glance at the sigil. Olympus HQ. The automatic message plays through the speaker. Oracle, your request at Town Hall at 9:30. Bring Chronos. I almost dropped the pot. Seriously? They couldn't contact him themselves. I mutter, drying my hands on a dish towel crusted with regret and turmeric. The eye symbol cracks once, then vanishes in the next moment. No room for questions. Typical Olympus. I take off my headphones and dig for my phone. Can you meet me outside Town Hall at 9:30? As I go to click off my phone and tuck it away, another text comes in. Maybe we can get some coffee on the way? Fine. I guess it can't hurt. I'll be at your place in 5. True to his word. I hear a knock at my door not even 3 minutes later. Does he have some increased speed? Or was he already in the area? I open the door, surprised to see him in his Chronos attire already. I practically drag him in through the door, shushing him. He chuckles at my reaction.
I was gonna ask if I could come in first.
What? You could have at least gotten changed in here. I wipe at my face in frustration. Why are you dressed like that? Anyone could have seen you.
I highly doubt anyone's going to mess with me.
But they say Chronos showing up at some random civilian's house.
How do they know it's not my apartment? Only you know it's not.
It's still drawing unnecessary attention. At least use my bedroom window or something.
Very romantic. Want me to throw rocks at it first?
I shove his shoulder playfully. I like to keep my security deposit.
Just send me the bill. Matter of fact, pick any bill. I'll pay it.
Haha, I do like that.
You can always send me anything that gives you trouble.
It doesn't seem like we're just talking about money problems anymore. I know one guy has been driving me up a wall lately. Stupidly, the image of being pressed against a wall occurs to me. I can tell he was thinking much the same. Instead of getting flustered, I continue to eye him, losing a battle to suppress my oncoming smile. Guys, there's work to do. As much as I like to bang a lang right now and touch his wim-wham, we should probably get going.
I'm dealing with him too. Today's the start to a whole new Chronos. A whole new Nik.
I know.
You do?
I nod. He doesn't seem so confident anymore. He gives me a look, head tilting in contemplation.
It just feels good to hear you say so.
So, coffee, you said.
And it should be here.
Like magic, the doorbell rings not a second later. I shoot him a look. He shrugs, fighting back a self-satisfied smile. My smoothie arrives, and as before, it's exactly how I liked it, almost tasting better than usual. We sit at my breakfast bar, sipping away. It's quite an odd air around us. So much left unsaid, but at the end of the day, I was still sitting with someone I knew very well. I could almost imagine it was a regular weekday morning, sitting in our respective cubicles. I continue to sip away, and Nik finally breaks the silence.
Are you going to wear your suit?
I was gonna put it on before I go. He goes silent as if waiting for something.
What's stopping you now?
He asks, taking a sip of his usual, a cappuccino. I'm not getting dressed in front of you.
Why? It's nothing I haven't seen before.
You don't need a refresher. Because he knows exactly how I look without it. It's as if I already am by the way he looks at me. Crap, am I always just naked to him now? Time to make fun of him. Maybe if he behave, it won't be just a memory. He looks at me nodding, eyes big and wet, before turning all his attention to the tops of his dress shoes. I chuckle to myself. That's what I thought.
Ooh, guess we're going on a field trip.
I stand leaning back against the counter with crossed arms, and sigh big enough to knock over a filing cabinet. He's sitting, almost making himself at home. Well, I guess he did pay the rent. A little juvenile, don't you think?
Admittedly, getting dressed up in suits and fighting crime is too. Still fun. Especially with you.
It seems someone got his confidence back. We'll see how long that lasts. I leave to put my suit on in the bathroom before meeting back up with him in the doorway. You ready? He takes a moment to take me in before following closely behind. Take me in. We arrive at Olympus Town Hall not 20 minutes later at 9:10.
Wow. Bold of them to have their HQ in the public eye.
It's not the real Olympus HQ, of course. The real headquarters is a flying island above the stratosphere with a no-fly zone and 3 layers of defense. It's glass and white marble, built to look public-facing while still reeking of power. This is just a location they claim as their HQ for plausible deniability and PR. He nods in acknowledgement.
Makes sense.
I catch a glimpse of the hero statues, one of which being my own mother. As a child, I thought she dictated how the entire world worked. It reminds me, so you always knew my power before you even asked, didn't you? He catches my eyes, unmistakable shame coloring his body language.
Yeah. Once I knew you were Oracle, I started doing my research. They really shouldn't state so much even in confidential records. That stuff can be easily accessed if you know what you're doing.
There it is again, honesty. Of course it doesn't make up for everything, but it's notable coming from him. You nervous? He shakes his head. You aren't? Aren't you worried they'll try to arrest you or...
Oh no. I have you to protect me.
Hehe, yes you do. He could just be saving face, joking about it to ease his nerves.
Besides, they seemed quite excited to have me join their ranks.
Is that right? He nods but doesn't take the chance to elaborate. Doesn't really sound like them. Well, I also didn't think my mom would still be closely working with them. Well, there was only one sure way to know how it would go. I make my way towards the building, beckoning Nik to follow. He does obediently. I feel like I am my own guard dog or something. Chronos and I barely make it to the front steps before the media finds us. Oracle, is it true that you've been harboring Chronos for 6 months? Chronos, do you regret your attacks on the Chimera rail system last year? Are you two dating? The last one hits the hardest. Heart speeding up, sensing that this little scandal of ours isn't going to be able to be brushed under the rug. I stop mid-step, blinking. The cameras flash one after another like lightning in a storm. Chronos watches. His face obscured but body clearly amused, leaning back into his stance. Arms folded across his broad chest like the headline's already writing itself.
Define dating.
He purrs into a microphone. I shoot him a glare sharp enough to peel paint. We're not. I begin, but the storm doesn't care. A woman with a hovering drone cam nearly crashes it into my face. Oracle, how do you respond to the rumors that you've been protecting Chronos from Olympus Justice? No! Before I could respond, they ask another incredibly invasive question. Did you really change time so you could elope together? Correct them. There was no elopement. I was asked to bring Chronos to HQ, so I am. I advise you to spend less time fantasizing about real human beings and their relationships, and spend more time doing your job, reporting on the facts. I know nothing good will come out of this situation. I duck, grabbing Chronos by the wrist and yanking him through the crowd of bodies. He doesn't resist. He never does. Not when I'm the one doing the pulling. Yes, and I will pull him in more ways than one. Cameras flash behind us. Someone yells my name. Someone else shouts scandal. As I focus on escaping the herd, something nearly stops me in my tracks. Catching eyes with a certain civilian. The one in my vision from this morning. He stands watching from the back of the crowd. His expression is unreadable, nor do I have enough time to study it. I tear my eyes away and quicken my pace, practically throwing myself through the front doors of the building. The town hall doors hiss open and we lunge inside like survivors crawling from a pack of zombies. Security prevents any who would pursue. It's so silent that you can hear a pin drop. Still frigid air. Marble floors. The soft distasteful sound of orchestral strings piped through the ceiling speakers. A receptionist glances up with a neutral expression and flashes a practiced smile, unfazed by the chaos still unfolding behind outside the glass. I lean against a pillar to try and catch my breath. Chronos smooths his sleeves.
Well,
He says, glancing at the doors.
that was intimate.
Oh, shut up. You encourage them.
I'm not the one the public's obsessed with. Oracle, the untouchable. Oracle, the golden one. Must be so disappointing to find out I'm your +1.
You're not. I start, then catch myself. Exhale, inhale. Do not engage. Olympus wants him certified. I need him certified. Fighting about semantics in the lobby will only derail that. They don't trust you yet, so we get a safe house, PR friendly but contained. I tell him, gesturing to the high ceilings and the fake Greco columns. Kronos' gaze sweeps the space. He knows when he's being set up.
How flattering.
Yeah, try not to detonate anything. He clutches his heart like I've stabbed him.
You wound me, Oracle. I did that one time.
I ignore him. Walking towards the far wall, a hero recognition display stretches from the floor to the ceiling in polished bronze. It's part shrine, part propaganda. A display of heroes past and present, carefully curated. My name's on there. Oracle, third row from the top. Just below Talos, above Castor and Pollux.
Is that you? You look so young.
I was young. 19. That was after I stopped my first big bad, Leviathan, from flooding the coastline district. Olympus loves this photo. I gestured to the plaque beneath it. Oracle, the visionary hero, seer of threads. Defender of the Seventh Gate, licensed Tier 1 operative, Olympus. Chronos tilts his head, reading it further.
Very dramatic.
Says you. He laughs like that was the one point of the joke to begin with. I think there's a photo of me after you attacked the 7th District. I can hear his smile widen.
Ah, I remember. You knocked me through a statue of justice.
It was a statue of a judge.
Even better.
We fall silent for a moment. Holographs of current heroes including Aegis, Helios, and Thesis. One slot glows softly but is empty. A placeholder, probably reserved for someone Olympus is grooming. Before the silence could stretch too long, the receptionist chimes in through the intercom. Oracle, Chronos, Olympus will see you now. A ping comes to my watch moments later to come to floor 3. Chronos rolls his shoulder. I adjust myself. Here we go. The elevator hums with polite tension as we ascend. Chronos hums along with, and I hate how much I enjoy listening to it as we ride. I'll ride him. It's one of those silent models that doesn't show the floor number, no buttons. Just biometric scanning and the screen playing silent commercials on promoting heroes. All here to keep you from thinking about how much security is between you and the top. I can feel his weight beside me, but I refuse to look over. I focus on my phone for a moment, but my fingers tapping absently against it. With my fingers tapping absently against it. It's a nervous habit, but I can't seem to stop. He's quiet. He's never quiet. Comfort him. Nick, you sure you're okay? He turns and for a second I see the old version of him.
This is about trust. I trust that if you feel I can be better than I can be. I don't care if everyone believes it if you don't. Everything I've told you is true. I'm sure Olympus has something to see if they can be sure of my intentions. Polygraph, torture, whatever. I'm
Torture?
ready for anything. As long as everything I've told. Polygraph, torture, whatever.
What?
I'm ready for anything. As long as I can prove to you that I mean what I say.
I don't respond right away, keeping my voice steady and professional. It's getting ever so slightly claustrophobic in here. Nick, I want to believe you. I want to trust everything you say. I glance at him then, just for a second, long enough for him to make the move to take off his mask, to show me his face and convey his sincerity.
What more can I do?
I swallow, forcing my heartbeat to slow. I don't want to feel anything now. Nothing except the mission, the work, the objective, yet his words pull me in and I answer easily. You made me fall for you once, Nick. I'm sure you're capable of doing it again. I want him to try and sweep me off my feet. So much so that I forget the nightmare that has been the last few days. I want him to undo all the wrong he's caused. Make me forget about it all. Erase it with your words. Drown it out with your kiss and heal it with your touch. There's a beat, a space where time bends a little between us. He's always been good at that, making time feel like it could stretch out indefinitely or snap like a rubber band. I know time bending couldn't be his power. If it was, there's no way he'd let this reality exist. There's no way he wouldn't undo his stupid mistake. That would be so powerful, can you imagine?
Then, how do you want me to show it?
With gifts, with time together, with actions, with touch. Touch? Touch helps. He takes a hastened step, stopping just before me, suddenly unsure of what to do. I don't move, wanting to see what he'll do. Before too long, his gloved palm reaches for my hand, intertwining his fingers with mine, then pulling me towards him. He places my hand around his neck, my other following suit. He pulls me into a tight hug, his arms around my waist, breathing deeply. My throat constricts, as tears well up in my eyes involuntarily, but none spill. Emotion is so fluid. The hug, so tender. I can feel myself getting lost in it. I breathe him in, reminded of that wonderful mix of firewood and leather. This time there's a hint of something like oil or gasoline. He doesn't speak. It's clear how he feels with how tight he's holding on, squeezing my sides affectionately, swinging me in his grasp. If I close my eyes, I can pretend we're at his place, dressed in our work clothes, saying bittersweet goodbyes before I go home, soothing his whines of protest with strokes of his back, promising him I'll come back to visit him after work if I stop and ignore everything. I can imagine what our life would be like without Oracle and Chronos. Our gaze is disrupted by the abrupt stop and clatter of the elevator. The doors open with a ding soon after. I'm not sure if he lets go or if I step away first. Before I know it, he's got his mask back on as we both step out into the hallway, as if it never happened. At least it would seem like that. If I didn't continue to feel the remnants of his presence on me, wishing I could feel it whenever I wanted, for however long I wanted, What awaits us at the end of the hallway is much the same as the lobby. Only this time, my boss, or rather our boss from the office, is the one to greet us. Richard. He smiles. Yay, so much for that PTO, huh? What the hell? He asks, speaking much too loudly. What the hell is he doing here? How does he know it's me? I thought your mother told you that Olympus finds employment for their heroes. I shake my head, feeling especially dizzy. I wonder how long it'd be until you knew. What the hell? Were people just not gonna tell me? Never expected you to meet with Chronos, though.
Hey, Dick.
Now it's Richard's turn to look shell-shocked. Nik removes his mask and we both watch as Richard's eyes grow 3 times their original size. Shit, he takes a step back. Are you serious?
No worries. I'm one of the good guys now.
Richard clears his throat, looking doubtful and for a potential exit. His eyes find mine. They wanted me to tell you, Oracle, to meet in the conference room. As for you, Chronos? They're bringing someone to retrieve you for your polygraph. I cast a look at Nik before I follow Richard.
Don't worry. I'll pass. Everything we talked about, I meant every word of it.
Oh, how I want that to be true. If I knew I could trust him for sure, then maybe we could move past this. I follow Richard down the hall and in the direction of the conference room. Relieved to get some distance from Chronos for a little bit, I have a feeling I won't have many more chances of that. I find myself in a room not long after, greeted by someone else I know. Mom? Don't worry, it's only for a minute. I was asked to deliver some sensitive information. That doesn't make me feel any better. I mentioned it as an option before, but Olympus has insisted this is the best course of action. A hero assistant, specifically. Someone to train Chronos, because you are not qualified. Training heroes is an entire profession. Of course, Chronos only agreed to go through this process if Oracle was involved, and you will be, but not completely alone. I know my mother and Olympus well enough that there isn't enough room for discussion. Fine, who is it? He'll be here soon. I have some paperwork to get to. We'll talk more tonight. Okay, I almost feel like a petulant child. I don't know if I'll ever get used to my mother having been involved in this and kept it secret. Why is everyone keeping secrets? They say it's for my benefit. Then how come it never feels like it helps me? And that's true. I hate when people keep secrets from me. Especially when they're like, it's for your own good. Like, your own good, my butthole. Nik isn't going to be excited about this. Does that mean he'll react poorly? I realize one major error in my relationship with him is that I'm never quite sure what he'll do. Adding another party to this might just push him over the edge. Well, I wanted to see if I could trust him. Maybe this would help me figure that out. Who enters? I hardly acknowledge as he sifts through the desk for a moment, retrieving something. Then I realize upon closer inspection it's the guy from my vision. Is he an intern? He's shuffling through my mother's desk. Is he my mom's assistant?
Oracle.
His voice doesn't really match what I expected either. I catch myself straightening. Yes? The man comes closer into view, taller now since he isn't far away or hunched over. He's also quite stern, not breaking eye contact. I have absolutely no clue what he's thinking or what his purpose is.
I'm Wesley. Olympus asked me to assist you. Have you heard of the hero Thesis?
I nod slowly.
That's me.
Your Thesis. He looks very different. Like Nik puts on a mask but his hair's like similar. Thesis looks very different. I ask dumbly. He doesn't answer. His expression reading as if to say, isn't that what I just said? Sure, he said it. But from what I remember, Thesis was a larger-than-life figure. I couldn't imagine him with disheveled hair and wearing a sweater in mid-April. I wasn't expecting Thesis to reveal his identity so soon as all.
If we're going to be working together, it might help if you can trust me. Seems you've had trouble with that in the past.
Excuse me?
Either the infamous Oracle is naive, or you've been protecting Chronos by pretending to not know his true identity.
What the hell? My head swells, fire in my chest. What the hell is this guy's deal? Do you know what you're accusing me of?
Can't you predict the future?
That fuels the flame even more. You don't know a damn thing about me. And you definitely don't need to know anything about my love life. I never harbored Chronos. He lied to me. Should I not have genuine human feelings? Shame on me for not wanting to believe my boyfriend was actually a villain. My head is spinning. I wasn't expecting to be in this position at all. I never wanted a partner. But I definitely don't want it to be this guy.
Relax. I'm not saying that, only that you should be more careful. You're lucky you didn't get hurt. I want to keep you safe. That's why I agreed to take the job in the first place.
His sincerity, or at least what appears to be consideration, helps me breathe a bit. Fine. It's nice to meet you. It's pretty unconvincing. Luckily, he seems to understand and doesn't call me out on it. I look forward to working with you. I say, resorting back to my office job etiquette and extending a hand in offerance.
Sorry, I'm not one for handshakes.
Why? I retract my hand, embarrassed. Gosh, I don't know how to be around him at all.
But it's good to meet the second generation of Oracle finally. My sister's been a huge fan ever since we were kids.
My mother did mention she knew you. Do you work for her? And tried to set me up with you. I wonder how he'd react to that. Poorly, I imagine.
No, I've only spoken to her a handful of times. She seemed to be the deciding factor in choosing me to help you with Chronos, though. If I don't get the chance, will you thank her for me?
Sure. So what's next?
Well, it was advised that you also share your identity with me. I know you might not be comfortable, but your secret is safe with me.
Right. So just my name and face then?
Pretty much.
Okay. I bring my hands to my face, tentatively revealing it. It feels weird. Like I'm stripping for him or something. Oddly intimate. Look at his face when look at his expression when I revealed my face. I catch his gaze, almost forgetting what I'm supposed to be doing. His eyes widen. They're a golden color. Very pretty too. Very pretty. Too bad you can hardly see them under those bangs. My name? I actually drew a blank on my own name. Yinny. Look at the blush. He nods, his eyes now doing everything but meeting mine, skillfully dodging them.
Nice to meet you too.
The room goes uncomfortably silent. The amount of people knowing about my identity seems to be increasing by the moment. Why does he have to make something as simple as having a conversation so difficult? Maybe I was spoiled by Nik's natural charm, how he always manages to make every conversation effortless. Should we go?
We? You don't have to sit in on his interrogation.
I want to. He doesn't seem to like the idea very much. Too bad it's not up to him. He won't cooperate as well if I'm not there.
What is he, your dog?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not that crazy of a comparison. He clicks his tongue after a moment, realizing I'm not going to give in. He surrenders altogether.
Fine. Meet us in room 6. That's where they're questioning him. I need to get into my suit. You go on ahead. I'll meet you there in a few.
He turns away from me, stopping and looking over his shoulder.
Also, it goes without saying, but I don't want Chronos knowing my identity.
He doesn't say it, but it's clear he's insisting I don't let it slip. For my own good, it's really a threat. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Thesis.
And like I said before, yours is safe with me. On my honor, as hero.
So serious. I like him. He's hot. Doesn't even wait for me to respond before he exits the room. The way he came. I stand for a moment, readying myself for... No, that's the thing. I never really know with Chronos. And now I have Thesis, who I also can't quite read or even trust completely. Though it seems I'm left with no choice but to do so. Chapter 22. The hallway outside Interrogation Room 6 hums with the low persistent buzz of fluorescent lights and the distant thrum of security drones passing overhead. My steps echo throughout the space. My heart beats faster the closer I get because I know who awaits me behind that door. I stop with my hand on the panel, just long enough to breathe. I'm not nervous. I tell myself I'm not, but my pulse disagrees. I press my thumb to the scanner and the door hisses open. There he is. Hi. Chronos lounges in the chair like he's waiting at the bar at the high-rise, not strapped into a reinforced interrogation rig. They unshackle him, but his body isn't what they need to be worried about. His true weapon is the way he works a room with nothing but a grin and a loaded silence.
Oracle.
Okay, let's not flirt in front of everybody, it looks bad. He purrs. I can't see it, but I know that grin when I hear it. Saying my hero name seems to be one of his favorite things to say with that voice filter.
I was starting to think they'd send someone boring.
I volunteered. I say evenly, stepping inside. To make sure you don't twist this into another performance. His eyes flicker with something. Surprise. Maybe even satisfaction.
So, you still care?
Shush! I ignore that mostly. Funny how he always manages to twist my words to hear what he wants. The room is clean and clinical, sterile enough to make anyone sweat but not Chronos. Before I can respond, the door hisses again and Thesis enters. Thesis is so hot. He's giving me some serious, Jason Todd vibes. It's my first time seeing the hero in person. Even having seen him as Wesley before, I can still hardly believe they're one and the same. There's an air of unmistakable authority that radiates off of him from the moment he enters. He's a wall of calm intensity. Tall, dark, and handsome with a jaw tight enough to crack teeth and a gaze that flickers briefly, warmly, when it lands on me. Whoa. Are they gonna fight?
Oracle.
Hi. The way he said that was so cute. He says, addressing me with a subtle nod. His voice is smooth and deep in practice. Something else can also go smooth and deep. But the way his shoulders square just a little when Chronos shifts in his seat doesn't go unnoticed. Chronos doesn't miss it either.
Oh.
Chronos drools, gaze ping-ponging between us.
You know each other? I didn't think more than one hero worked in the city at a time.
Shut up, Chronos.
Okay, hang on a second. I feel like we should stay calm and not show him that we're bothered by his actions, Thesis says flatly. He doesn't sit, just crosses his arms and stares like he's daring him to try something.
Please, we're among future colleagues. Call me Nick.
That's going to piss Thesis off. Chronos says, leaning back, arms open. I flinch at that, just like that. I didn't think it was so easy. Thesis shoots me a look equally annoyed and confused, almost asking me to keep Chronos under control, to reel in the leash.
You know, short for Nicholas. I'm supposed to be on this, aren't I? That's my name. Do with it what you will.
Sure, but to volunteer the information was very odd. A token of peace, maybe? Thesis continues not to entertain him. The polygraph team wheels in the equipment. They keep their heads down, professional and efficient. Chronos offers his arms without protest when they approach, but he watches me the whole time they strap in his wrist, finger, and temple. He's practically vibrating with anticipation. Jeez. Ugh. The lead tech clears his throat. Establishing baseline. Please answer the following questions clearly and truthfully. The usual begins, at least from what I've seen on TV. Name, alias, place of origin. Then for the question I failed to anticipate, power classification.
I have a flawless memory. Can't forget a thing. I can remember everything in perfect detail.
I watch the machine. Hear the lead tech say the words I wanted to hear. That's true. Still steady, no spikes. Chronos breathes, like this is a game he's played before and won. The real questions continue from that point on. Have you committed crimes against civilians in the past 5 years?
Yes.
No hesitation.
Some planned, some improvisational. All brilliant.
You did not have to add the last bit. You're trying to become a hero. The polygraph holds. Flatline truth. Thesis shifts beside me, barely perceptible. Do you intend to continue engaging in criminal activity while operating under the Olympus? Chronos replies, slow and genuine.
No. I intend to prove myself. If I play nice, I stay. If I impress enough people...
He turns to me now, eyes gleaming.
Maybe then I can get back to what really matters.
The machine doesn't budge. He's not lying. My throat tightens. I do everything in my power to keep my posture neutral, detached.
You think this is some kind of romantic redemption arc?
Thesis's voice cut sharp.
You're not charming your way into the hero registry. This isn't about Oracle.
I fear the worst. That calmness slipping into visceral anger in the blink of an eye. I never seen Nick deal with someone so aggressively. He does something I don't expect. Chronos tilts his head, amused.
Could have fooled me. With the way you've been staring at them. Little obvious, Thesis.
Me? Me when two hot men fight over me? Me?
On the job, too. Very unprofessional, if you ask me.
Thesis stiffens just slightly. I feel heat crawl up my neck. What's going on? Is he seeing things? I will look to Chronos. I cast a look at Chronos, asking him silently to get back to the topic at hand. Chronos looks at me, and for a second the bravado slips. Just enough for me to catch something. The longing, regret, obsession, yes, but something too. It's written all over him.
I'm taking this seriously. You know I'm not lying.
He says softly now.
The machine proves that. I didn't come here to burn it all down again. I came for a future. For you.
The final questions are asked. Each one more personal, more pointed. Intent, motivation, loyalty. Chronos answers them all with the kind of honesty that's almost disarming. The machine proves it's true every time. Thesis glares at the monitor like he wants to break it. I fear he will. The tech unclips the sensors. Polygraph test complete. All responses verified to be truthful.
Which means I'm in.
Chronos says, rising to his feet like he's just been crowned.
Probationary hero. Isn't that right, Oracle?
I nod once. Next step is field integration, training.
And you'll be training me?
He asks, hopeful. He's not gonna like this. I'm not fond of crushing his spirit. I think I had best break the news. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm not training you. I say, glancing at Thesis. He is. His expression shatters for just a
Oh,
second.
you've gotta be kidding me.
Kidding you? Someone's playing a prank on me. Mother tried bombing a bridge like a week ago. Then killed a man in cold blood.
You know, Thesis kinda has a right to be angry. I'd be wary too, not gonna lie.
But sure, let's go ahead and sign his ass up. Why not make him mayor while we're at it?
He continues to grumble under his breath for another moment. Chronos claps his hands, completely amused by every word, audible or otherwise, that leaves Thesis's mouth.
It's good to know I already have a fan. I'm honored.
Oh no! Thesis cracks an ironic smirk.
Oh, I'll train you all right. Good luck surviving it, though.
Why is that so hot? What? Me when Thesis says something like that to me, but in a different context?
All the good that mouth of yours will do then.
So I know this is supposed to be a threat, but let me show you how good my mouth can do. Oh no. Chronos Chronos laughed sharply, surprised. Oh, I'm so weak to a black-haired man.
Is that a promise? Did Oracle tell you I like it rough? Do your worst. I'm the whole package.
Thesis' smirk breaks, a look of disgust taking its place.
Make one wrong move. One. And I'll end your career before you get your stupid little cape issued.
Thesis exhaled sharply, fist clenched at his sides. I thought we all remembered that Edna Mo told us that capes are bad.
This is a mistake.
Chronos just laughs, low and smooth. He rises, stretching like a cat.
I think it's fate.
I walk out before either of them can say more. But their eyes burn behind me, one with doubt, the other with desire.
Before you go,
I pause, looking back.
I'll be calling you to bring Chronos in for training. So don't make any plans for tomorrow morning.
Do you need my number?
Already have it. Olympus gave it to me.
Right.
Not gonna ask for mine.
Don't need it.
Now don't be like that, Wesley.
My chest tightens. My eyes find Thesis baring his teeth.
What the hell did you just call me?
Your name.
How?
It's just us. No need to be all secretive.
Yeah, how did he find out? He takes off his mask. I watch for Thesis' reaction. Recognition.
I told you it was Nik.
You know each other. Oh no! Thesis turns his gaze to the floor, annoyed, arms crossed over his chest.
Hardly.
He was my personal trainer.
He was your what?
I was. When I thought you were just a citizen, not some lowlife.
Harsh.
It's not like we were friends.
Hey now, I always thought you were a nice guy. A little strict, but helpful. I'm sure we can pick up where we left off.
Like hell.
Are you guys flirting or fighting? Don't you have to train him though? As a hero? He doesn't answer. He was already apprehensive to the idea, but now it seems as if he wants to just quit altogether.
How did you know it was me?
Why are you blushing?
Your voice. Voices are more distinct than people think.
I mean, he does remember everybody's voices. He does remember everything in perfect detail. So he probably recalled the voice.
When you first spoke, I thought, man, I've heard that voice somewhere. And I was right.
Bullshit power.
He says, practically spitting the words out.
So what? You're going to blackmail me now?
No. I couldn't care less about you or your career.
I shoot Nick a look, shaking my head, but he doesn't even cast a glance my way, never tearing his eyes off of Thesis. Wes.
I know what I saw.
Expression? Interesting.
She's off limits.
My heart races. The last thing any of us need is a fight to break out right now. Hey, relax! I say, pushing Chronos back. Despite the fact that he never moved, I step in between them in an attempt to de-escalate, though Thesis never got the memo.
Wipe that smile off your face! Threatening me with my identity? That's where you cross the line.
Oh no, the boys are about to punch it on. Thesis sneers, lashing out.
Like I give a f about your relationship.
A wide smile stretches across Nick's face. A smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes.
Then we have no problems, do we?
The hell we don't. Don't threaten me. I'm not scared of you. Think you're hot shit? I promise you're not.
Chronos doesn't respond, watching him, goading him.
Gonna hit me?
Okay, alright boys, calm down. Thesis stares him down for another moment. It feels like an eternity. It can go one of two ways, one that could end very poorly. It never comes to fruition, thankfully. Wes seems to have thought better of it. His posture straightens, challenging.
I'm the one thing standing between you and your hero certification. If you can beat me in a real fight, just fists, then I'll talk Olympus into letting just Oracle train you.
He can do that. Chronos' face lights up considering that for a moment.
Seems fair. So, all I have to do is beat you?
Wes's eyes close and he chuckles.
That's all.
Better get some good rest then. You're going to need it.
He's only confident. Too confident. Wes is still as a statue, even after being shaken with anger. It seems he was more infuriated from being threatened than anything. We didn't even know what power he has. If I was Chronos, I wouldn't go into this fight so lightly. But there's not a hint of worry on his face.
You better be more than just talk.
What is his power? There's an infinity symbol on his chest and I'm very, very curious. That's the last thing he says before turning on his heel and leaving. All that's left is uncertainty. Scold him. Bad, Nick, bad. Are you crazy?
Only for you.
Oh, shut up. He says without missing a beat. This isn't a joke, Nick. Don't threaten him. He's tied with Olympus and he's a nice guy.
I can feel how much he likes you.
You can't be serious. I'm not your property. If he wants to look at me, he can.
Not without consequences.
Oh, shut up. What? You gonna kill him?
I can't.
Because he's too strong? He clicks his tongue.
No, because I'm a hero now. But heroes can still fight people they don't like, right? I mean, you fought me every chance you got.
That's different. You were my enemy. You were causing trouble.
He's my enemy, and he's causing me trouble.
Oh my god.
I'm not budging on this. Besides, he wanted to fight me.
Yeah, because you threatened him.
He could have just listened to my warning.
It seems I'm getting nowhere fast with this. There's a good chance Wes has more up his sleeve than Nik could ever prepare for. I just hope he doesn't get too hurt in the process. It's gonna end up biting him in the ass, I can feel it. I know he'll come crying to me to fix him up. And I'll have to, because despite everything I care about the big stupid lug.
You look tired. You should get some rest.
Where are you going? He sighs, looking away.
I've got some training to do.
Not so confident now, it seems. I am liking this new honest Nik, even at the cost of his own pride. Well, don't let me keep you.
If anyone can keep me, it's you.
On a leash, right? I shove him away lightly. You're too much. He gives me a soft smile, nearly melting me into the concrete floor below. Nik! He looks at me inquisitively. I don't exactly know how to say it. Your answers, they meant a lot. It's good to know that everything wasn't a lie. His brows furrow. He looks at me trying to decipher how I'm feeling. I'm not all that sure myself. I didn't mean for this to get all sappy, just I feel relieved. Even if just a little. He cared for me. That wasn't a lie. Even Thesis couldn't deny that Chronos had passed.
If you believe nothing else, please believe I love you.
It aches. So much so when he says it like that. I'm getting there. He places a hand on my cheek slowly and carefully, as if he's scared I'll attempt to bite his hand off if he does. But I don't. I look at him unmoving, resisting the urge to lean into it.
I know it's too soon. I can wait. I plan to wait forever, if necessary.
Nik, please.
Please, what?
Give him a peck. I glance away, then back to him, heart fluttering against my ribs. I want this. Us, I do. But if we're doing it again, it has to be different. It has to be slow. Nik nods immediately.
Whatever pace you need. I'm there.
A silence stretches between us. Peaceful, not heavy. The kind you can only share with someone who's seen every broken piece of you and still showed up anyway. I'm not ready for everything yet, I murmur, stepping in close. But I am ready for this. I reach up, hand brushing his jaw. He freezes, not from fear, but something deeper, like he's afraid to breathe wrong and ruin the moment. And then I lean in and press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. It's soft, brief. Not a promise of forever, but an opening door. His eyes flutter closed at the contact. And when I pull back, he doesn't chase it. Just looks at me like I hung the stars.
You have no idea what that means to me.
Well, that's cute and all, but behave. He whispers. Probably more than it should. I tease gently and he huffs a laugh, nodding. And for the first time in a long time, I believe we might just make it. Chapter 23. The sun's barely up, but I've been awake. I sit on the edge of my bed staring at nothing. The city's quiet, though it won't be long before it changes. Nik texted me before sunrise.
Ready to start training? Finally going on that gym date I suggested. Though, not exactly how I originally planned. I'm taking this slow and steady. I promise.
It seems he's trying to convince himself as much as he's convincing me. There's a smiley face after his message. I ignore it and set my phone down. Not because I'm upset. I'm not. Yesterday was a lot. A kiss, a choice, a step towards something I thought I'd bury for good, and oddly enough, I don't regret it. Not even a little. And I'm nervous. Not about Nik or even Chronos, but about Thesis. Training under a legend is pressure enough. Thesis doesn't waste time, doesn't make exceptions. And sure as hell doesn't tolerate poor judgment. And me getting back together with a former supervillain who's been causing Olympus trouble for the last 2 years. Yeah, it's gonna go over great. Nik and Thesis already don't get along. Thesis calls him a reformed liability. Nik calls him a sanctimonious brick wall with no sense of humor. Neither are wrong to think so. This is gonna end so poorly, I don't even know what to say. I'm flabbergasted if I'm honest. Thesis calls him a reformed liability. And now I'm walking into a shared training session with both of them, while hiding the fact that I kissed Nik the day before and told him we could try again. Okay, just train. Just focus. You don't owe anyone an explanation, except I know Thesis. He notices things. Body language. Eye contact. One glance at me and Nik standing too close and I'll be lucky if he doesn't bench us both. My phone buzzes loud enough to startle me even though I'm wide awake. I blink, taking my phone off from the nightstand and squint to read the time. 5:37 AM. Unknown number. Normally I ignore it, but the area code is the same, so something tells me I should pick it up. I groan and swipe to answer. Yeah? My voice is rough, thick with sleep or lack thereof.
Did I wake you?
Yes? As suspected, it's Thesis. I didn't expect him to call for another couple hours at least. You didn't wake me, I've been up for a while.
Can sleep?
No, would you like to come help? It could be my tired brain, but it almost sounds like he's concerned. It's nothing new, just been dealing with a lot.
Well, I don't want to add to your plate, but I already told you I'd be training him today, and I'm sure if you don't come, it's going to make everything worse.
I'll come, alright. He's not wrong.
Make sure he gets here on time. I'll deduct points for tardiness. I don't have time for this.
Alright, I'll bring him. Might help things go more smoothly. I understand. I'll bring him.
Personally, I feel you shouldn't be involved with this at all. If he wants to be a hero so bad, why does he need you to hold his hand the entire way?
I'm surprised he says so. He only wants to be a hero for me, because I asked him to. Shit, probably shouldn't have said that. Watch, I'll end up being the reason Chronos is denied his hero certification now.
That's a poor reason to be a hero.
There's another moment of silence, something left unsaid that never comes, then a deep sigh.
I'll see you within the hour.
Click. I shouldn't be surprised that even the way he speaks on the phone is unnatural and stiff. The guy seems totally incapable of having a casual conversation. I know he isn't optimistic about this, but if there's one thing I know about Chronos, about Nik, is that he was gonna get what he wanted, if he wanted me, and being a hero was the only way to do it. He'd be a hero no matter how unpleasant the training. I roll onto my back staring up at the ceiling, trying not to anticipate what the day would consist of anymore. I stare at the phone in my hand for a few moments longer than I should, sending a basic text to Nick's number. We need to be at Forged in Steel at 6 AM. Thesis is insistent that we be on time. Not a big deal. Nick is always on time. I get no response though. Must be showering or something. Or pooping. Or, you know, fandangling the wimwam. I toss my phone aside. It takes me a few minutes to get out of bed, my body heavy with reluctance. Dragging myself through the motions. Shower, brush teeth, throw on some workout clothes. I know I should be more focused, more driven. But my mind keeps drifting back to... Nick. For the first time in a good while, I'm excited to see him. And that excitement settles in my chest again. The one that makes me question everything I thought I knew about myself. The gym Forged in Steel is still a few blocks away. Even though it's early enough that the streets are still quiet, the walk feels longer than it should. When I arrive, I expect the place to be empty, but the door is propped open. I step inside. The gym is dim, lit, only by the soft glow of the overhead lights. It's still too early for most people to be here. The air smells like rubber mats and sweat. But there's movement. I hear the rhythmic clink of metal, the slow controlled exhale of someone working out. Can I just say these colored plates in the background are some of the best plates that you can ever use. They are my absolute favorite, and they are very expensive. And then I see him. Whoa. Shit. Oh no. He has his nip nops pierced, and the tattoo is so nice. Wow. Are you single? Thesis, or more accurately, Wes. He's in the center of the gym, standing by a bench lifting weights, and he's shirtless. I freeze, my gaze locking on him before I can stop. There's no denying that he's, well, breathtaking. Yeah, he's very pretty. I'm so excited to do his endings. His muscles flex and shift as he lifts. The definition in his arms sharp and purposeful. His arms are much larger than I remember them being. I guess the sweater was more for covering his tattoo sleeve. He moves deliberately. For a moment, I can't pull my eyes away. I'm not proud of it, but I can't help myself. You could, like, pour water out in there and drink it. I don't know what it is. How he looks when he's focused, or how his skin catches the light. Or maybe the fact that this hero, this ultra-serious professor-level strict trainer, has a pair of nipple piercings. Before I can stop myself, my gaze lingers for a moment or five too long. I should look away. I should focus on anything else, but there's a magnetism to him that pulls me in. A strange sense of gravity I can't escape. And then, as I should have predicted, he catches me staring. His eyes meet mine. And for a split second, something shifts in his expression. His lips pressed together in the tiniest of smiles. It's almost like he's satisfied he's caught me in the act. I feel my face flush, even though I know it's ridiculous. I start... But the words die in my throat. He doesn't say anything, just raises an eyebrow in that way he does. His gaze flickers over me like he's evaluating everything about me in an instant.
Late?
I'm not late, he says, his voice calm as ever, though there's a quiet edge beneath it.
I thought you'd be here sooner.
Oh? He's teasing me. It's honestly pretty hard to tell if I wasn't looking at that smirk. I clear my throat. I'm not late. The words come out weaker than I'd like. He doesn't respond. Just goes back to lifting the weights. His body moves again with that same fluidity. Each motion controlled, almost hypnotic. I attempt to take a breather walk over to the bench where he's been working. After another small set, he makes his way over to swipe at his face with a towel hanging above my head. I pull my phone out and surprisingly there's still no responses. Maybe I should call him. I attempt to do so. And I'm stunned when that doesn't work either. Before I couldn't go anywhere without seeing him. Now I can't get a simple response. What is he doing? What is it with him? That when I make my feelings clear, he just seems to switch his tactics from smothering me to keeping his distance. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Does he just love the chase or something? I work up the courage to address Wes directly. What's the plan? I say, trying to sound casual. Wes's eyes are steady, unwavering, like he's considering something. There's a pause, just long enough for me to wonder if he's even going to answer at all, then his lips twitch ever so slightly.
You'll see.
He says, his voice lowering to a murmur. It almost sounds like he's amused, but there's something else behind it. A challenge. Or maybe it's just how he talks when he's not sure if I'm ready to hear the truth. He rises smoothly to his feet.
While we wait for Golden Boy, warm-ups. Partner drills.
As in you're gonna drill me? Right, I guess I should use this as an opportunity to work off some stress. I nod and step onto the mat. We start with the basics, shoulder rolls and dynamic stretches. But it's clear early on that Thesis doesn't do basic. Before long, he transitions into precision drills, limb control, mirrored stance switching, close contact, balance shifts. Then we move into grappling flow. He guides me through a momentum chain, one hand at my waist, the other bracing my shoulder. I shift, drop my weight low, pivot out, and he counters clean, fast, close, too close. The Thesis pushes for perfect form, for seamless execution, and that requires contact. Chest to back, hand to thigh, fingers adjusting my elbow as I move through the motion again.
You're stiff. Open your hips more.
This is very distracting. I can't even bring myself to respond with anything other than incoherent noises. He doesn't smile, but there's something dry in his tone.
Combat doesn't happen at a distance. You should know that.
I reset. He steps towards me again, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off of him. Close enough that if someone walked in right now, is Nik gonna walk in? The gym doors slide open with a hydraulic hiss.
What is this?
Why are you late? Nik's voice calls across the room. I freeze mid-shift. Thesis steps back immediately, cool as ice.
Chronos?
Nik strides in. Not smiling, not joking. He's in civilian gear. Bag slung over one shoulder, but his eyes are sharp, clouded. I can feel the tension all throughout my body. Uh-oh. We're warming up. I say, too fast. Nik lifts a brow.
Yeah, I saw. Looked real warm.
He says to me while eyeing down Thesis. Thesis walks to the side of the room and starts pulling up the sparring protocols like nothing happened.
You're late.
I'm going to kill you.
Okay, alright, can I spray him with a spray bottle? Bad, Nik, bad! He says, smiling wickedly. He looks like he's gonna drink his blood after he does it. Thesis lifts his head slowly to meet Nik's wild eyes.
What was that?
Thesis asks, slow to anger this time around, but it's clear he's nearing his limit.
Another threat. You really want to do that again?
And I thought I wanted you floating face down in a river yesterday.
He chuckles humorlessly.
Was your goal to get me riled up? 'Cause it's working.
I step between them before it spirals into something worse. This is supposed to be your way to settle things. No one is killing anyone.
No killing. But I'll make you wish I did.
That'll have to do. Thesis nods, expression unreadable, boldly turning his attention to me. Nik's eyes follow him. Like if he makes one wrong move, he'll strike.
We'll spar and you observe. Feedback and evaluation after.
Something tells me he just made up a way to involve me. This is purely a way for the two to get back at the other. Nothing will progress if they don't fight this out. I don't know what to do. I nod in agreement. There was no avoiding it. Their minds were made up. I'm basically just like in the middle of this dick measuring contest. Let's just get started. And just like that, the temperature drops. Across from me, Chronos and Thesis circle each other on the mat. No holograms, no simulations. Just padded mats and gloves. Gloves I had to talk them into using in the first place. Nik's different. Messier, sure. But there's rhythm, improvisation, like he's rewriting the fight as he goes. He's not showboating and not smirking like he's used to when someone underestimated him. He's focused, and he can probably remember all of, like, Thesis's move patterns and tells. Thesis, meanwhile, moves like a machine. Efficient and brutal. No wasted energy, no flourish. He's taller, faster, and less inclined to hold back. The tension in his jaw says everything he hasn't said out loud. They're not just sparring, they're testing each other. Begin! Nik launches fast, with full momentum. Fast and low, aiming for a sweep that would take most fighters down. Thesis blocks, counters, and the room erupts into motion. I watch every strike, every glance. Every moment where a punch lingers just a bit too long or a dodge turns into a near collision. They're not trying to win. They're trying to prove who should be here, who I should trust, who I've already chosen and haven't said out loud.
You're holding back.
Which sounds insane to say after what I saw. Does he have a death wish? Thesis snaps, ducking under a jab and slamming his shoulder into Nik's chest. It appears to do little. Nik grunts, sliding back but keeping his balance.
I'm gonna make it nice and slow. Just for you, since you seem to like that so much.
Are you guys fighting or flirting?
You're really that insecure, huh?
Fists collide midair. The sound reverberates and makes me jump in my seat. I shift in my seat, trying to breathe evenly. I think Thesis knows. Or at least suspects that there's something between us, because every time Nik looks my way for half a second too long, every time my gaze lingers it sharpens Thesis' movements like he's daring me to admit it. Nik feints left, rolls under a hook, and lands a clean shot to Thesis' ribs. Not hard enough to injure, but enough to make a point. Thesis responds with a brutal counter elbow that would have floored someone less prepared. Nik stumbles, barely catching himself. Watch it, I say instinctively, getting up from my seat a little before catching myself. Both of them freeze.
You worried your boy toy can't keep up?
Thesis doesn't even look at me, his voice even.
Oh, babe, you're worried about me.
It's the most calm and normal he's been today. He's like a dog. Thesis steps back, breathing steadily, finally looking my way.
If that's true, you should choose a new sparring partner.
Nik's shoulders twitch, but he reins it in, barely. Nik manages to parry, but barely. Thesis' fist grazes his cheek. He stumbles, then ducks under a sweeping kick that would have cracked a rib. He tries to counter with a grab, but Thesis twists and slams an elbow into his back. Nik groans, staggered.
That's round one.
He's serious now. Nik shakes off the loss, and is shocked shortly after.
You're slow.
His recovery was near instant. Thesis wasn't the type to make the same mistake more than once, it seemed. Watching him at work made me realize I'm barely keeping up in terms of physicality. Unlike my encounters with Chronos recently, Thesis is giving as much as he's taking. It was clear that if Chronos had ever taken our fight seriously, if he had ever meant to hurt me, I never stood a chance. It's embarrassing. How could a self-made villain be the generational hero? Has he weakened me that much over the last 2 years? Or did I just not try hard enough? Was it Nik's fault? Or was it mine? Nik looks like he's hardly keeping up. Unless he's holding back. He's draped in sweat, the weight behind his hits are no joke. Could he be putting on a brave face and Thesis had him on his toes? Or was he waiting for the right moment to end it? I don't know who I'm supposed to be going for. This time he moves fast. Quicker, cleaner. He lands a sharp jab to Thesis' side and he grunts. Then he follows up with a knee to the thigh, forcing Thesis off balance. A twist and a throw later, Thesis hits the mat hard. He hisses, driving a fist into the mat below, peeling himself off. Nik wipes at his mouth, chest heaving.
You're too busy predicting what I'll do, instead of reacting in real time.
Nik brings his hands to his hips.
All the good those calculations will do when I break your nose.
Thesis grits his teeth, clearly not too pleased at being coached by his pupil.
You're memorizing my movements.
Nik shrugs.
It's not cheating. I mean, you haven't shared your power with the class.
I wonder how you'll manage to be this smug when I wire your jaw shut.
Nik quirks an eyebrow, almost amused. When it came to being angry, you could very easily read Thesis. He wasn't the least bit satisfied with his performance in the prior round. Nik stands on the sparring mat, jaw tight. He tugs at his neck, looking worn out but happy, like he's hit a new personal calisthenics record. Nik exhales, still grinning, like after much work he's cracked the code.
Alright. Again.
It's what, round 3? I've lost count. There was no telling how long they would keep this up, and even less telling on who would come out the victor. They go again. The mat squeaks underfoot, hands and arms a blur of strikes and blocks. It's all technique versus instinct. They trade blows. Thesis ducks under a roundhouse, hooks Nik in the side. Nik twists and elbows him in the ribs. Thesis grits his teeth and drives forward, but Nik catches him in a lock. They're sweating now, grappling, bodies colliding with dull thuds. Thesis breaks free, staggers back and Nik charges. Too aggressive. Thesis feints, ducks, and lands a sweep that flips Nik onto his back. I cringe before I can stop myself. Nik doesn't stay down, however, he rolls, pops back up, glaring now. Round 3, to Thesis.
Your stance is trash. You fight like a street punk with a fancy watch.
Nik grins through a bloody lip.
And your trash talk sucks.
They clash again. Round 4, Nik again. He's adapting faster than Thesis expects. He's watching Thesis' patterns, reacting not with raw power but timing, ironically enough. 2 hours in now. It's going to be round 8 at least. It's tied 4-4. Jesus, how much stamina do they have? Both of them are bruised and breathing hard. Nik's eye is swelling. The blue one and Thesis' ribs are sore. I can tell by the way he moves tighter now, less fluid, but neither backs off.
Final round.
Winner takes ego.
Sounds like you've got the most to lose then.
Gathering the loss of their strength, they charge, blow for blow, strike for strike. Thesis tries to press him into the corner. Nik pivots, grabs his wrist, slamming an elbow into his shoulder. Thesis gasps, retaliates with a brutal punch to the gut. Nik doubles over but sweeps Thesis' legs, both hitting the mat as they scramble. Thesis is on top at first, then Nik flips him. Nik's arm wraps around Thesis' throat, but his leg hooks under Nik's. They're locked, neither giving in, neither landing the finishing blow. Fear makes its way into his voice, as he can't so much as form a single word. I shoot up in response, having seen more than enough. But before I can get a word in, Nik does the unthinkable. He releases him. Thesis coughs, sweat dripping onto the mat below. We're done. Neither look satisfied, both are breathing hard. Even so, they step back. Thesis takes off his gloves with practiced precision, never looking at Nik again.
Sparring complete. Debrief in 15.
He walks out of the ring, not sparing me a glance either. Nik peels off his gloves and sits on the edge of the mat, rubbing the back of his neck. I sit beside him, careful not to touch. He has a tired laugh.
I much prefer our fights.
I think they barely qualify as that. We sit there in silence for a moment. The gym feels too big around us.
Shit hurts, but I feel better.
Do you? Even though he doesn't smile, something in his shoulders ease.
Next time, remind me to dodge faster.
I'll try. I doubt many villains will be half as strong as him, though.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I always knew having someone like you as my partner meant I have to fight. I just didn't think any of your admirers would be heroes.
You don't have to fight him. He's here to help you. To help us.
Yeah, somehow I doubt that. I think he's trying to protect you from me.
I don't tell him that he's right. He glances over at Thesis, who's still standing at the center of the mat, arms crossed, watching. I can feel the tension from here, like Thesis wants to finish this with a real fight, not sparring rules, but he doesn't
I
move.
think he hates me.
Nik says, grinning. He does. And can you blame him?
Oh no, he wouldn't be the first.
There's something else he's not saying.
But as long as you don't hate me, that's all that matters.
I never hated you. His eyes soften, tugging a piece of hair behind my ear, thumb tracing my temple in slow, pleasurable strokes.
You've always been too good for me.
Contact! Contact! We're being watched! He removes his hands, standing and taking a deep breath.
Love you. I'm gonna get a shower in before we go.
I nod and he walks past me before I can respond. Heading towards the showers. No swagger, no cocky grin, just sore muscles and something like resolve. I'm surprised he hadn't invited me. I might have said yes. Thesis passes me on his way out, taking the spot where Nik was just sitting.
You shouldn't have come.
He knows just how to start a conversation. I mean, he's not wrong. But you invited me.
I know. But with you here, he had too much drive. He didn't want to look stupid in front of you. I hate to say it, but he's tough. I see why it was hard for you to beat him.
Yeah, now imagine if he made you fall for him too. I guess it's a good thing he's on our side then. I say, trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, I doubt that. This is worse than I thought.
Why do you say that?
He's never going to give you up. I'm surprised he hasn't put you in a cage yet.
I wouldn't mind a cage. Jesus. He would never. Look, I know how he seems, but he's never hurt me, and he never will. At least not like that.
Your funeral.
I roll my eyes. He doesn't get it, but I never expected him to. Chapter 24. Our conversation stalls at the ping of a text message coming through for Wes.
It's my sister. She brought lunch.
No, you shouldn't have.
He turns and glares in Nick's direction, now freshly showered. A woman steps through the door. A woman I know all too well. Wait! What? Whitney!
Hey!
No one's here other than us.
Perks of running your own gym, I guess.
Whitney's your sister?
Yeah? You didn't know?
He asks, as if it should have been obvious. Or at least surprised Whitney hadn't told me. No, though looking at them now side by side, I don't know how I managed to not notice before. In all fairness, Thesis and Wes are very different people in my mind. Whitney being related to Wes made sense. To Thesis, though.
Of course she doesn't know. I don't go around telling your identity, believe it or not. Even if it is to the Oracle.
He can see he's nodding as she hands a stack of lunchbox containers to him.
What's this?
Your lunch. The one you asked me to bring you.
I know that. I only asked for salt and pepper rice with some hard-boiled eggs. I smell kimchi.
Salt and pepper rice with hard-boiled eggs. Wes, do you eat anything that's, like, fun?
Oh, God forbid you have all the food groups. I had some leftover soy braised beef and eggs. I figured you wouldn't mind the extra protein. I packed some baby carrots and celery, yogurt, your favorite, and berries.
That's so cute.
I was even kind enough to give you a little toothpick to make it easier for you to eat them with.
He stares down at it and sighs, eyeing it for a moment.
Oh, I made sure none of the food's touched, and I also washed my hands between cutting and portioning so you don't have to worry.
His stern look dies there.
Thanks.
Is all he can muster, though coming from him it's more than nothing. Whitney rolls her eyes.
Yeah, you're welcome. Spent my lunch doing this shit.
You offered.
Only 'cause I knew if I didn't, you would forget and get all shaky and shit.
I usually eat when that happens.
Just eat now, bitch.
She turns away from him, huffing as she does.
Who's this?
She asks, eyes settling on Nik. He attempts to give her a handshake.
Chronos.
Before they can make contact, Wes shoots out of his seat.
Relax. I'm taken.
And I don't even like men.
None of that does much to ease Wes's nerves, but he doesn't move any closer.
You Oracle's lawyer, aren't you? Big fan.
Surprise, surprise, he knows that too. Whitney takes his hand hesitantly, looking at Wes and I, waiting for the punchline. but one never comes.
Whitney Fung. Of Fung and Fung.
I'm surprised she was willing to reveal that information. Maybe she felt safe enough to do that with Wes and I being here. Whitney's firm works exclusively with superheroes. Maybe she's just made as many supervillain enemies as Wes and I have. One moment I'm watching them shake hands, the next, I see a train derailing. Two figures stand on top of it, their silhouettes symmetrical. One raises a hand, and the steel beneath the train lifts with it, glistening ice cracking across the metal from heavy chains. I see the trains hurling towards the station. The lives of the people within the train cars and within the station no doubt in terrible danger. There's no sound, just the image, the horror, and then... My hand shoots out for nothing and no one. I gasp for air for a moment, unable to catch my breath.
Hey, are you okay?
Oracle?
Are you alright?
Vision, I say, voice hoarse, finally able to catch my breath. Just now, it was bad. I catch a glimpse again like it's far too vivid a nightmare. I saw a train on the red line, I think. It derailed. It was already dark outside. Two people with powers, identical twins. One had some kind of ability that was either telekinesis or the ability to manipulate metal. The other, it was hard to tell, but maybe some gravitational force or air manipulation? He sent the train nearly off the tracks. Could be a lot of things, honestly. Chronos approaches me.
That sounds like Phobos and Deimos.
Thesis' head whips towards him.
You think we're just going to take your word for it?
Chronos doesn't flinch.
You should, because I'm not guessing. I know them.
Whitney's eyes narrow.
Is that supposed to make us feel better?
He ignores her, his eyes finding mine.
They operate like one mind and two bodies. I've seen them take down an armored truck without touching it. If they're after the red line, there's going to be casualties.
I let out a slow breath and check Thesis' expression, and what he says nearly steals my breath away again.
We don't have time to argue. He knows them. That gives us an edge.
And you trust him now?
Not fully, but I don't need to trust him. I just need him to be right.
I do like Wes's little sweater. It's cute. Chronos steps closer, speaking only to me now.
I need to be out there on the field. I can tell you what they'll do before they do it. That's not nothing.
You don't have to convince me. I believe you. His eyes light up, instantly relaxing, having obtained all the approval that he sought for.
I can do you one even better. I have information at my place that could give us even more of a head start. It's more than Olympus has access to, that's for sure.
I press my lips together, playfully suspicious, dare I say hopeful. Are you just trying to get me to come back to your apartment? He's all too pleased with me saying so. No doubt the memories of the last time I was over come to mind. The parts leading up to his fumble, at least.
I'm always trying to, but I know the mission comes first.
Oh, god damn it.
Maybe we can get pizza again as a way to celebrate.
That confident will win.
I've got Oracle by my side. Anything's possible.
I steady my breath, trying and failing to not let those words make me lose touch with reality. He's always believed in me. He's always empowered me even when I was at my lowest and felt like a complete and utter failure. Even when he was responsible for half of it. Thesis stiffens. I can't quite pinpoint what he's thinking. It could be a great many things. Whitney, meanwhile, like a book, looks like she's ready to sue Chronos for breathing too hard. Nick turns to them, shoulders back and chest puffed out in newfound confidence.
I won't screw it up.
He tells the siblings, both look doubtful, but unable to say anything in objection, then pivots back to me.
We should get to my place as soon as possible. Gather that intel.
I nod.
This isn't a date. I have to come with. We're still on the clock.
You can come with. I don't mind if you watch.
Oh god damn! Wes looks like he wants to take a bite out of Nick's neck and tear his head clean off his shoulders. I feel myself becoming immune to Chronos' incessant flirting. It's music to my ears though. Not long after we find ourselves at Nick's apartment complex. I'm a little surprised he didn't have another location for this. He's just leading Thesis and Whitney Fong, attorney at law, right back to his house with potentially heaps of incriminating evidence, looking as if he's just bringing some friends up for drinks. If I didn't know this was his place already, I might have speculated otherwise. It's clear Thesis seems skeptical, but when isn't he? Nick unlocks the door and lets us all file in, one after the other. Despite Whitney's apprehensiveness before, some part of her can't suppress how impressed she is by the interior design. Wes, on the other hand, looks worried that if he knocks over a vase, he'll be millions of dollars in debt to Nick. I hate that I missed aspects of this place. I miss when things were simpler. Nick makes his way over to his many bookshelves. It's not quite a library, but it's clear he's well read, or at least appears to be. I watch as he pulls out one from the shelf, a thick one, and when I see it, I can't help but chuckle. Plato. The bookshelf opens like a sliding door.
Is that...
Lair. It's a lair. It's so cliche, it's almost genius. Of course he'd go through the trouble of having something like this installed. Whitney clutches her briefcase to her chest like a shield. Thesis is not far behind her, looking at it like she's on a hidden camera prank show. We follow inside, stepping into his old life. Holographic blueprints hover midair, mapping every major transit system in the city. A weapon rack on one wall. Next to it, a shelf of preserved organs floating in some blue fluid. Supercomputers hum throughout the room, and on the computer a list of names. I squint to make them out. Thana, Mara, Gorgon, Carver. Are those names? They're all crossed out. Is this some sort of hit list? Chronos walks straight to the console, blocking my view. Taps a few keys and up comes the security footage. Phobos and Deimos caught in grainy footage loading crates onto a disguised maintenance train.
Just like Oracle said, they're getting ready to board.
He taps a couple more keys, searching for something.
There's a departure at around 8. It would match with the vision.
Wes glares at the screen, then at Nik.
Do you have any idea what kind of legal suicide it is to reveal this?
She gestures wildly at the lab,
With a government-licensed hero watching?
and almost like she's prompting Thesis to say something. Anything.
I don't care about legalities right now. Or ever, honestly. Besides, it wouldn't do much good. Half the police force works for me. Pigs love their money.
Chronos says, looking directly at
What I
me.
care about is that Oracle saw what's going to happen.
I step forward, letting my eyes drift to the footage. I saw that train in my vision. This is it. It has to be it. This is good. Well, the information is. I don't know what to make of everything else. Sensing my discomfort, Nik addresses me.
These were my ways to make money. Lowlives tend to stay in their lane as long as their pockets are full. Didn't want any of them to mess with you, to take away from your schedule.
Had that part all covered yourself, huh?
He takes the words right out of my mouth. However, it's oddly sweet, even if the methods at play were extreme. There really was no limit to what he'd do for me. If I could redirect that passion to something healthier, I can tell he's trying. That he doesn't like the way I look at anything remotely Chronos themed. He's trying to rebrand, pave a new path by my side. He can't erase what he did, but he could correct it if it wasn't too late. He'd be my greatest project yet. Could Oracle go as far as to save her arch nemesis from themselves? I have to let him try. I have to see that if he's even capable of it. He just needs one last chance to change, or damage everything we've built beyond repair.
I need some air. I'm going to suffocate in here.
I'm right behind you.
Let's meet back up outside the station at sunset. We don't know exactly when they'll make their move, but we'll be ready when they do. Don't keep me waiting.
It doesn't sound like he's just speaking to Chronos anymore. I can sense that there'll be some talk needed when this is all dealt with. Honestly, I prefer to face any foe over Thesis when he's in a bad mood. Whitney gives us a once-over before speaking.
Be safe, Oracle.
I'll do my best. It sounds like some mix between don't die and don't let him hurt you again. I nod, assuring her that I know what I'm doing no matter how it may look. Nik's hand finds my own, squeezing before leading me out of the lab and into the far more spacious and welcoming living room.
I made a promise to you and your mother, remember?
He says, leading me to the couch. I take a seat, watching him as he kneels on one knee, still holding my hand as he does so. There's a comfort in his tone that you find in the old Hollywood movie.
Though my methods weren't always what you would have chosen, I wanted to protect you both, no matter what.
You can do that as a hero too. We don't always have to play by the rules either. My mother sure didn't, though I can't really blame her after being kidnapped. How was I ever going to bring this man home again and ask for her approval?
I'll be honest, it's hard for me to stomach anyone who hurts you just living their life. I think that's been the hardest thing for me to get over.
He's equal parts repulsed with himself and antagonized by the thought. Even if they're in jail, that hardly counts as living their life.
I don't have much faith in the powers that be. Enough power, influence, and money can make anyone a villain. It's why I never pretended I wasn't one. My parents have all that and more. It's no surprise I followed suit.
You're your own person, Nik. You can be anything you want to be. You're not predetermined to be evil just because you grew up wealthy. You live the average civilian life, at least in part. You don't think you can be better.
I can be anything you want me to be. I can be better. But just for my own sake, for New Lycia, for the greater good? No, I don't think so, honestly.
At least he's honest.
I kill because I know how easy it would be for a villain to find a way to escape. And it's a chance I'm not willing to take.
I'm not helpless though. I don't need you to fight my battles for me. Before you, I'd taken down every villain I've ever faced.
I know that. I just wanted to make your job, your life, easier. You've barely paid a livable wage. You work tirelessly. You have no room for much joy in your life at all. I have the power to make every problem in your life disappear. If you ask me to, it would be done. It might not feel good to ask me to, but just know I will. That I have. For the most part, anyway. You have no idea how many enemies you have. I've spent the last 2 years just taking out all the trash.
Jesus. Then that list on his computer, that hit list in the laboratory. He realizes my own recollection, nodding to confirm. There was no doubt those photos and videos Chronos tried to show me of Carver were evidence of all the work he'd done to ensure none of them came back with vengeance for me. He'd gone so far. You can't do that anymore. Doing that for me? There's so much guilt building in my chest.
I won't. It wasn't your fault. The blood is on my hands.
But he did it for me. How was I not in some way responsible?
Have you ever considered not being a hero?
No, honestly, no. The city needs Oracle. It might not have been my first choice, but it's something I take pride in. I've done so much good. I can't imagine being anything else. I don't want to be anything else.
I support whatever it is you want, but if you don't want to be a hero, you shouldn't be. It's that simple.
I know, but I do want to.
It makes no difference to me.
Don't you love me because I'm Oracle, though?
What? No, I mean, sure, I took on Chronos for you, but not you, Oracle. You.
I'm completely stunned by that. I hadn't even considered anything else. Oracle had become everything to me. The line between Oracle and Yinny was almost non-existent at that point. What is there to love about just me? I find myself asking before I so much as process what he said. Nik's hands find my face, cupping my cheek, shaking his head as if to stop the thoughts from poisoning my mind.
Don't say that. Don't even think it.
Why me?
Why not you?
It's not really an answer, but I feel that even if I was given one, I wouldn't fully believe it.
I love you. I have the moment you entered my life. Nothing would change that. Whether you drop the mantle or keep it, it makes no difference to me. I'll still be here.
He drops his hand from my face, fully embracing me now. I hold him at my waist, stroking his head to soothe my oncoming nerves. I feel like with every conversation we're getting one step closer. Maybe there's an entire nationwide walk we'll have to take. But this isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And the best things in life are worth waiting for. We shouldn't keep Thesis waiting. Nik groans as I say that, attempting to pull away. He hasn't told me much, nor do I find all that hard to let go. I know, but we need to get you your certification. The sooner you do well, you won't be on his time anymore. I try and imagine what our lives will look like if he becomes a hero. If he'll even work at court and investments anymore. You still working at the office?
No, I will be quitting. I hope you will too.
But I can't, it pays for—
Forget about that. Let me cover it. You shouldn't have to do that with your Oracle work. Unless you like working there for some reason.
I most certainly do not. But that's a pipe dream. I can't really just say yes to that, can I? Besides, he only worked there to be close to me. And when he becomes a full-fledged hero, Olympus will end up moving him, or I, out of the city most likely, separating us. Unless maybe some sort of duo can be established. That sparks an idea. Would you be my sidekick? I asked, looking down at me. His serious expression cracks a little, laughing.
Yeah, why not? Do heroes and sidekicks sleep together?
We have to take it slow. They can, but we have to take it slow. I break from his grasp. We're not sleeping together, we're taking it slow, remember?
I know. But do sidekicks look at heroes like I do you?
Haha, do me, of course you do me. I turn my gaze away. Forget it, let them move you to another city, I'll come visit or something. Even as I attempt to tell him off, I can't fully commit to my words. Frankly, I'm scared to give in. Sure, we're on the right track, but how long before— I can't think like that. If I'm just waiting for him to fail, then why not consider getting back with him to begin with? He touches my hand at my side. It undoes all the stiffness in my body and I turn to face him a little.
I'm not pressuring you. You just wanted me to be honest. So I am. I never said what I was really thinking before, because I was worried I'd scare you away.
I turn to face him fully this time, each word tearing down another makeshift barrier I put up. It's not that I hate when he flirts, but it just reminds you of Chronos. I keep separating them in my head. He's not either anymore, he's both. One I thought I hated, and one I loved with all my heart. If he's both, did I just hate him less now? Or love him less? I thought Nik was just a persona Chronos had adopted. But what if it was the opposite this whole time? Chronos is the extension of Nik. The man who'd always been so kind to me, even if I couldn't quite pinpoint where that kindness came from. I just want to know who Nik really is. I wonder how far I'll have to dig. I wonder if he'd just let me sift around as I pleased. What would I need to find to be satisfied? Would I ever find the source of his love for me there? Is there even a source to find?
Who I am deep down can't get enough of you. I'll take whatever scraps you give me.
Oh, I feel bad.
I'll be anything that lets me stay with you.
It's the truth, and that's what terrifies me. He'd be anything. Why be anything when he could just be you? His entire composure breaks.
Be me?
It's actually kind of sad that he does not seem to know how to live for himself. He asks like it's totally absurd. Like I'd asked him to become a cow and fly.
But what if you don't like me?
There's an edge to his voice. It's clear that I uncovered something. I shake my head instinctively despite my previous doubts. There's no way I knew you for 2 years and didn't meet the real Nik once. Have you ever thought that maybe I'd like the real you more? Judging by the look on his face, no. He really hadn't. How horribly sad was that? The truth is, in order for us to know, we have to try. It might not be terrifying to be yours. It might be terrifying to be yourself. It might be horrible to discover that maybe you're not meant for me. But you owe it to me to try. To really try. He goes to nod, but he needs to understand what I'm saying. Because I won't make this speech again. Because the only way this is going to work, actually work, is if you're open with me. Don't be scared of losing me for being yourself. Scared of losing me because you didn't try. I don't expect perfection. I never did. I could never expect that from you, even when you were just Mr. Perfect. What I expected was for you to right your wrongs when you inevitably messed up, because we all do. We can't control who we are or how we feel. Everyone thinks evil, horrible things, Nik. But not everyone acts on them. That's what separates the heroes from the villains. I don't care if you forego being a villain or a hero. But don't ever stop being who you really are. There's a long moment of silence. His face displays so many different emotions that I can only pinpoint a few. Shame, guilt, relief, and most prominently, fear. It's as if I asked him to serve in a war he didn't know he'd come back from. But eventually, after deliberating for a few minutes more, he finally acknowledges what I said.
I want to try.
I cross the small distance that separates us, pulling him up so that he wraps his arms around me. I make a move to stroke his hair, soft as I remember, scratching at his scalp in slow, deliberate movements. Lastly, I press a gentle, sweet kiss to his lips in hopes it'll ease whatever pain is tucked out so far that I can't reach. There's no telling what he's hiding, what he's so fearful of, how I factor in any of it. But despite everything, I know I don't hate him for it. I won't look at his scars with scorn or reopen them. I know that who I see right now is the real Nik. A broken boy playing a man. Our lips don't move, his body shakes against mine. I hold him against me to lessen the shakes as he lets himself sob in my arms. I know it must feel horribly humiliating, but I know just as well that it must have felt just as freeing. I close my eyes, tightening him against me, letting him know that this won't scare me, that whatever it is that's destroyed him so, I've been through something that also left me like this, and that all I needed was for someone to hold me tightly and not let go. It wasn't much that he had to let me go, and collected myself in the bathroom. Eventually we decided to leave and meet up with Thesis, not exchanging a single word until we arrived at the station. The nerves begin to settle in. The skyline is gold-orange with late afternoon light, but all I can see is my vision, that train tumbling from its track, those twins laughing like the world's a joke only they're in on. I glance at Nik, finding myself needing his look of assurance that he so happily provides. For a moment, it feels like we're back in the office, right before doing our presentation. All the nerves fall away because he's at my side, and I wish so badly that we were there as ourselves. Are Nik and Yinny the real us, or is it Oracle and Chronos? Do the masks hide our faces but show our truest selves?
Ready?
As I'll ever be.
I've watched clips, of course, but I've never seen you fight in person.
You're missing quite a show then.
Thesis lets out a sigh behind gritted teeth. You watch clips of me.
For training purposes, you're on the news a lot.
I find myself smiling just a little bit, as there's just a hint of crack in his composure. Nik is glowering behind us. Red Line Station 87 comes into view. It looks peaceful. If I didn't know any better, it won't last. I'm the first to spot it. There! Car 11! I sprint forward, Chronos and Thesis hot on my heels. The train is racing along the tracks uncontrollably.
Chronos and I will handle the twins. Evacuate the civilians. They'll listen to you, Oracle.
I nod. I can do that. The rail groans. The whole train surges forward unnaturally. Sparks shoot from under the track. In the blink of an eye, two muscular figures arise from the top of the train. One has a set of chains that crackle and snap with an icy chill, wrangling the train like a wild Mustang. The other holds twin batons in his hands. Both are completely suited up, the only visual marker their flaming auburn hair. A Phobos and Deimos. It's a weapon. They've taken control and we're only minutes away from Central Station.
Then we have to cut their control.
Thesis, I say, locking eyes with him. You take Deimos, kill control of the train and get rid of the chains. I'll deal with Phobos.
What about me?
Chronos asks, sounding offended. You keep watch on both of them from the back. You can memorize their rhythm and help us break it.
I can do more than that.
You need to do what I tell you. I meet his eyes, firm. This isn't about proving yourself, it's about saving lives. For a second he wants to push back, but he knows better to though, and submits, nodding.
Copy that, Oracle.
I take a heavy breath. The weight of their lives at stake sits heavy on my shoulders. Can I keep doing this forever? This type of danger, these sorts of missions. Chronos doesn't know what he signed up for. He never had to consider the lives of innocent people caught in the crossfire as a villain. He's never tasted the sting of failure. Okay, it means I have to keep fighting. However, those stakes push me to do better. The losses remind me that only I can help these people. No one else will step in to save the day. It's my duty as Oracle, as a hero. It's a life I've chosen. To do any less would be cowardly. I look at Thesis for a moment. He knows the stakes too. I can see it in the way he carries himself. I watch as he launches himself onto the train, grabbing the sign and hoisting himself up. I follow quickly after in a fluid motion. Chronos heads to one of the far back cars to keep a view on the whole battlefield.
Enough. This ends now.
He surges forward as Demas strikes down the heavy chain that Thesis dodges just in time. He jumps this way and that quicker than the heavy brute, as if he can sense his next move before he makes it. I had to tear my eyes away to focus on Phobos instead. I run forward, the wind whipping across my cheeks as the train rattles beneath me. I can feel every bump on the track, every jolt threatens to send me careening off the top of the train, but the pound on my feet keeps me steady. I grab his wrist, twisting it, trying to pin it behind him. He whacks my side with a baton and I crumble in pain. I grab the second strike before he can come down on me and pull him down.
Tunnel!
His voice rings in my ears and I glance up, seeing the tunnel rapidly approaching. Thesis! He looks just in time, ducking down. Demas takes advantage of the distraction and kicks him down. He nearly falls off the edge of the car, grabbing the side just in time. I duck down, pressing my full weight on Phobos as he reaches for my neck. Also, Thesis looks so cool. That tattoo is so recognizable though. I had to grasp at his hands as he cuts my air supply. The tunnel whips above us. As he forces my head upwards, I can feel the wisps of it above me as I roll over, carrying him with me. I'm dangling off the edge of the train, the graffiti-lined tunnel walls whipping by me. Upside down, I feel Phobos trying to loosen my grip as I launch a hard kick in his face, which buys me some time. From my vantage point, I can see right into the train window. There's nobody in the carriage. I'm sure they evacuated as soon as they saw trouble, but I never heard the screams of panic and terror that accompany every attack by the twins. The roar of the train is loud, but something twists in my gut. There's no coffee cups or newspapers left behind that I would expect with the panic leaving. It's empty. I don't have time to dwell on the thought as we're thrust back into the harsh sunlight. My eyes take a moment to adjust, just in time to see Phobos launching himself at me. A baton cracking an inch away from my head, I pull myself up. Why weren't there no belongings in the train?
He's weak on his left side. He never defends it. His brother usually does it for him.
I can hear him through the earpiece and take his advice, striking hard just like I practice in all my martial arts classes. Phobos crumples over.
Defend your ear.
I whip my hand up just in time to block the punch.
You always forget that move.
He's right. I remember distinctly having lost hearing for a day or two after fighting another villain last year. I grab his wrist and knee him between the legs, but he must be wearing good plating there as it has no effect. I dodge just in time as he takes advantage of me losing my breath. Then there's a flurry of movement behind him.
Miss me?
Phobos snarls and pushes him back. Chronos spins with him, landing on his feet as graceful as a cat. He pops up behind him, ducking another baton, retaliating with a firm kick to the back of Phobos' leg. Show off. Demas surges forward, but Thesis intercepts him with a roundhouse kick that slams his own leg into solid metal. He doesn't so much as flinch. That armor must be reinforced with mesh material. I lean forward slightly, watching. Okay, admiring. They're both infuriatingly good. Thesis fights like a tactician, efficient, deliberate, powerful, every move calculated, every strike purposeful. Chronos fights like a storm, unpredictable, improvisational, stylish. He taunts his opponents, tempts mistakes, makes art out of chaos. And I know they're both showing off, dare I say, for me. Something's wrong. Thesis is too preoccupied with his fight, but Chronos grabs Phobos' neck with one hand, holding him at arm's length.
What do you mean?
Something is off and I don't know what. This feels like a trap. I sock Phobos in the face as Chronos holds him out for me. For a moment we fight side by side in perfect rhythm. He knows all my strength and weaknesses, and while he's always been an enigma, I've fought him enough to know some of his tricks. That is true, because there is the empty train with no belongings in it. Something feels a bit fishy. I grab Phobos' batons, distracting him just long enough for Chronos to whip out his gun, firing a net over the top of him. He's tangled up, and I throw both batons off the side of the train. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a sign whip by. We're maybe a minute from the station. We need to end this, Thesis.
Get to the lever. It'll stop the train.
We both rush forward as I watch him. For a moment, it feels like he locks eyes with me before rushing forward like a linebacker, tackling Davis to the ground. In a flash, the chain wraps around him and he cries out in pain, the icy cold chill filling the air. He did it on purpose. He's buying us time. Just as I'm about to make the leap to the next car, something grabs at my suit and I'm yanked back. Phobos escaped the net. Knife in his hand as he jabs it at me, a scrap with him, blocking it every chance I get. Chronos stops for a moment. I can't see his face, but I can feel the worry. Get to the lever! Stop the train! The blade of the knife whips past my cheek. I feel the sting. I whip around, pulling Phobos with me as I watch. Thesis still has Demas pinned, but barely, and looks up in horror when he realizes that he now has to rely on Chronos to do the right thing. There's an awful beat where the only sound is the roll on the train on the tracks, and I can feel my heart beating in my chest. I trust him, but I focus on Phobos. I trust him. He knows what's at stake. Chronos grabs the lever and pulls, the emergency brake triggering, and the train grinds to a screeching halt. I pin Phobos, tying him up this time, and Thesis makes short work of Demas.
Convenient. The brake is on the roof.
He stands over Phobos, looking more than a little heroic.
Catch all that, Oracle?
I can hear the smirk in his voice. Yeah, I saw it. I'm out of breath as I look towards Central Station, only seconds away now. It's empty. It's been evacuated. Every step against the metal rings loud in the empty station. No TV cameras, no media, no police. Thesis grunts, looking up at me with a bound and gagged Demas. We need to take them in. Get Olympus to secure us a ride back to headquarters.
I know the procedure.
Then what are you looking at me for? He seems like he's about to say something but thinks better of it. Was this a test? I feel rattled. On edge. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. I look around at the ceiling as if quintuplets are about to descend on us. No need for transport, Oracle. Was this an Olympus test? I flinch when I hear my boss's voice as he walks up the train station, a few Olympus guards behind him. We'll take them in for you. Nice work on stopping the train. Chronos tilts his head, sizing him up for a moment.
Is this your version of the trolley problem?
It was good for Olympus to track you in action, see what you do, but put no lives at stake. This was a test. That's so shitty. I feel the tightness rise high in my throat. What about our lives? You more than handled yourselves. Are they working for Olympus? I point at the twins who are being carted off by the men in suits. Hardly, but you can trust Phobos and Demas to do the wrong thing at the right time. I'm impressed with your progress. Keep it up. It's so casual. Like he's giving me my kudos on my last report at the office. Chronos and I share a glance. It's instinctual. I round on Thesis. Did you know? He's quiet for a moment.
No.
Are you sure? He stands to his full height, brushing ice crystals off of himself.
Felt real enough to me. Be grateful that no civilians were in danger. And that Chronos proved himself handy for once.
He pauses for a moment.
Would have been nice to have a heads up.
Mad that the bosses are keeping you in the dark?
They had their reasons.
Seems I'm not the only one who likes putting on a show.
I'm still annoyed by it. I'm still mad about it. You can say that again. I feel my heart pounding. All of that for a setup. Even if we captured the villains, it meant that Olympus knew where they were and where they would strike next. Maybe this whole time. Are we just all pawns to them? Yes. Hero agencies rarely work out well. Chronos is already laughing, brushing soot from his jacket like this was a minor inconvenience and not the near-death disaster it felt like 2 minutes ago.
A victory's a victory. We should celebrate.
I remove my mask, realizing that since Olympus went this far, they were not going to be any media. I'd become incredibly sweaty. As I do, I notice a thick line of blood on my hand, but the source was from my stinging cheek. Oh yeah, they did manage to get a hit in. Nicked me just a little. I can tell without looking at it, it isn't anything in need of my immediate attention. Nick moves first, by my side in mere moments.
You're hurt.
His tone is a little playful, feigning a voice of one of the heartthrobs in those teen romance movies I watched growing up. I shake my head, chuckling. It's nothing, don't worry. I always manage to get a little injured on every mission.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
Yes, maybe, no, sorry. His tone is a little more serious this time. It comes with the territory. I'm sure you got a little banged up yourself, and I'm sure I will bang you up later too.
I was hoping you'd patch me up later, actually.
What's the damage? I ask, entertaining him, knowing full well it's nothing more than some bruises.
Wouldn't it be more fun to find out firsthand?
He brings his hand up to my face, further inspecting my cheek, careful not to trace his thumb directly over it.
It doesn't look too bad. It's a little sexy.
I have an irrational, or maybe perfectly rational fear that he'll lick it or something. Yeah, please don't. I doubt it'll scar. I've got plenty of them as it is. Now it looks like he'd like a first-hand inspection too.
Remember the first time we met?
He asks, his voice low and amused. I look at him sideways. The first time I met Chronos. Think I'd rather not. He chuckles, seeming to remember it fondly, despite the fact that he'd staged potentially one of the most dangerous missions of my career. What did he do? Luckily, it was just a bomb threat. A ruse. Oh, just a bomb threat. Did you really do all that for me? Bridge bombing, kidnapping, hospital burning. Why did you burn a hospital? The list went on. I knew the answer without asking, but I felt like I needed to hear it straight from the source.
Of course. I mean, it's not like I hurt anyone. Physically, at least. I said it before. I always had a reason. Maybe not a good one in your book, but a reason.
It's a hint of shame. More so from me calling him out on it, than him feeling bad for the people he no doubt traumatized. I can't help the laugh that slips out and catches him off guard. I'm content leaving this behind us, knowing that the overall damage was small. He done a decent amount for Oracle as character at least. Simultaneously he induced fear while also strengthening people's faith in Oracle. I wonder if that was all part of his plan too. He gives me a small smile. I place a finger in the crevice of his dimple, the right one just below his brown eye. He can be so cute sometimes, for a complete and total maniac. One moment we're smiling and I forget where I am and how I got here. Next, our little bubble we made for ourselves begins to pop. His posture stiffens. His smile fading as he turns to face him. It's like flipping a switch. The warmth drains out of him, replaced by something darker, colder, and more familiar.
What's the problem now?
Thesis doesn't flinch, his gaze calculating and unbothered.
She's not your toy, you know.
His voice flat, but an undeniable coldness to it too. Chronos' eyes narrow. He takes a step forward, but it's controlled. Dangerous in the way he doesn't need to raise his voice to make his point. The tension thickens. His jaw tightens and his gaze sharpens into something almost predatory.
You're playing with fire.
But Thesis just crosses his arms unbothered. There's a moment of silence, the kind that fills up the space between them, heavy and charged. It's clear by the way Thesis is glaring at me that he thinks less of me right now, judging me completely. I reach out to Chronos, putting a hand on his arm to ground him. Then Thesis addresses me, and the tension snaps.
Oracle, don't be stupid. Don't fall for it again.
Oh no! My heart falls to my stomach.
You've got a lot of nerve. You know that? You can stand there and think whatever you want of me, but don't try to talk down to her.
Shut up, Thesis. You're better than this, Nick. Shut up, Thesis. You're better than this, Nick. Nick, don't. I can feel all the progress I made start to slip away. Please, I don't care what he thinks. I know you can be better. Prove him wrong. Despite the tension wound tight in his body, I feel it break out of my grasp. He seems to ease ever so slightly at my words. We can leave. Our work is done here anyway. I feel a wave of relief wash over me again as he turns the other cheek. I follow closely behind, almost willing him forward, scared he'll give in and turn back to finish the job. He never does. I spare a single glance, no, glare, back Thesis' way. What is he trying to do? Why did he need to say any of that? The tension hasn't gone away completely, but at least the immediate storm has passed. For now. Chapter 29. We walk for a while, finding ourselves in the city park barred off to civilians past 8 o'clock. We're still maskless in our suits. The last thing we need is to be caught like this, though it's a little hard to care at this point. The tension feels like it's shedding off with every minute that passes. Nick, are you okay?
I would be, if he didn't insult you.
I catch a glimpse of his fist clenching. I'm certain his knuckles have gone completely white underneath those gloves. I don't know why he felt the need to do that. I think it might have been his way of trying to protect me or something.
I want to forget about it, but letting go of things has never been easy for me.
Was he the type to hold a grudge? Wait, I guess with a perfect memory that would be hard not to do. He'd just keep reliving it. Maybe I couldn't undone what's been done, but replace it with a good memory instead. I thought it was pretty hot how you defended me, how you didn't give in to his taunting. He turns to me, eyebrows slowly raising.
You think so?
I nod enthusiastically. I do. I knew you could. I'm proud of you. I know it's not easy.
You make it worth it.
I meet his gaze, the vulnerability there tugging at something deep inside me, just like how I'd tug on something else of his. Remember, you don't need to be perfect. I whisper, the words slipping out before I can stop them. I don't need to remind him, but I think it helps him. I just need you to be real. I need you to be a real person who messes up and tries. And just then you were. It was raw. It was ugly, but you controlled yourself. That power of yours, it must drive you crazy, huh? He nods. Something tells me I have no idea.
I can remember every second of us, every wonderful moment, and every mistake. I'll never be able to forget that look of terror you gave me when I revealed I was Chronos.
And that makes the two of us. I never felt such a deep sense of betrayal before. I'm surprised we're where we are now. I fully intended to rid him out of my life forever.
I knew then that there was a chance I'd lose you forever. You always deserved the truth, but I wasn't prepared to get rejected. I would have told you eventually, when I was certain that when I did, you wouldn't run away. But looking back, I don't think I'd ever had the courage to. I could never risk losing you.
His jaw tightens. He's trying to hold it together. I can see the weight of his words, see the man who broke earlier return. I can work with flawed. There's nothing I can do with perfection. He steps closer, slowly and carefully, as though he's waiting for me to stop him. But I don't. I don't move away, I just stand there, feeling the weight of everything he's said, everything I've said, and everything we've both lost.
You're right. The things I've done, the thoughts I have of you, all the things I do to keep you in my life, every thought of you drives me crazy.
The distance between us is so small now. I can feel the heat of his presence. His eyes don't leave mine, steady and unwavering. I take a shallow breath, a baseball-sized lump in my throat. He might remember every fight, every tear shed, but I remember something too. I'm starting to remember why I wanted him here in the first place. He takes another step, holding his hand up to stroke my face. I lean into it, almost brought to tears by the warmth I find there.
You can see the future. Tell me, am I in it?
This is very cute and very romantic, but it doesn't work that way, Nick. The answer comes easily. I do. Oh, okay. I know you can't forget, but I will. I'll try. I want us to start over. My breath is stolen from me as he hooks my waist, pulling me into him.
Can I kiss you? I really want to.
I close the distance and he follows suit, not missing a beat. Our lips find each other at the same time. I freeze for a second, the shock of it hitting me hard, but then it all crashes over me. The warmth of him, the softness of his lips, the relief I didn't know I was desperate for. I realize how much I've been starved of him. His other hand moves from my waist to up the dip of my back, to the back of my neck, pinching it gently. Wah! My heart hammers in my chest. each beat echoing in the silence between us. His hands are on my face now, a trembling urgency in the way he holds me. I didn't expect this. Didn't know how much I needed this until I felt his touch, until I saw his eyes dark with something I can't name.
I missed you so much.
He says between our kisses. He breathes huskily, his voice thick and deep and resonant. Nik, why? I swallow. I'm almost afraid to ask, but I find it in myself to ask because I really don't know why. Why do you love me so much?
You saved my life.
My breath catches, and for a moment I can't find the words. But my chest is so full, so raw with everything I've kept buried for so long. Is he that thankful for me saving him all the way back then? On a whim? Is that what sparked our relationship to what it is now? It's like he's unlocked something deep inside me. Something that was aching for this, for him. Before I can say anything, his lips are on mine again. It's not gentle, it's not slow. It's full of urgency, as if he's been waiting too. That, like, this is the only way he can bridge the distance that has stretched between us for too long. And kiss him back, pouring everything into it. Everything I didn't say, everything I felt since we broke up, everything that's been building up inside me. His arm drops to pull me closer. I respond instinctively, closing whatever gap that's left, never getting close enough. I don't care that it's messy, that we're both shaking. I don't care that the world is still turning, that it's probably too soon, but it still feels right. The rush of it, the storm that surges between us, feels like it's consuming me. Like it's all that I can think about. His touch, his kiss, it's everything I've been missing. When we finally pull back, I'm breathless, heart pounding, and the silence that follows feels deafening. Despite it not being, it feels like our first kiss. His forehead rests against mine, and I hear his voice, quiet and unsure. But there's an edge to it now that's new. It's different.
I don't want to lose you again. I'll die if you leave. I'll die.
Not the healthiest behavior, but I care about you and we're gonna work on that. He whispers. It's a sort of line you'd read in a romance novel. It feels the euphoria with a tinge of something close to dread. The concept of loving someone so much you couldn't bear to live in a world where they didn't exist. It was a beautiful concept. Yet it felt like a promise. Like the truth. Instead of responding, I wrap my arms around his neck, kissing him. Seeking that bliss once again. His kiss finds its way to my scratched cheek and its way down my neck. I drop from the tingling sensation, the tension from before all but dissolving. Nik! He smirks against the skin of my collarbone. Son of a bitch, he knows I like that. Seriously, we can't do this now.
Why not? We have no place to be. Do we? Do you want to do something?
Depends what that something is.
I was thinking karaoke?
Wait, really?
If you want. I'd like to go by myself a lot. Do you like karaoke? I dreamed of taking you on this kind of date eventually.
I do not, only because I think I'd sound awful if I sang, but I'll go anyway.
I know you've got a set of pipes on you. You're used to singing for crowds.
Sure. I like karaoke, it'll be fun. Gotta get out of these clothes first though.
I can meet you outside your place in an hour.
Sounds good, we part ways. Good for me it's late enough that Mom's probably already in her room. I don't want to go as far as to sneak out if I can, but I can if necessary. When I arrive, it's as I thought, she's asleep. The sound of true crime documentaries playing on the screen. It isn't but another 30 minutes that I've had a much needed shower and start sifting through my closet. It's a date. Maybe I should get a little dressed up. I eventually find something that isn't too fancy, but nicer than my office attire and more comfortable than my Oracle getup. I managed to make it out of the house and in front of the building without any hang-up. I stand a little awkwardly waiting for him. Before too long, I see him dressed to the nines waving me down. I squint to see what he's holding. He gets one look at me and whistles loudly.
Oh, you look.
He bites his lower lip looking for the right word.
Just wow.
And comes back with nothing. Yet it's more flattering than any subsequent word could have been. He reaches for me, placing a kiss to my temple, his hand resting tastefully on my lower back, massaging it in soothing motions. He plays on the strand of my hair, admiring my face from an incredibly close distance, tracing my cheek with the back of his fingers. When his hand is full of admiring and caressing me, he pulls me into a tight hug, nearly lifting me off the ground as he does so. I'd love to feel him this closely, having his affections displayed for all the world to see. It was clear from any and all passerbys that I was his and he was mine.
Also, I got you this. It's not much, but customary.
He pulls out a single long-stemmed rose he'd hidden behind his back. I take it, admiring the softness of the petals. You really went all out.
Hardly.
He gives me a soft, still nervous kiss, unsure if he's allowed. He pulls away, grinning despite being completely red in the face.
Oh, I love being able to kiss you for no reason.
I scrunch my nose at him, rubbing his lips with my thumb. Nothing I could do could wipe that smile off his face, I'm sure. He holds his hand out and I take it easily. We find ourselves on the same strip as the high-rise. Tonight there is live music filling the streets. I'd played a couple times myself. The atmosphere was immediately comforting. We find ourselves at a little hole-in-the-wall karaoke bar I hadn't ever had the chance to go to myself. I glance over at Nick as we slip into a cozy booth in the dimly lit karaoke bar. It's one of those places where the neon signs buzz and the scent of cheap beer is everywhere. The crowd's a mix of bold and shy souls, some singing like they're in a stadium, others clutching their drinks like lifelines, just here for the atmosphere. I'm here for the former. It'll be nice to fully unwind for a bit. Nick's grinning, his excitement so obvious that it almost makes me laugh. I love seeing how he can be so genuinely himself, so unapologetically Nick in the best and worst cases.
You want me to get you a drink? Maybe what I got you last time?
Sure. Yes, please. It might help take the edge off. He retrieves my margarita from the bar moments later, handing it to me. Hey, funny meeting you here. I turn to see my bandmate, Isla. I stand to greet her with a hug. Hey, how are you? Never better. You? I'm doing good. I'm on a date. You remember Nick? I'm familiar. Nick takes her hand, holding it as if she's suddenly gone radioactive. Why is he acting so weird? I'm surprised to see you two together. I look between them two as Nick does everything short of sneering at her. I can't tell exactly what he's thinking, but it's clear he's uncomfortable. She's so pretty, though.
Nothing to be surprised about. Of course, we'd end up together.
Nick, control your expressions. Isla only smiles knowingly. That's nice. Have fun, you two. Oh, and Yinny, say hi to Whitney for me. Before I can so much as think to ask her to elaborate, though, she's gone. Nick turns to me wide-eyed.
How do you know her?
She's part of my band. You didn't know that.
I never really noticed, honestly.
How does he not notice that? There's only 4 of us.
She's a villain. I've done work with her before.
I start to look around, not sure how to process that.
She's never done anything to you, has she?
I shake my head. Not at all. She's been really nice to me. She's the one that told me you'd been to the high-rise to watch me perform. He clicks his tongue as if something else had been revealed. How come I never saw you before that night?
I wasn't really there, but I watched. Yeah, I have cameras.
You have what now?
Look, I'll remove them. It was nothing weird. Just want to watch you without showing up at the bar and risk you finding out.
It seems as he explains he realizes how strange it is.
I'll remove them.
Thank you. We can't be doing that. He repeats. I chuckle despite everything. Please do. Just come and watch me normally. He nods shamefully. I can tell he's silently cursing Isla. Say hi to Whitney. They know each other too? Are they a thing? Are Whitney and Isla a thing? No, don't worry about it. You're supposed to be relaxing right now. I think we should worry about it. Where were we?
Want to sing with me?
Sure. Excitement bubbles in my chest. We stand on stage together for a while. I try not to laugh as Nick scrolls through the song options. He's already got a mischievous grin on his face and I know he's looking for something that'll be fun. A true showstopper.
I don't think you're ready for this.
Is it tequila? He prods, looking at me over the top of his phone. Ready for what? I raise an eyebrow, my voice full of laughter. Nick just smirks and hits a button on the screen. The second I hear the song, I drop my hand, almost cackling. Remember when we sung it during one office party? We'd both been up a long time, we're practically drunk on delirium then. I swear I might never live this down. I say, half laughing. He holds up the mic, gesturing to me.
We're going to kill it.
I glance around the room. There's only a few people, but it feels like the whole place is watching now. It's nothing compared to the crowd that's accumulated at the high-rise or outside, though. I grab the second mic from the stand, and we're both starting to the song. His voice is low, smooth, and makes me grin, like it always does. Did everything about him have to be so pretty? Who allowed that? The moment I hear his voice harmonizing with mine, then it clicks. It's just us here, and I'm suddenly caught in the magic of it. I start to sing the next line a little louder, leaning into it, my voice ringing out more confidently now. I'm not thinking about how good this should be. I'm just thinking about how even in this tiny karaoke room, it feels like we're in our own world. I look at him while we're singing, and there's this look in his eyes, like he's completely in the moment, just enjoying being with me. The chorus comes up and we both belt it out together. Coordinated far too well, but I can't help but laugh at his goofy expressions. At the way he winks, makes eyes, and grabs my hand, leading me all across the stage. When the song ends, we look at each other with wide grins. I'm breathless, but it's not just from singing. I feel like a piece of me had returned, like this is exactly the kind of thing I've been waiting for.
I think we killed it.
Nick says to me after dropping his mic away from him, "Stage right my ass." He holds out his hand to show me, palm facing the floor.
I'm shaking right now. That wasn't a lie.
That friend of yours, the mascot you were talking about, was that really you? It seems he's getting used to unraveling the parts he's hidden away all this time.
You caught me, yeah. I felt like I could really be myself behind a mask. I guess some things don't change.
Well, you didn't perform with the mask this time. He nods as if to say, you're right as always.
Now, get back to your seat. I'm not done yet.
Why, are you gonna give me a lap dance? Wait, what? He gestures me off stage, grinning. I do as he says, finding my seat. I raise an eyebrow, curious, but he doesn't give me a chance to ask. As the first few notes play, I recognize the song as well. My heart skips a beat. Nick looks at me and the playful smile fades into something softer, more tender. The light's too much the same. How do you plan this? When? It'll probably not be answered anytime soon. The spotlight shifts around him, and for a moment, it feels like we're the only two in the room. His voice takes on a new warmth, a rawness I'd heard only a few times before. He sings with such depth, his eyes locked on mine, every word meant for just me. As he sings, his voice trembles slightly on the high notes. I can feel the weight of his words, a lump forms in my throat and I blink quickly, trying to keep the tears at bay. This moment feels surreal, like some kind of dream. Nick's voice weaves through the room. The playful, confident guy on stage just a moment ago transformed into someone I can't quite put into words. I don't know when I started smiling, but I know it hasn't left my face since he started. When the song ends, I'm breathless, my chest full. The room fills with applause again, but it's quieter now, as if everyone can sense the intimacy between us. He steps down from the stage and I'm already standing, moving towards him without thinking. Before I can say anything, he pulls me into a hug. His arms wrap around me and I bury my face into his chest, letting the moment wash over me. Nick leans down, brushing his lips across mine in a kiss that feels like it's full of promise. Full of everything we shared and everything still to come.
The night doesn't have to end here, does it?
What are we gonna do? We're gonna bang a line? What do you have in mind?
Do you like dancing? I've wanted to take you dancing too.
I'd love to. I'd love that. The light from the bar and shop spill into the pavement, casting long shadows in the warm night air. I hope they play a slow song. A jazz band is playing live from a nearby corner, the soft notes of the saxophone wrapping around us like a velvet blanket. Nick grins at me, that effortless, crooked smile that makes my heart skip every single time. He holds his hand out. I don't need to think twice before I step closer, closing the distance between us until there's barely any space left to breathe. He takes my hand gently, his fingers warm against mine. We sway to the music, slow, almost lazy, as the city carries on around us. The rhythm of the sax and the soft tap of drums seem to make the moments float, like we're in a dream. He presses his cheek to mine, his thumb brushes over the small of my back, the motion gentle, almost reverent. Nick leans in just enough for his lips to brush against my ear and whispers,
You're everything to me. You know that?
"Ah."
I'm not scared anymore.
And in that moment, it feels like he's doing more than just sweet-talking me, telling me what he thinks I want to hear. It feels like he's telling me he's ready to be here with me, for good. I tighten my grip on his hand as we sway together. The city spinning around us, the music playing on, and for the first time in a long time, I don't feel the weight of everything that we've been through. I feel the way we fit, the way we've always fit. In the quiet spaces between the words we finally started saying. The night ends soon after, when we find ourselves back in the empty streets, bumping into each other as we talk about everything and nothing at all. A couple words are exchanged, as well as a sweet kiss on the doorsteps to my apartment complex before he leaves, like something out of a movie. Chapter 26. The morning is uneventful. Stand-up but made easy to stomach due to the wonderful date I had last night. I don't have a perfect memory, but I know I won't be able to forget it for as long as I live. Breakfast is made before the sun is even fully up. My morning goes by as usual. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When I was cleaning out the attic, I found a box of old videotapes. That's good, I answer, barely paying any attention. Remember the musical you were in? That doesn't really narrow it down. I always forget the name, but it's your first one. You were like in 7th grade or were you 14? I just can never remember. You were so cute. I'm so talented. You used to be so sweet and attentive. Were? I ask, cocking an eyebrow at her. Thanks, Mom, I say, taking a sip of my water. What was the name? Whoa! I spit across the table. Yay! What the hell is wrong with you? I can't even respond. I'm almost too scared to recall the image. Almost. I'll look again. Just not here. Not now. Jeez. Just a weird vision. Like a jump scare? Some cat in a tree? I say before thinking. Making it up as I go, while cleaning up the mess I made. As I go to discard the dirty washcloths in the sink, I retrieve some more water. Nick's name lights up my phone just as I'm closing the fridge. I swipe to answer before the screen disappears.
Good morning.
Good morning. I reply shyly, pretending my stomach doesn't twist every time I hear his voice, especially in combination with that image I have to fight to recall.
Hey, so there's this play downtown. Thought you might like to join me, if you aren't too busy.
His nervous smile is audible through the line. What kind of play?
It's a musical. The show's supposed to start at about noon. Is that too late notice? I already bought tickets, but you don't have to go.
I glance over my shoulder towards the living room. Mom's curled up on the couch watching some show where it's more yelling than actual discussion now. I can go, I say a bit quickly, suddenly incredibly aware of her every minor shift in posture. We speak for a little before I hang up the phone. Now a ball of nervous energy but also exhilaration. Before too long I'm in my room, resisting every urge to see that vision, especially now. I thought we were just gonna see a musical. How would a scantily clad Chronos file into that at all? It's not the sort of thing I need to investigate. Even when I do, it does little to no good half the time. Best to just let it run its course? Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I should look again. Look again. I wouldn't want to misimagine it. It was only for a second. Just in case I need to flee to the restroom, taking the longest time I think I've ever taken to recall my vision for as long as I've inherited this power. I close my eyes, despite not needing to, and replay the vision, doing everything possible for my heart not to leap at the sight. What? My brain wasn't playing tricks on me. What did he have up his sleeve? Or rather, no, don't think about it. I was excited for our date already. This wasn't entirely necessary, but it was gonna happen anyway. No sense dwelling over it and what it could mean. I had bigger fish to fry. Super observant mothers to avoid. I managed to make it to the front door and slip on my shoes, slipping when Mum pokes her head in around the corner. You going out? Yeah, just a thing with a friend. I avoid eye contact. It's weak and unconvincing. It might have worked when I was 16. With who? She asked, too casually, my fingers freeze on the doorknob. Nick. I curse myself for not even thinking to say Chronos. I'm caught, I know it. I straighten, preparing myself for the discourse that's no doubt coming. We're just gonna go see a play. Honestly, I don't know how this was supposed to make her feel any better. She steps closer, crossing her arms. Is this part of a mission, or... Mom, I love you, but I don't need a parental committee for every decision I make. You can trust me. Yes, I am like an adult. I find enough bravery in myself to meet her eyes. She softens, but there's still that line of worry between her brows. I do trust you. It's him I'm not sure about. He's different. I say, and maybe that's not what she wants to hear. Not a lot to inspire confidence, but it's true of nothing else. Her lips press together. She nods, not convinced, but letting it go. Maybe bring him to dinner one night. I mean, if he's serious about you. She's not even going to try and mask her tone. And me being her child and not want to back down from a challenge. I just might. I'm out the door before she can retort in any fashion. The theatre is warm and ornate, all gold trim and plush red seats. It's a little fancier than the play I was expecting. It's more akin to an opera house, but he keeps reassuring me it isn't an opera we're seeing this time. There's something wonderful in that. He always sees a future with us, even when things are uncertain. He never wavers from that. It makes me want to believe it too. We settled in just as the lights dimmed. The show was surprisingly good, funny, dramatic, full of men yearning. A trope utilized so well here it needs to really make a comeback. About halfway through the second act, I glanced sideways and realized Nick wasn't just watching, he was enthralled by it. His jaw was tight, with his hands clenched on my knee and his. I didn't ask. In some ways I already knew. So instead of prompting him, I brushed my fingers against his. He curled his pinky around mine, a covert thank you in the dark. As the curtain fell and the applause echoed through the theatre, he stayed seated, staring ahead for a little longer than necessary. You okay? I asked softly. He nodded once.
It was a beautiful show. Just brought some stuff up.
Good stuff? He exhales. I can tell he was forcing himself to dig up something that would have much preferred to stay buried. I felt guilty, but equally pleased he continued to do so.
It's bittersweet. I used to go to the show a lot with my folks.
His parents. He never talks about them. When he does, it's always in passing. I realize I don't know a thing about them. I squeeze his hand as if to say I get it. Even though I know good and well, there was much I didn't know still. He smiles faintly, eyes glossy.
Thanks for coming. Really. It might sound cheesy, but you really did make my dream come true just now.
I give him a small smile, making a move to kiss him when my watch flashes the oracle call symbol. Wonderful. I can feel the same amount of annoyance from him as well. Well, this at least might explain the Chronos suit. Hey, Yinny. I thought we weren't going to think about that anymore. Right. My bad. It reads immediate deployment, coordinates and brief incoming. Nick groans, head tipping back. I can hardly hear it under his breath. Something along the lines of hate, hero, and bullshit. They wouldn't call us unless it mattered. I'm already reaching into my bag for my suit. This is why we're meant to have them on our person at all times. I lean in, kissing his cheek. At least we got to finish the show first. He nods reluctantly, after we're suited up in some back alley as more details file in not too long after. Mission alert. 2-person investigation on the potential whereabouts of villain Eris. He tosses his jacket on, thinking for a moment.
Eris? I don't know anyone by that name. Must be new.
That put me at ease a little, just a small fry. Like some cat stuck in a tree, a teenager caught vandalizing. Hell, even removing some naked guy from a vent. If it was the last one, I was gonna cash in all my goodwill with Nick for him to do it instead. Then it occurs to me. Are they really sending me to do some sidekick grunt work? It had to be another one of their bullshit tests. Bullshit test or otherwise, this is our way to ensure Chronos could be certified, even if it meant doing annoying missions one after the other. You probably don't know who Eris is because she's probably a fake. Chronos crosses his arms. We'll figure it out as we go. For now, just investigate and report. We don't engage unless we have to. He nods curtly. We find ourselves before too long in a place known as the Paleon District. I'd only been a handful of times back when I was a fledgling myself. It was mostly a place for those who had fallen too far. It wasn't worth to most to dedicate resources and even arresting them and providing them with an attempt at a better life. That's sad. It was a chaotic concrete maze that led into many sewers. It was all rusted metal and mosquito-friendly waterways, littered with needles, condoms, and whatever filth you could think of. We moved quietly between puddles and shadows, our steps muffled on damp concrete. It isn't long before we spot what I even hesitate to call a clue. Written, almost drawn to the side of a building. A messy abstract graffiti with the words, "Live with the death of Oracle." Just words, but they feel like a punch in my gut. I point to it, not that I need to. All the warmth in him gone in a blink.
This better be a real mission. This isn't a joke.
He turns away, pacing. There's fire in him now. Old instincts die hard. He wanted to kill Thesis over making eyes at me just for insulting me. But someone threatening my life, that would be harder for him to get over. Even if this was all something Olympus staged, the insult was loud and clear. I walk up behind him, placing my hand on his shoulder, and he stills. Hold on, look at me. He does, and I see it. Fear buried deep under the fury. Fear for me or of himself, I'm not sure. If it's real, it wouldn't be the first or last enemy I made. If it's fake, it's just as a means to get you to lose your cool. Either way, it's best not to give in to it. His hand comes up to rest over mine. The air between us hums. I can hear the cars on the interstate above us finally, the frogs croaking and the distant friendly yelling, characteristic of city streets. He brushes his fingers against mine for a long moment, grounding himself.
Let's report it then.
My heart squeezes at that. So much so I can't even form words. I just look at him smiling and nodding. We head back on foot, going down mostly abandoned city slums. The clouds are thick and low, the distinct smell of rain and the low rumbling of thunder starting to build. Before too long, the sky opens up. The downpour is sudden, unrelenting. Chronos curses under his breath and pulls me under a minimally covered doorway. We're both already soaked. Even still, he removes his coat and places it over my shoulders.
Wait here.
He instructs, and before I can protest, he's ducking into a tiny convenience store on the counter. A minute or so later, he's back triumphantly wielding an with little ducks on it. That's cute.
It's all they had, but it's cute.
I laugh despite myself and step under it with him. Since it's so small, he pulls me close, an arm around my waist, warm even through the wet fabric. This must have been his plan all along. You're ridiculous. I murmur affectionately. We walk in step, the umbrella swaying gently above us. The rain is relentless, but it's found a steady rhythm. In this hazy, quiet street filled with the sounds of our steps, the rain hitting the plastic above us, and the distant rumble of thunder, it feels almost romantic.
I'm singing in the rain.
He sings softly, silly and pleasant. He sure does love his musicals. Were you a theatre kid by any chance? He blanches at that. Turning his face away from me, I thought it was obvious. Though it's never something we discuss much at work either now that I think about it. I was never a theatre kid. I was too shy, so I never did anything. That's never something we discuss much at work either now that I think about it.
What gave it away?
He asked, like he'd been caught doing something much more worthy of shame. You seem to love it. It explains why you can sing and act. I realized only after I say it how scathing it was. I didn't mean...
No, you're right. I was in musical theater. It was a long time ago.
Then we're interrupted by an awful sound. A sharp, high-pitched yowl almost swallowed by the thunder. We stop short. Did you hear that? We follow the sound across the street and find it. A tiny black kitten barely older than a few weeks, soaked to the skin, tangled in the low branches of a bent tree half submerged in a drainage ditch.
Hang on, buddy.
Chronos mutters, already moving. Wait, be careful! Oh, he's so cute! But he's already in the water, boots slushing, one hand shielding the kitten from the downpour. He lifts it gently, cradles it like it's made of glass, and murmurs to it in an attempt to comfort it. I step forward, relieved. There's something about the image, Chronos, dripping, cradling this tiny helpless thing that knocks the air out of me. You're becoming more of a hero every day. I say quietly. He ignores that in favor of inspecting the kitten, holding it up. It's so tiny, just a little void with eyeballs. Is it a boy? He nods, smiling.
Poor baby. How did you end up here?
Of course he doesn't expect an answer, he just looks up at him lovingly.
He seems alright. Just scared and wet.
What will you call him?
For some reason, I'm thinking Kobe, but I want you to name him.
Why would I name a cat anything but Puddles? I like Puddles. For him.
Oh, I like that too. I'm taking him home with me. You want to come home with me?
He coos. Back at Nick's apartment, the rain hammers against the window. The kitten is bathed, fed, and now bundled in a towel on the couch. Finally asleep, a tiny black puffball rising and falling with each breath. I'm standing and hanging up the Chronos jacket to dry before above the kid-sized duck umbrella. Thankfully, Hero sits dry quickly.
You should still take a shower. Don't want to get you sick.
I quirk an eyebrow suspiciously. He doesn't see it and he doesn't say anything else. His tone seems to be sincere, and had I had any other vision this morning, I might have been inclined to believe him. But instead, he gives me a small smile and retreats into his bedroom. Odd, I guess. I guess I should use the guest bedroom then. I managed to get a shower. The vision I had filed away into the back of my mind is now back front and center. I never had a false vision. Maybe one I misinterpreted, sure, but never one that didn't come to pass. Was he playing coy? Hard to get, even. I fiddle through my bag and retrieve my date clothes from before. I step out of the door, the apartment filled with silence. I peek through his bedroom door, watching Nick, still in his Chronos attire, sitting on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands. Every time I blinked, I saw flickers of that confident smile in the corners of my eyes. But here in reality, Chronos' demeanor is anything but that. His shoulders are hunched like he's bracing for a hit that already landed. Flashes of lightning show him better. He's deep in thought, maybe. The vision comes to mind again. Tell him about it. I step into the room quietly, like I might scare him off if I move too fast. The mood feels wrong. I want to do whatever necessary to correct it. Was it because of the play or the threat or even puddles? I had a vision of you this morning. I say carefully.
Yeah?
He asks, sounding distant. He has an attempt to look up at me. So I continued despite myself. You looked, well, like something out of an erotic magazine or something. He lets out a breath that sounds more like a scoff.
Your visions always come true?
I sit beside him close enough that I need his touch. Yeah, there's a silence that hangs for a while. The storm helps a bit from making it too uncomfortable but no less ominous. Then Chronos speaks, his voice low and sounding further and further away.
I don't feel like that guy today. I'm sorry.
He moves his hands at his sides. His fingers dig into the sheets as he keeps his eyes fixed on the floor.
I enjoy having you around. Enjoyed the time we had today, but it also just...
He's struggling on how to elaborate. Take your time, I tell him, placing a hand gently on one of his. I watch as he swallows hard.
I've never talked about this before.
He starts.
I really don't want to tell you. It's worse than you finding out on Chronos.
His jaw tightens, and my throat does right along with him. He still won't meet my eyes. I want to tell him that he doesn't have to. But I know I can't say that. I know that nothing will ever change, ever get better or heal if he doesn't tell me. So instead I wait. Not sure if I should leave my hand on his or not. I settle for leaving it next to him, not quite touching. He needs to tell me. No matter how hard, no matter how bad it is. Before he speaks, he looks to the ceiling for guidance.
Chronos is who I always wanted to be. Who Nick could never be. He made Nick look better by comparison. I wanted to be someone who could sing in front of people. Who could wear eyeliner, glitter, and heels without thinking twice. And every time I got close to being him, kids at school, my own parents, made sure I knew I could never be him. At least, not without consequences.
Well, that sucks. It's something he said before. But in this moment, it sounded like he was quoting someone.
I remember everything. How, after seeing my first play with my parents, I dreamt of being in one from that moment on. I remember singing in an empty classroom. To work up the courage to audition for choir, I remembered the horror of being discovered when I did. The way they laughed when they took videos, and how much I no longer wanted to live when I saw them posted online. I was taunted and mocked all throughout middle school. First for my eyes, then for being fat, then it was for being gay. It didn't end at school either. I remember when my dad found a script I was working on once and tore it in half. Said theater was for queers.
Well, your dad is a piece of shit.
I'd embarrass our family name. I'd end up beaten and dead on the streets. That no real man stood under stage lights unless he was there to fix them. That if I wanted people to like me, I just need to get off my lazy ass and play football or something. Then maybe kids wouldn't make fun of me. I remember how my mother stood behind him when he said those horrible things and did nothing.
The bitterness in his voice is sharp enough to cut glass.
I remember how nothing changed, even when I tried and failed to kill myself.
This is really sad. There's a long silence, one I'd never be able to break. I'd have sat for the rest of my life if I had to.
I remember waking up and seeing white everywhere, hearing my father shame me.
not hearing my mother say anything. I remember thinking nothing was ever going to change.
Look at that poor boy.
I felt trapped in my own skin. I wanted a way out, and music was that way out, but caused me just as much pain. So I wanted to quit. I wanted to pack away all my dreams and start pretending I'd never wanted it in the first place. I'd laugh at myself before anyone else could. And in the end, I still made myself small. And after a while, I guess I just forgot how to be anything else.
Finally, he looks at me like I was seeing him for the very first time. My chest aches for him, stings, as I can't even begin to imagine all those things that tormented him. That still torment him as if they were happening right now.
That musical you were in, do you remember it?
I begin to gape thinking back. I remember it. Yeah, it's what made me fall in love with music. It changed my life. He nods knowingly.
You saved my life.
He said it before, but I knew then. It wasn't the time at the high-rise he was talking about.
That musical you were in, I'd watch it on my laptop while I recovered. Your performance saved my life.
I take his hands and hold them in mine now, steadying myself as much as I am doing it for him, like something's threatening to come out that can never be put back in.
It changed everything for me. It made me want to try, even when it felt hopeless. I wanted to at least try again. The bullying never stopped. My parents were never stellar, but it got better in small ways. I joined theater, met friends who shared my passion. I lost weight by the time I started high school. I even had a girlfriend for most of it. Eventually, I'd become a top scholar, an attractive kid, a star. I realized all I had to do was play the part of someone who had it all together. And eventually, I was that person. I played the role of my life. I played the role of someone worth loving. And whoever Nik was disappeared right along with it.
This is upsetting.
Everyone loved me more when I wasn't me. Nik did die back then. Or at least I thought. Every time I'm with you lately, it feels like a part of him comes back. And I'm terrified you'll hate him too. I couldn't live with that. I'd be anything to be with you, but you want me to be myself, and I don't know how to do that anymore.
His breath hitches. Tears spill and he shuts his eyes, but he hardly wills them away. I wrap my arms around him and thank God he doesn't pull away. He collapses into me, burying his face in my shoulder as the dam finally breaks. The world unravels around us as I feel something between us finally shift and click into place. This is Nik. This is who I loved. Who I love. I kiss his shoulder in return, rubbing his back in long, soothing strokes. I love you, Nik. I always have. Thank you for telling me. I know it was impossible to do. He can't even form words now. I stroke his head, falling back onto the bed behind us, pulling him with me, letting him rest on top of me as I soothe him continuously. The storm outside rages on. I hold Nik in my arms, his body trembling against mine. The cold, sleek fabric of his villain suit pressed tightly to my skin. He'd always been the enemy. The villain. The one I was supposed to stop, yet here we are, tangled in each other's arms. And my role as his adversary all but forgotten. His breath comes in shallow gasps, each one trembling as he nuzzles closer into my chest. His hands are shaking, his fingers clenching at my suit like he's afraid to let go. Like he's afraid to be seen this way. He's too vulnerable and uncomfortably human. I run my fingers through his hair, soft, as if the simple touch could smooth out the chaos in his mind. His eyes are closed, his forehead pressed lightly against my collarbone. The rain beats against the window, relentless and cold. And here in this small space between us there's warmth, one I want to protect more than I ever had before. If you needed someone to protect, I'd be invincible. You don't have to carry all this alone anymore, Nik. I say softly, my voice barely audible over the thunder. It was a quiet promise. One I wish I could make him believe, one I keep no matter what. He shifts slightly, his face tilting up to meet mine. I see the rawness in his expression, the cracks in the facade he's worn for so long, the mask of invulnerability slipping away. I swallow hard, finding the swell of emotions in my chest. I pull him closer, my arms tightening around him. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to explain anything. Just know I'll be here. His chest rises and falls in ragged breaths. And as I instructed, he doesn't say anything. Instead, he clings to me like I'm his anchor. The weight of the years, the mistakes, the regrets. He's always been alone with it. I hold him, offering him a safety he's never had. I gently tilt his chin up, and his gaze meets mine, searching and desperate. There's a flicker of uncertainty, a flicker of something real behind the usually guarded walls of his mismatched eyes. He's afraid of being seen, of being loved, or trusting someone enough to let go. I'm right here, I whisper, my thumb brushing over his lips. He leans into my touch, the faintest tremble in his hands betraying the turmoil inside. For a moment, he just looks at me. Then his lips press against mine, tentative at first, like he's testing the waters, unsure if it's safe to fully let go. I kiss him back gently, letting him guide the pace. His hands slide up my chest, the cold touch of his fingers slipping beneath the fabric of my clothes. Seeking warmth, seeking something to hold on to. I place him on his back. My vision comes true. I take it in for a moment. It looks so different now. His Chronos suit falls to the floor with a soft thud. It's then I can see when the lightning flashes. The stretch marks on the soft part of his arms, on the sides of his now sculpted stomach, and the evidence of a life. I had no clue he even lived before today. I place a gentle kiss to them as I find them, admiring his body and letting him know that I still see him for the gorgeous man he is. He looks uncomfortable for a moment, but I reach out, tracing the lines of his jaw with my fingers now. You're beautiful. His hands shake as they touch me again, exploring my own bare skin. I kiss him again, this time with more urgency, as if we're both trying to erase the pain of the past, to replace it with something softer. His hands slide down my back, pulling me closer, and I let him. I want to feel every inch of him. I want to know that this moment, this connection, is more than just the sum of our past. That despite everything we've been through, we can find something good in what we have. We move together, slow and careful, as if neither of us is sure whether we deserve this tenderness. But it's the only thing that feels right in this chaos we found ourselves in. He's trembling beneath me, but it's not from fear anymore. He's letting me in, and it feels like we're paving the way for something new. I feel like we are on the way to a good ending. Every kiss is a promise. Every touch an attempt to soothe the wounds we carry. The storm outside continues to howl, but here inside there's only comforting sounds. A song of our own. I press my lips against his neck, feeling the pulse of his heartbeat beneath my mouth, steady and strong. We continuously say each other's names as if it's a mantra, like it'll fix whatever is broken inside of us. It's just us, tangled in the sheets, lost in each other. His kisses are softer now, deeper, as if he's finally giving himself permission, as if he's convinced himself he can have this. Despite all else, he's allowed to have this, and I give it to him. I let go, I hold him, I feel him, love him with all the tenderness I've been wanting to show him for so long. Show him all the love I was scared to before. The night carries on as we find shelter in each other, one we've never known before. It's clear to me now that we can truly weather anything. Chapter 27. It's all new as I wake up to the gentle sound of Nik's breathing beside me. I see for the first time how his skin glows beneath the early morning sun. Feel him clutch me tighter the more I shift in bed. I take a moment just to watch him, the steady rise and fall of his chest after everything we've been through. This quiet morning feels like a small miracle. Eventually I nudge him, my fingers lightly brushing his arm, then the locks of his hair over his eyes. He stirs, eyes fluttering open, a soft groan escaping his lips as he adjusts to the light.
You still here?
He murmurs, asking, voice thick with sleep. Of course, it's just past 8. Do you need breakfast or something?
Don't go.
He begs, wrapping his arms around me. I end up toppling on top of him, but he doesn't even care a little. The more I pull away, the stronger he holds on. Nik! He shakes his head stubbornly. I'm coaxed back in for another hour, just holding on to him, letting my morning routine pass me by. It's not hard to do so. He's so soft and warm to hold. It should be criminal to be this comfortable. If I'm not careful, I'll waste the entire day like this. He's made no attempt to go anywhere or even say anything. As nice as it is, it's not good for either of us to just ignore our responsibilities. I remember what my mom had offered the day prior. Nik, I need to ask you something. He's still groggy, but his eyes narrow, a hint of concern creeping in. I take a deep breath. This is gonna be awkward, but it's something I have to do. It's the last thing to get squared away before we can comfortably continue as we are. I was wondering if you'd come have dinner with my mom tonight. He freezes, his eyebrows knitting together, and I know what he's thinking. He's trying to hide it, but I know him too well. She sort of invited you, actually. She suggested having dinner with you. That only seems to confuse him more. It'll be fine, I add quickly, trying to downplay the intensity of the request. Nik sits up, running a hand through his messy hair.
She doesn't hate me?
I don't think so. If she hated you, I don't think she'd even bother seeing you again. I think it might be time to, move past it. Nik exhales sharply, looking torn. I can see him replaying something in his mind. He exhales through his nose and looks down at his hands, the nervous energy radiating off him.
I don't expect it to go well, but I'll do it.
I'm proud of you. Thank you. If it's too horrible, I'll never ask you again. But she'll appreciate your courage at least. Nik finally looks up at me, a small, almost rueful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I try not to laugh, though it's hard. He knows this is the least he deserves. He'd gone too far then. It was time to make amends once and for all. Just one more obstacle. We find ourselves hovering outside my apartment door for a little too long. I muster up the courage to step inside, resisting the urge to drag Nik in case he decides to run away or something. She's standing, prepping a salad in the kitchen when Nik and I walk in, her eyes lighting up the second she sees me. She gets up, wraps me in a tight hug, and as I pull away, I see her look at Nik properly for the first time since that night. Her gaze transforms in the way that it does when she's sizing someone up, but there's no coldness there. Just the quiet intensity of a mother who wants to see what I see in him. "Nik," she says after a beat, her voice warm yet also just as firm. "Nice to see you again." He stands a little straighter. I can feel the tension in his shoulders.
It's good to see you again too, Mrs. Oracle.
She waves him off, a small smile playing on her lips. "No misses, I wasn't the type to ever get married." I can feel Nik relaxing slightly, but he's still tense. His gaze kept flickering between me and her like he's trying to gauge her next move. "I didn't poison your food if that's what you're worried about." Nik jumps a little at least. It seems that was a big concern of his. "Have you to eat some if you don't believe me." Dinner is predictably a little uncomfortable. Okay, agonizing at first. So much so, I start to think this was a total mistake. But eventually the polite smiles become ones of amusement. A few too many pauses become natural dips in conversation. Nik chews on his lower lip, raw, as if to avoid saying anything that might put him in an even deeper hole. Yeah, my hole. I can't help but watch them both, silently rooting for them. My mother is sharp enough to see the little things. Would she be able to see the change that I see in him too? As the meal progresses, something shifts just a little. My mom catches Nik off guard with a story about when I was little. Me and my superhero get up trying to save the neighborhood kids from a tree branch that had fallen down. It's one of those embarrassing stories that make me flush. Nik laughs, looking genuinely amused. At least my sacrifice was worth it. Finally, as the meal winds down and we're all sitting back satisfied, my mom finally looks over at Nik. "Look, I won't play coy. You did a lot of awful things. Hurt a lot of people. Worst of all, you really hurt my baby." "That is me. I am the baby." Nik swallows deep, nodding knowingly. "But I told myself that if you were so bad, you wouldn't even entertain doing this in the first place. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe you're playing us all for fools, but I feel somewhere that you're trying to make a change. More than that, I believe in my heart of hearts that you really do care about her. I spoke with Thesis. He seems to believe that despite everything, your heart seems to be in the right place when it comes to her." Now we're both shocked. Thesis said that? He did. He wouldn't lie about this. Even if it would be more beneficial for him to do so. I'm not exactly sure what she means. Beneficial how? Nik's face softens. His shoulders dropping as he exhales. Something like relief washing over him.
I'm trying. I really am. I want to protect you both. Even from myself. I kept my promise. I never told anyone your secret.
My mom smiles and there's the smallest amount of warmth to it. "I know. Just prove it. That mouth of yours has done you no favors." She says, no real judgment in her voice. It sounds like she wants him to laugh. I feel a knot in my chest loosen, and I finally let myself breathe. We're gonna be okay. Never perfect, but okay.
You're not wrong.
She leans back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. "I guess you finally took down Chronos, huh?" She asks, laughter in her voice, almost proud. Nik and I share a glance and nod together, my hand finding his under the table. It feels like a weight is lifted, like we've crossed another threshold. "Yeah," I say softly. We both did. I squeeze his hand and for the first time I can tell that my mom truly believes it. Nik stands beside me hovering, like he's trying not to crowd me but can't help it. His fingers brush against my back and linger. He's still not entirely okay with me putting space between us lately, and I can see it in the way his eyes keep glancing at me, waiting for me to make the next move. "Thanks for coming, Nik," I say, my voice a little stiff. It feels like I should say something else, but the words don't come. Mom's already made her point about everything. About us, about him, about how we're not enough yet. Nik shifts his weight, his lips pulling tight before he pulls me into a quick hug, pressing his cheek against the side of my head. His breath hitches a little and I feel the pulse of his heart, rapid and nervous. He starts to say something but stops. I feel the tension radiating from him like he's holding himself back from saying too much again. He promised me we'd take it slow. He promised himself we would. I pull away slightly to meet his gaze, my hand still on his arm. "It's okay, you can head back. I promise I'll text you later." My voice is steady, but I can feel my stomach doing somersaults. I don't know how to let him go right now. Nik hesitates for just a moment. His eyes searching my face like he's trying to figure out if he's allowed to stay. I want him to, I really do, but I know that's why I shouldn't let him. He nods, but there's a part of him that still looks unsure. He leans in and kisses me lightly on the cheek, lingering a moment longer than he should. I give him a kiss on the lips, not satisfied with just a cheek.
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
Aww. It hurts a little for him to not say he loves me. I know he does, but it feels like a lot very soon. I love him too, but it doesn't need to be said. At least not this casually. That will come to us naturally with time. Before he can say anything else, he turns and walks towards the door. His footsteps heavy, almost dragging. I watch him leave, my hand still resting on the doorframe long after he's gone. The house feels quieter without him there. Like the silence has filled the space and refuses to leave. I strip down to my pajamas, toss my clothes into the laundry basket, and pull the blankets over me, hoping sleep will come easily tonight. But it doesn't. I toss and turn in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creak of the house settling. I can't stop thinking about Nik and the way he looked when he left. That look in his eyes was too much for me to handle tonight. Like I'm hurting him anytime I put distance between us, even the smallest amount. I don't want him to feel like I'm pushing him away forever. It's just clear that he needs to learn some boundaries. He needs to get used to us existing separate from each other, even if we are a couple. I'm just trying to do things right this time. A soft sound pierces the silence. Clink. My heart skips. Then it's followed by another clink, then a faint tap-tap against the window. My body goes tense with instinct, then with excitement. He's such a romantic. I can't even be annoyed at him for giving in so easily. This is too cute. I sit up in bed, stare across the room at the window. A few more rocks hit the glass. I slip out of bed. My heart speeds up. My hands reach for the curtains, looking for him, expecting him to hold some radio over his head to ask me to let my hair down, let him into my room for a late-night rendezvous. As I peer down into the darkness, I see nothing but shadows. Where'd he go? I grab the window handle, pulling it open. The cold night air hits me, sharp and biting. I reach for one of the rocks, careful as I pick it up. It's small, jagged, my fingers brushing over the rough surface. I feel like something is really wrong. Then my vision suddenly blurs. The last thing I feel is a dizzying rush of vertigo. Then everything goes black. Chapter 28. I wake with a jolt, my limbs are stiff. When I try to move, a dull ache pulses through my entire body, mixed with the cold metal biting into my wrists and ankles. Panic flares as I try to move, but the restraints around me are unyielding, tugging at my skin, no doubt leaving marks. The ache in my head pulses and the world comes into a focus, slow, blurry waves. Where am I? The last thing I remember is the rock and then nothing. My mind is foggy, my stomach churns, but I can't focus. Someone must have taken me. I try to move again, but my body's sluggish. My mind doesn't seem to want to catch up with the situation. The air smells stale, like a place that's been long forgotten. The dim light above flickers intermittently, casting long shadows on the concrete floor. I squint, trying to make sense of the shapes around me. My breath comes out in quick, shallow gasps as I try to piece together how I ended up here. And then my heart jumps in my throat at the door creaking open. A woman-like figure that steps into the room. Tall and cloaked in darkness, I don't see her face well, but I have a suspicion. I trace the recesses of my memory, looking for something, anything. Nik had gone home. I was in my bedroom when I heard rocks being thrown, and that was it. Instead of Nik, it was the threat Nik and I saw that came to mind. It was no threat, it was a promise. It was Eris. My stomach continues to sink as reality sets in. Her eyes glint with cold disposition as she watches me stir. A smirk curls onto her lips, something twisted, almost predatory about it. She doesn't speak immediately, just watches me struggle against the chains that hold me down, savoring in my weakness. She must have dropped me. Did you think you'd be able to protect you forever? I swallow hard, the lump in my throat almost suffocating me. I want to whisper, but my mouth feels dry, of my voice incapable of anything above a whisper. Eris cuts me off despite never uttering a word, her laughter low and cruel. Do you know what he did? Of course you don't. There's too much. And yet, Olympus welcomes him in with open arms. They don't care when he's done. I bet he barely got a slap on the wrist. He killed, no, slaughtered my boyfriend. My everything. And now he's gonna find out just how that feels. Nothing personal. Oracle. I try to shake my head, but my body won't cooperate. His name was Carver. Remember him? Chronos tortured him for 3 days because of you before he gutted him like a fish. He even made a show out of it. He's a monster. And it was probably true, but it wasn't like Carver was much of a saint himself. His name was Carver for a reason. I wonder if Eris knew that Carver threatened to torture me, to use me up until I had lost all sensation in my body. I wonder if that even mattered at this point. Knowing Nik, he knew good and well what Carver was willing to do if he ever managed to beat me. He didn't spare him even slightly. But it seemed Eris was going to follow suit. She steps closer, her heels clicking against the concrete floor, each step low and deliberate. She leans down, her face inches from mine, her breath cold against my skin. My vision blurs at the edges and my chest tightens. I can't focus, not now, not when she's so close. She drives a knife into my thigh, I choke back a scream, enduring it as best as I can. The pain is enough to make me hurl on its own. She leaves it there, before twisting it once to hear me scream properly. There's more where that came from. A sound from the doorway interrupts her words. A crash and a blur of motion. I feel a spark of hope ignite in me. Chronos. Nik. Please. Eris's eyes widen in fury as she whips around, pulling out another knife. No. You don't get to ruin everything again. Chronos steps into the room, his presence hanging over both of us like a dark cloud. His eyes lock onto mine, and for just a second, everything feels like it's gonna be okay. But the moment passes. Fear of uncertainty takes its place when his attention shifts to Eris.
Let her Go.
His voice is cold and final. It's clear he won't be asking again. His laugh is harsh and bitter. You really think I'm just gonna hand her over to you? You think you can even stop me? Chronos' eyes darken. I've seen this before, the dangerous side of him that still hasn't fully gone away. But right now it's the only thing that might save me. He doesn't say anything, closing the distance slowly. Iris's face becomes determined. She's going to fight. She raises her hands, energy crackling around her fingertips. I'm gonna make you watch. She unleashes a surge of vibrancy towards him, but Chronos is faster. The air shimmers as he deflects it. Something in his suit seems to be capable of that. The collision of that energy sends shockwaves through the room. I feel the ground tremble beneath me. The wall shaking as Eris's energy clashes with the wall that is Chronos. My mind is reeling. I want to help, but I'm powerless. All I can do is watch as they fight, my chest tightening with each passing second. The two of them move like shadows, faster than I can follow. Eris keeps attacking, her energy slicing through the air with precision. Chronos counters, deflecting and redirecting each strike with growing intensity. Chronos is behind Eris in an instant, his hand snapping out to grab her wrist. She tries to break free, her power surging wildly, but he holds her firm, his hand like a shackle. For a moment, Eris looks like she's going to strike again. Her eyes burn with hatred. She struggles, almost throwing a tantrum as she flails wildly and to no avail, can't break from him. Chronos holds her steady. Her energy hums around them for a moment. It's like the song of a storm, as it's on the precipice of striking or fading altogether. He doesn't let go, but he doesn't strike either.
Don't move!
For a long moment, the room is silent except for the crackle of energy. Eris's chest heaves, her hands trembling. Gonna kill me too?
Give me the keys to Oracle's cuffs.
Screw you! Her energy all but dissipates as Chronos yanks her.
Here! I brought energy cuffs with me.
I turn in the direction of a familiar voice from the doorway. She tosses the cuffs in Chronos' direction, who catches them easily and places them on Eris without much issue. I watch as Thesis pulls off her mask. I didn't expect to see anyone I knew beneath it, but the second I see her face, some things begin to make sense. Rachel Bolton. Of course, yeah, I knew it. I had an inkling. I was like, the silhouette looks kind of familiar. Whitney was going to be happy at least. The tension in the room breaks, and as soon as he can, Chronos rushes over to me, the mask discarded. His hand gently undoes the restraints, the pressure lifting. I can finally move again, though the knife in my thigh makes it hard to.
This is gonna hurt.
I nod, bracing myself for the worst. It's not my first time being stabbed. I try to joke, but it does little to soothe him as he wraps his fingers around it.
Hold on to me. Hell, bite onto my arm if you have to.
I can take it. I can take many things, I say, putting on a brave face. He pulls, getting it out in one try. The pain twists my stomach into knots as I resist the urge to vomit. I keel over, biting back a yelp, gritting my teeth as he watches me for a moment, and I'm able to swallow and breathe. He places pressure on the wound, apologizing silently as he does so. You saved me, I manage after a moment. The corner of his mouth curls upwards.
I tried. I'm so glad you're okay. I should have been faster.
I shake my head. You did good. Thank you, Nik. I love you, I tell him earnestly. The look he gives me nearly makes me forget about the pain in my thigh.
I love you too. We'll get you to a hospital. You're gonna be okay.
Our attention turns to Thesis. His voice falters for a moment.
You didn't kill her?
Chronos turns to him.
No, I didn't have to.
Thesis takes a step forward, his expression unreadable. He looks between Chronos and me, the confusion in his eyes slowly shifting towards something else. Respect, maybe.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but
He pauses, his shoulders relaxing just slightly.
you did good, Chronos.
Chronos nods, his expression solemn but grateful. Thesis holds his gaze for a moment longer, then shakes his head, as if trying to process everything. But there's no denying it, he's seen the man Chronos has become. Despite the pain and fear coursing through my body, I can't contain my smile as I look at Chronos, as I look at Nik. Thesis contacts Olympus and they take Eris and get me some much-needed medical attention. It's as simple as calling a hero to heal my wounds. I'm practically good as new, though the scar still remains. Once the dust settles, it's just us three left to pick up the pieces.
This doesn't mean you're a hero. Yet. But you're on the right track.
Nik turns back to me, smiling knowingly.
Then, we've got more training to do.
It's a promise. He's staying. But if you're a hero, that's gonna make things harder for us as a couple, I mean. Thesis gives me a passing glance.
I'm sure your boy will figure something out.
And Nik doesn't disagree. He's right. Nik would never let me go. He'd never live in a world where we couldn't be together. I couldn't be Oracle without Chronos. I need him to stay with me, especially when no day is guaranteed.
Whatever you decide to do, you know better than I do. But you both seem happy. And I guess that's what matters.
Thank you, Thesis. He looks confused, but he shouldn't be. He helped us get this far in a sense. He may not fully trust Nik's intentions, but he trusted mine. Enough to tell my mom that maybe Nik wasn't all bad. We may not be buddy-buddy, but there's a certain level of respect between us that hadn't existed before. It seemed then that anything was possible. I had faith in the future ahead of us, and I was no longer trapped. Chapter 29. It's over. Scylla's towering tentacle beast form now reduced to a scared woman shivering on the floor. I can still hear the echo of the last shockwave in my ears, feel the burn of my exhausted muscles from the fight, and yet, we did it again. The moment she falls back, I seek out Chronos, his hair tousled, face covered in rubble as we share in deep breaths, indulging in our shared hard-earned victory. You're looking pretty smug for someone who just stood there and looked pretty the whole time. I tease, brushing a bit of dust from his shoulder.
You think so?
He arches an eyebrow and I chuckle. Why should that even be a surprise at this point? He's not even playfully insulted. I'm sure he heard pretty and his mind went blank. I roll my eyes as I scan the wreckage around us. Olympus is quick to send their people to come and collect Scylla before she can slither away. I hate to say it, but Thesis' training has made a world of difference. I've been trying to throw feints like he does, but I just can't get it right. He doesn't flinch, just gives me that sidelong glance that always makes my heart flutter.
Can't knock how good you look doing it, at least.
I shake my head, he just can't help himself. I don't mind it.
We'll just have to practice more. You can take me down anytime.
Oh, I will. My breath catches for a second. I don't know how a year later he still managed to make me feel this way. It was nice to simply listening to the flirting without retorting back as Oracle, or getting completely flustered by it as Yandere, who managed to marry our two lives together in a way I never thought possible. A flash of light blinds me momentarily, followed by the sound of a camera clicking. I squint, shielding my eyes from the sudden barrage of flashing lights. Standing a few paces away is an unfamiliar face. He's grinning like he's been waiting for this moment all day. Oracle, Chronos! Another victory, huh? You two are on fire lately. I've gotten used to the media as much as I can. I'd always had to deal with them, but having Chronos as my partner made it so we could never truly escape them. They're always trying to piece together our story, and Olympus is insistent we play along, at least a little. I turn towards the reporter, forcing a smile on my face, feeling the pressing weight of exhaustion in my limbs. Just a couple questions, I hope you don't mind. You two have been through a lot together, fought against each other, now you're on the same side of the fight. The fans want to know, how did you go from enemies to lovers? Chronos' body relaxes. I can feel the amusement in his chest as he nudges me. I do my best to ignore it, but the camera doesn't miss it. It's a long story. I answer honestly without thinking. We have all the time in the world, right, Chronos? The media believes that Chronos' ability has to do with time warping. It scares a lot of our enemies, instills hope in the people. I suppose some lies weren't so bad. Yeah, no, honestly, chronomancy is probably one of the most messed up, powerful skills that you could probably have. Chronos shifts next to me with a soft chuckle.
You've got 5 minutes. We have dinner plans.
He ties an arm around me as he waits for the reporter to respond. Yes, of course. Can't continue to fight crime on an empty stomach. He tries to joke, moving to his first question. So, what made you go from Ulysses' most feared villain to beloved newest hero?
Oracle saved me.
He doesn't elaborate. He enjoys watching the forums speculate, the discussions on TV, the fan fictions, the fan theories, as everyone works tirelessly to understand all the intricacies of our relationship. The reporter watches us, his expression a mix of curiosity and admiration, his pen flying across the notebook as he jots down our words, still managing to eat up the crumbs he's been given. Okay, well, Oracle, I have to ask, will we be seeing you two on the Hermes late night show soon? The public is dying to hear all the behind the scenes of your hero work. I remember my media training, i.e. Thesis. Give them nothing. You don't owe them anything. I guess you just have to wait and see. Is my non-committal answer. Chronos looks at me proud. I can feel him practically vibrating next to me. I know he wants nothing more than to talk about this all over dinner.
We like to keep our little moments for ourselves.
I resist the urge to smack his arm. He's gonna have everyone's head spinning at the implication. Instead, I laugh softly, my arm looping around his, leaning into him as I glance back at the reporter. What's important is that more than heroes or villains, at the end of the day, we're people who found something in each other. I can feel Chronos squeeze against me. If he was vibrating before, he's quaking now, but it's true. The reporter grins, satisfied with our answers, no matter how small or vague. Well, I'll let you two have your moment. But everyone's gonna want to know how Oracle and Chronos became the power couple of the century. Thankfully, he stays true to his word and walks off, ushering the other reporters to follow. I turn to Chronos' embrace, letting myself melt into the familiar strength of his arms.
We did it, Oracle.
He murmurs into my hair.
We really did it.
I smile, my fingers lightly tracing the curve of his jaw. My heart full of quiet uncertainty, and we'll keep doing it. Our dinner plans went well. It was nothing less than what you'd expect of Nik. The reservation was made in advance, booked for a time slot in case our mission went over. He ordered all my favorite food, ordered my favorite drink, 5 courses of mind-blowing dishes one after another with a side of sweet talk. Till finally dessert. Although I was full, I couldn't resist a bite, and a bite was all I needed. I bit into a ring. It wasn't an engagement ring, it was too soon for that, but rather a promise ring. It was beautiful, fit my finger perfectly. It was no surprise he memorized my size, just like how I memorized his size, if you know what I mean. memorized which designs I was fond of. He nailed it. It was the most beautiful ring I'd ever seen in my life. He stared at me as he slipped it on, kissed my finger, pressing my hand into the space between his eyes, and made what appeared to be a silent prayer. And though I hadn't closed my eyes, I did too. The rest of the world can have their headlines and their shows. We'll play our part as we always have, but one day, I'll find out how to tell our story, to spread the good word that love exists because I was in it. Hopelessly, stupidly, criminally in love with a man that by all reasoning and logic I shouldn't have been. But more than that, I needed to let the world know that no one is incapable of being saved, and that no one is incapable of being loved. That's such a sweet message. Ending 2, we got the good ending! Yay! And you know what happens now? We have to go back and get the bad one. So I'm like, oh no. Alright, let's do this. Okay, I have found where the ending chapters kind of like branch. So I believe this is the bad ending. And basically to get to this point where it branches off, for all the previous answers that we picked, where it was encouraging Chronos to do the right thing and change and like reprimand him when he was going a bit unhinged, we don't do all of that. Instead, we encourage him, laugh, and indulge him a bit too much, and he does not change as a person. Or rather, like, he doesn't mellow out. And I think this is gonna go pretty shittily. Mission alert, 2-person investigation on the potential whereabouts of villain Eris. He tosses his jacket on, thinking for a moment.
Eris? I don't know anyone by that name. Must be new.
That puts me at ease a little, just a small fry. Like a cat stuck in a tree, a teenager caught vandalizing. Hell, even removing some naked guy from an event. If that was the last one, I was gonna cash in all my goodwill with Nik for him to do it instead. Then it occurred to me, are they really sending me to do some sidekick grunt work? It had to be another one of their bullshit tests. Screw it, let Thesis or some hero up Olympus's Trojan horse-sized arsehole go and do it instead. That's different. Forget the mission. I tell him and I'm a little satisfied by his jolt of surprise.
Forget the mission?
He parrots back to me, amused. They can just get Thesis to investigate. It's probably another fake anyway, they're just trying to waste our time. That is a careless thing to believe. I stand, stretch, feeling my joints pop. He stares at me like I've grown a second head all of a sudden.
You serious?
I nod, already walking opposite of where we were meant to go. Dead. I walk for a while, Chronos following before I got some refuge in the abandoned warehouse. Not sure what to do, I just know I don't want to go home. And I don't want to go to Nick's place either now since Thesis knows where that is. Inside the warehouse smells like rust motor oil and rain-soaked concrete. Empty crates are stacked in corners, and strands of sunlight manage to penetrate the cloudy sky heavy with oncoming rain. The thunder rumbles throughout the empty space. I take a seat on one of the nearby crates. Chronos follows, slower this time.
You okay?
That simple phrase was a tipping point for me. No, I'm tired of the grind and pretending every mission matters. I've done everything I was ever asked to and more, but for what? He doesn't answer right away. Just walks over, stands between my knees, and cups my face in his hands.
Then don't.
He says quietly, like it was the simplest thing to do in the world. And maybe it is. Maybe it always was. Something inside me exhales, like the breath I've been holding onto since I first put on the damn mask 10 years ago. I lean into him. The kiss starts soft, careful, but it doesn't stay that way. He's warm, grounding and real, unlike everything else lately. His lips part against mine. I pull him closer. My hands slide beneath his jacket, fingers brushing the familiar lines of his waist. The armor under the clothes is light, flexible, designed to bend with his body, but I want less between us. Okay, so instead of the heartfelt conversation where he opens up to us in our bedroom and changes as a person and becomes himself, he's still pretending. And so instead of the heartfelt conversation, it seems like we're just gonna bang a lang in a warehouse. Chronos grips my hips like he's afraid I'll stop him. His mouth finds the corner of mine, my jaw, the hollow beneath my ear. We've kissed before, touched before, but this feels different from those times. It feels desperate, like we're clinging to each other, as the world fades away below us, like we're seeking certainty when none can be found.
You sure?
No longer asking about ditching the mission, but about something else. Jesus! He murmurs, sounding lost in himself, his voice rough. I answer by tugging him forward until he stumbles half onto my lap. I don't want to think right now. I just want you. Don't take offense, but would you be willing to put the mask back on? He quirks an eyebrow.
I guess it wasn't just my fantasy.
Jeez, guys! You mean in our suits? He nods slowly, revealing something he's long kept hidden under wraps. It puts a whole new spin of all our encounters as Oracle and Chronos before now. Are we gonna play the Dragon Age equivalent of the Naughty Mage and Templar, but this time it's Naughty Hero and the Supervillain? Swallowing deeply, I'm close enough that I can see his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. He places his mask back on, chuckling warm and metallic, places a large hand against my waist. It isn't unpleasant. his thumb gliding across the material of my suit.
There are much better suited places for this than a dingy warehouse, Oracle.
He's already getting into it. Oracle and Chronos going back to a fancy penthouse, a hotel. What would people think? Okay, hotel would be nice. A comfy bed, room service after, somewhere to sleep in and go back to being a civilian right after. I wrapped my fingers around his belt loops teasingly. And if I told you I didn't want to wait, I want to take down Chronos for once. He groans. It's a sound I'm about to get incredibly familiar with. It was good we weren't going to do much fighting anymore, otherwise I didn't know if I could hold it all together. All of a sudden, I didn't know how I ever did before.
Oh, fuck.
Wah! He uses his grasp on my waist to tug me closer, pinning our bodies together. If you're just gonna stand there, Chronos, I might as well go home. I say, turning back into our antagonist dynamic from before. Hard to do when I hear his needy whines turn into a throaty growl. His gentle grip on my waist becoming delightfully dangerous as I feel his nails catch on the suit's material. If you rip a hole in my suit, you're a dead man. Obediently, his grip relaxes, but only for a moment, as he slides his other hand around my waist and lifts me up, carrying me across the room with ease and urgency. A shock of cold goes through me as he drops me onto a metal container, higher than the crate before, perched right on the edge so my legs dangle down. He taps his metal mask twice.
No peeking.
I tilt my head up. If I break the rules, nothing's stopping him from ripping my mask off at this distance. This is good. I'm starting to even believe that for a moment we're still enemies, still unaware of what lies beneath our masks. You can keep it on. That way I don't have to see your ugly mug. After I say, I worry I may have gone a little too far. Yeah.
Oh, still swapping insults at a time like this, Oracle?
Luckily, he gives it back effortlessly. I hear the distinct sound of fabric tearing and the cool breeze against my skin. This arsehole, what did I just say? I don't even have time to gasp nor raise a complaint before I hear him happily hum.
I'll pay for it.
When he finally pulls away, he manages to keep his face pointed downwards. Identity secure despite not needing to bother. He adjusts the mask back over his face. His commitment to the role almost adds to the hotness. He's such a good actor.
I hope you don't think we're done here.
Lay down. I order instead of fighting me like a real villain would do, he does as commanded. This definitely hits differently with the mask on. He positions himself on his back. Hold it, with your teeth. Once he does, I smirk. That'll keep your mouth shut. Hands up, they nearly fly above his head. There it is, my vision from before. He knew I'd be the one who brought it to life. This has got to be one of the strangest, hottest self-fulfilling prophecies. I take in his picturesque figure, my mouth salivating as he poses like a main course. You'd let me do whatever I want with you, wouldn't you? He nods, muffling ever so slightly, the part of his shirt and his mouth already darker than the surrounding material. He doesn't have a single witty thing to say after that. Instead, we lose ourselves in the dark and the pleasure of the other. We both lay there for a moment, breathing heavily. I shift up, propping myself up on my elbows. His head is bowed. Then he looks up, slowly. Despite the mask, I can feel a shit-eating grin. Somewhere in the distance, our comms crackle. Dispatch asking for updates. Someone else reporting movement across the river. We ignore it. Chronos pushes me gently backwards until I'm lying on the cold metal platform, hands braced on either side of my head. His hair falls forward in loose strands, brushing my cheek as he looks down at me like I'm something sacred, something breakable. He sheds the mask, kisses me again, and I feel the whole day start to unravel. I let it. Let the mission burn. Let the world rot. For once I choose something selfish. For once I choose him. And it feels like the only real thing I've done in a long, long time. Oh, we have made a mistake. The world is my oyster. No, it's not. I'm lying on my back, just paying back the time we spent together. How everything was just fine. Oracle was able to skip and it made no difference. I wonder how many times I could have done that before. At least Nik was able to coax me out of it for once. He was able to take all my stress away. I hummed to myself playing it back. I envy Nik a little for being able to do that so effortlessly. What I would give to relive that. I'm stripped down to my pajamas, having tossed my clothes into a laundry basket and pulled the blankets under my chin, hoping sleep will come easily tonight, but it doesn't. I toss and turn in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creak of the house settling. I can't stop thinking about seeing him. When is too soon to move in together? Yeah, so this time, instead of putting healthy distance between us, I just indulge it. I cover my eyes and kick my feet. Yinny, relax. I try to tell myself, but I'm growing so attached. A soft sound pierces the distance. Pierces the silence. Clink. My heart skips. Then it's followed by another clink, then a faint tap-tap against the window. He's such a romantic. I can't even be annoyed at him for giving in so easily. If he wasn't going to, I was on a fast track to. This is too cute. I sat up in bed, staring across the room at the window. A few more rocks hit the glass. I slip out of bed. My heart speeds up and my hands reach for the curtains, looking down for him, expecting him to hold some radio over his head, to ask me to let down my hair and let him into my room for a late-night rendezvous. As I peer down into the darkness outside, I see nothing but shadows. Where'd he go? I grab the window handle, pulling it open. The cold night air hits me, sharp and biting. I reach for one of the rocks, careful as I pick it up. It's small, jagged, my fingers brushing over the rough surface. Then my vision blurs. The last thing I feel is a dizzying rush of vertigo, then everything goes black. Chapter 28. Where am I? The last thing I remember is the rock, then the nothing. My mind's foggy, my stomach churns, but I can't focus. Someone must have taken me. I try to move again, but my body's sluggish, my mind doesn't seem to want to catch up with the situation. The air smells stale, like a place that's been long forgotten. The dim light above flickers intermittently, casting long shadows on the concrete floor. I squint, trying to make sense of the shapes around me. My breath comes out in quick, shallow gasps, and I try to piece together how I ended up here. Then, my heart jumps into my throat at the door creaking open. Okay, so this is pretty much the same. Yeah, I think it'll be the same, until Nik shows up. Well, here he is. I skip forward a little because the dialogue chunk was something we already saw. Chronos steps into the room, his presence hanging over both of us like a dark cloud. His eyes lock onto mine, and for just a second, everything feels like it's gonna be okay. But the moment passes, fear of uncertainty takes its place when his attention shifts to Eris.
Let her go.
His voice is cold and final. It's clear he won't be asking again. Eris's laugh is harsh and bitter. You really think I'm just gonna hand her over to you? You think you can even stop me? Chronos' eyes darken. I've seen this before. The dangerous side of him that still hasn't fully gone away, but right now it's the only thing that might save me. He doesn't say anything. He's closing the distance slowly. Eris's face becomes determined. She's going to fight. She raises her hands, energy crackling around her fingertips. I'm gonna make you watch. She unleashes a surge of vibrancy towards it, but Chronos is faster. The air shimmers as he deflects it. Something in his suit seems to be capable of that. My mind is reeling. I want to help, but I'm powerless. All I can do is watch as they fight, and my chest tightens with every passing second. The two of them move like shadows faster than I can follow. Eris keeps attacking, her energy slicing through the air with precision. Chronos counters, deflecting and redirecting each strike with growing intensity. And then in the heartbeat, everything changes. Eris lunges, her body moving like a blur, her hands glowing. She aims directly for Chronos, a final devastating blow. But before she can strike, he's already in front of her. Oh no! With a single swift motion, he grabs her wrist, his grip fastening around it. The power crackles around them both for a moment, but Chronos doesn't let go. There's a brief moment of stillness, like the world itself is holding its breath. Then in an instant, Chronos wraps his arm around Eris's neck. She struggles, writhing in his grasp, clearly panicked. She makes a weak sound, choking. I can barely keep my eyes open. I shut them, gritting my teeth. Then I hear it, a sickening snap. Oh no! I hear a knife clatter to the ground. Then shortly after, the familiar scorch of stabbing as he drives her knife into her over and over again. It's a blood-curdling sound, possibly the worst sound I've ever heard. I scream to mask it even when it's painful to do so. I open my eyes looking at him still screaming. Chronos breathes heavily. He's covered in her blood and entrails, his chest rising and falling with exertion. For a moment, he waits there kneeling before releasing a lifeless body to crumple to the floor.
Oracle.
He steps forward, his voice as soft as he can manage but strained.
Are you okay?
I want to say something, but the words stick in my throat, scratchy from my screams before. I just nod weakly. My heart's still galloping, still trying to make sense of what just happened. He did it, he saved me. A yell breaks the fragile silence.
No!
I turn towards the doorway, my pulse quickening. No, not now! His eyes are wide with disbelief. His jaw clenched tight as he steps into the room. His gaze flicking from Eris as unconscious, no never to be conscious again, formed to Chronos and to me. The look in his eyes is complex, but the anger, that's clear as day.
You killed her!
He doesn't ask, his voice shaking with a mix of frustration and disbelief.
Of course you killed her.
Chronos' gaze hardens.
Damn right I did. She was going to kill Oracle.
Thesis' fists clench at his side, trying to stop shaking, but to no success.
There's always a choice. You don't get to decide who lives and who dies. That's not what we do. That wasn't your call to make. You just couldn't help yourself.
He does have a point. I feel my heart clench as Chronos takes a step towards him, his eyes unwavering.
We're leaving. If I hadn't been here, Oracle would be dead, and you would have been too late. I saved them.
The tension in the room is suffocating. I can feel it in my bones. Thesis is struggling to keep it together to understand. He looks at me, shaking his head.
Look at me. I did it. Don't blame Oracle. Or you can join Eris.
He cocks his head to a corpse. The two glare at each other. It's a matter of time before the bloodbath begins again, and I can't take it anymore. Chronos, get me out of here. I call for him, begging to avoid more bloodshed. Thankfully, he managed to abandon Thesis in favor of me, and gets me out of my restraints without too much trouble. Thesis watches us, looking unsure of what to do. Get us out of here. I tell him again, hoping he'll listen. Before he can, Thesis takes a step forward, his voice intrusive.
I'm not gonna let you just walk away.
Chronos doesn't answer. Issei takes a deep breath, his eyes meeting mine. And in that look, I see everything before us. The weight of the decision he just made, the burden of his past, and the fear of losing me. Before Thesis can say another word, Chronos pulls me close.
Don't follow. If you know what's good for you.
He says in warning, granting him one last chance to get out while he still can to avoid making a grave mistake. Chronos wraps his arms around and under me, carrying me out. Thesis somehow uncharacteristically doesn't follow us. I imagine once we fled into the night, he decided to call for backup to report what happened. To tell the word they lost Oracle to Chronos for good. Chapter 29. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, the city sprawled out before me. Before us. We continue to wear the weight of everything that's happened in the last couple of weeks. I used to be Oracle, the Golden One, the people's champion. We've all heard the stories. The people in New Elysia trusted me to keep them safe. The city that once cheered for me now whispers my name with contempt. Now I'm just someone on the run. From an outsider looking in, I'm sure they all saw me as a coward, a traitor, someone who just wanted to escape all responsibility. And maybe they were right to an extent. It didn't matter to me, I was free. However I got here, whatever led me here, I wasn't some unwilling bystander. I knew what I wanted. I wanted out. I wanted Nik. Chronos stands beside me, his presence like a constant, unshakable shadow. He's resorted back to the villain he used to be more than he ever was. That's terrible. But more than any of that, he's mine. Still terrible. And I'm his. The people, Thesis, my own mother, thinks I betrayed them. That I've been swept away by Chronos as his willing prisoner. But what they don't know is that I never stopped loving him. Even after everything, I never stopped. That couldn't be so wrong. To love someone unconditionally, to see the darkest corners of their heart and choose to stay. I don't know what kind of future we're building, but I know it's with him. My phone continues to flood with messages from Thesis, telling me it's not too late. That we can stop Chronos, that my mother just wants to see me again. I don't think he's ever going to stop coming for us. I say quietly, breaking the silence between us. My voice sounds strange in my ears, distant. Not like me at all. Not like the old me, at least. Chronos' eyes are dark, staring out over the city. He's not looking at me, but I feel the weight of his gaze.
I told him not to.
He replies, voice low and controlled and certain. His hand brushes against mine, though he doesn't grab it. Even still, I feel the familiar electric pull that's been there from the start. The connection that runs deeper than logic, than reason, than even morality. I should have known it would end this way. Should have known that no matter how hard I tried to break free, I'd always be drawn back to him. What are you thinking about? I ask, looking out over the horizon. The glittering blue and purple hue and city lights dancing below us. When he doesn't answer, I check his expression. I feel like I can read it less and less with each passing day.
Too much.
I sense a tone of longing. He does this a lot now. Stare off for a long time, like he's daydreaming. Of what? I don't know exactly, yet a part of me does. I ask him, hoping he'll choose not to give me a short response. I watch Chronos as he holds my hand, absently tracing the engagement ring he'd given me the night we started running with his fingers.
Wherever you want.
The world has already decided who we are now. And there's no going back. If we wanted to belong, we had to make it so. We're criminals. There'll never be a place for people like that. But Chronos doesn't care about the rest of the world's judgment. He'd steal the breath of anyone who cursed my name. And soon enough, I won't care either. I had to remember what led me here, how Olympus treated me despite all the work I'd done for them. How my mother dedicated her life to them and ended up living with me, in pain day in and day out. No statues of glory, just a few pats on the back. Okay, yeah, that is pretty shitty. She was a fool to go back to them. To believe that they ever had our interests in mind. If we wanted something, we had to take it for ourselves. It was clear the powers that be had never truly been on our side. Only Chronos has ever been on my side no matter who I was, or what I chose. He was there for me, without lecture, without judgment, without asking.
I hope you're not scared.
He says softly, his voice low and unsteady. I shake my head. I know I'll be safe with him. I know if I keep moving, no one can catch up to us.
I won't let anyone hurt you. Not ever.
It's a promise. One I know he'll keep for as long as he lives. He looks at me, it's clear I'm everything he's ever wanted. In the end, it's clear. The life I've chosen has already been set in motion. Only we can fix what's been broken. Make sense of the cards we've been dealt. No one will ever understand that. They'll take the easy way out. They'll work within their confines and live in a shallow life as a result. It's a world of fools who see what we have and scoff. Little do they know, they're all rats in a cage. I hold out my hand and let my phone tumble down to the city below us. After I watch it drop in shadow, I turn away from the city and follow him, my heart pounding with newfound determination. Let's go. I don't know where we'll go, but it doesn't matter. Anywhere with him is home. Chronos. My Chronos wasn't the person I thought he'd be, and neither am I. This is sad. Now we're both bad people. That one makes me upset. Aww. Okay, I'm gonna go and get Wesley scenes and record those so we can explore endings with him now. I'm very excited. I do like Wesley quite a lot. He's very cute and very my type. Okay, and I believe this is where Wesley's rap branches off, so let's start playing from here. I'm so excited. He's so cute. There's no spark response from Nik, which troubles me even more than if he had. The three of us are able to take a collective sigh of relief when we make it out of the building.
He's insane.
Oh, so so this time we leave the apartment with Whitney and Wesley.
He's dedicated. I'll give him that.
Is that what it is?
He nods easily. He always seems so sure. How can he? I have no idea what Chronos is ever thinking, even less now with the more honesty he displays.
It's so cool you get to work together finally. This has been his dream since we were kids.
I look at Thesis confused. What was?
He was in love with Oracle growing up. You know, it's part of why he became a hero in the first place.
He shoots her a glare as if he had lasers for eyes.
I was a kid.
He grumbles, an unmistakable flush across his cheeks indicating that it's probably true.
I grew out of it. I just admired her work. That's all. It's not weird, like you're implying. Don't you have to get back to work?
Perks of being the boss, lil bro. It'll be fine. This was work. But I should go. This is strictly hero business now.
She looks at Wes for a moment, voice turning motherly.
Be safe. Sounds like it's going to be dangerous.
We'll be fine. Worst comes to worst. We'll throw Chronos under the train to stop it.
Oh, Jesus! He says, looking rather entertained by the idea. He certainly never speaks like a hero should. Whitney chuckles as she bids us farewell.
Oracle will keep you safe. I know it. Text me when everything's been handled. Otherwise, I won't get any sleep tonight.
Hi, baby. Hello, Gilbert. We both nod as we watch her walk away. Hello, Moogle. Hello, both of you. Yes, I am trying to boink a hero.
Before you go,
That same discomfort settles around us. The air always gets prickly when it's just us. I don't know what he's gonna say now or how I'll respond. Hi, baby.
before you go, a quick word.
About what? Hopefully anything from other than Chronos, please. Sure, what's up?
You've handled yourself well.
A compliment? I wasn't expecting that at all.
With all this Chronos stuff,
Of course, it almost sours the kind words. Almost.
it can't be easy. I've been doing what I can.
You made it clear as day that he can't walk all over you. I don't think he's encountered many obstacles he couldn't overcome before.
Yeah, I blame myself, honestly. I trained him for a time, and now there's no telling who'd win in a real fight.
The flash to Thesis being choked out comes to mind. Could Chronos have dealt with him then? It seemed like it.
What's important is that he does listen to you. He changes how he moves depending on how you react. Though it's annoying you have to keep him in line at all. You can't hold his hand through all of his hero work.
I know. I don't know how I'll ever be free from him.
This is just elaborate stalking at this point. And it's bullshit Olympus is just allowing it to happen. And to one of their best heroes, too.
He's so protective. My mother and I have spoken about what to do with Chronos. That piques his interest. She suggests I just string him along, then kill him.
Ruthless, but probably necessary.
I feel pretty bad about that. I don't know if I'm happy about that. I would like to not hurt Nik. My heart sinks. No, this isn't what heroes are supposed to think. Why am I the only one who sees that? You think so too?
He's not going to relent. You can't fix him. No one can.
Knowing that in other routes we can fix him just makes me more sad to do anything to actually hurt him. He's not beyond redemption, or at the very least, he is bad, but killing him isn't the solution. At least it isn't for me. He mulls over my words for a moment.
Have it your way. I don't give a damn what Olympus wants. Making Chronos a hero should have never been considered in the first place. But if you think you can stop him without killing him, then be my guest. So I'll be there with you to stop Chronos, no matter what it takes.
I do love him in his little sweater and glasses. He's so cute.
Anyway, I'm sure you're done talking about him. If I had to work this closely with my ex, I'd kill myself.
Are you always this harsh?
I'm just being honest. We, haven't really had a chance to get to know each other, have we?
I shake my head. I only know your name, it feels like.
Well, not much to know. I'm a personal trainer and a hero trainer. I do some IT stuff for Olympus and work as Thesis, obviously.
What's your power? Tell me.
I have an older sister, as you know, and one younger brother. I'm really bad at this stuff. Just ask whatever you want to know and I'll answer.
You're like Oracle. Say he had a crush on my mom. He closes his eyes.
Damn you, Whitney.
He curses, sighing.
Yes, but that was a long time ago. Your mother is a lovely person. She inspired me to become a hero myself, and I'm privileged to be able to work with you. It's clear to me that the greatness of the Oracle didn't end with her.
My heart swells involuntarily. That might be the kindest thing you've ever said to me.
Sorry. I know I can be, well, me.
Yes, and you're exactly my type.
I don't hate you or even dislike you. We're just under a lot of stress with all this shit. I haven't made it easier.
You're forgiven. I think I understand you more. He gives me the smallest of smiles, thanking me. Anyone special? Does Thesis or Wes have someone special in his life?
What? Like, am I dating one? Hell no. I mean, I'm not opposed. I just haven't really met anyone yet.
I can't help but feel stupidly hopeful. Is it too soon to be looking elsewhere after getting out of a relationship with Nik? So you date anyone? Like, do you have a preference?
I've dated all kinds of people. It's about what's on the inside for me. I don't move quickly. I need to be with someone for a while before I get intimate or anything.
He seems to be overwhelmed by this topic. Your power? What's your power? He doesn't look all that willing to answer. Before I can tell him to just forget it, he speaks.
It's a little hard to explain. I can see auras, I guess. They're like inky tendrils. They vary in color and movement. They allow me to read how people are feeling.
I bite back a laugh. So you're an empath?
In a way, I can tell when people are acting truthfully. That polygraph, it was all for show. Polygraphs can easily be bypassed, especially by someone like Chronos. I was the real test.
That would be why he was needed. So he's feelings for me.
He loves you, but there's something darker about it. I've never seen it before. I thought he was just obsessed, and he is, but he does love you too. I don't know. Still seems dangerous to me.
I had a suspicion, but having Wes confirms it to essentially state it as absolute fact. I don't know what to do with that, so I turned the subject elsewhere. And when you read me...
I think you're over him, and that you've got your eyes elsewhere.
Yes, the elsewhere is right there, looks down. Well, he's not wrong. Does that mean he knows I've been making eyes at him? Now it's my turn to go a little speechless. Any hobbies? Do you have any hobbies?
Yeah, lots. I like to work out, play D&D and video games. I can draw all right, and I can build anything if it has directions.
Why is he just perfect for me? Wow, man of many talents. Is there anything you can't do? I asked teasingly, tilting my head and smiling at him. He pales at that, unsure what to do with his hands. He can't flirt. Got it. Alright, that's all the questions I have for now.
Then let me ask you one.
I wasn't expecting that.
What's your star sign? You know, astrological zodiac sign?
I am a Pisces.
Just like Chronos, huh? Just goes to show there's good and bad in everything. You're an idealist, wise and compassionate.
Oh, how kind of you. You're so cute.
I'm a Virgo. Hardworking, diligent, and a little cold. At least at first. We're actually sister signs. Or the antithesis to one another.
He knows a lot about this. I wasn't expecting him to like this sort of thing. It's the most expressive I've ever seen him.
Sorry, I was just curious.
You're so cute. Don't apologize. I'd love to hear more another time. It was pretty cute when he talked about it. I look forward to hearing more. I catch him shifting from one foot to the other. He's always so collected, so controlled, but now I see there's something different. He's uneasy. That much is clear from the silence that keeps growing. Something on your mind? I ask, keeping my tone light, watching his hands twitch at his sides. He clears his throat, looking down for a second before locking eyes with me.
I wanted to ask you something.
Another thing, fair enough. I know some plenty already. I tilt my head, leaning a little closer, more curious than anything. Yeah? His mouth opens and shuts, then opens again like he's figuring out how to word it.
Well, first, when it's just us, you can call me Wesley. Or Wes. A lot of people do that.
Okay, and you can call me Yinny, he says, testing it. I giggle at that. I like whoever this is.
For the other thing, it's nothing big, just...
I do love my tsunderes, they're so cute. He runs a hand through his hair, something in his posture betraying the calm front he always puts up.
Would you want to go out sometime? With me, I mean.
Yes? There's a beat of silence. He's standing there trying to play it cool. His eyes are darting around like he's waiting for me to bolt. I lean back, letting the moment stretch out just a little longer than necessary. You want to go out? I ask, my brows at my hairline.
Dinner.
He says quickly like he's worried I didn't catch it the first time.
A movie, maybe?
He winces like every word he's saying is making it worse.
But, now that I think about it, I don't really have the kind of money for fancy stuff. Hero salary, you know?
I can't help it. I chuckle, shaking my head. I'm more than aware. He doesn't laugh with me. His face stays tight, all the edges sharp, but there's something in his eyes now, like he's waiting for me to shut him down.
It's not against the rules, if that's what you're worried about.
He scratches the back of his neck anxiously.
I might have misread the situation.
Wasn't his whole power about reading emotions? Can he not tell that I like him? You didn't misread, I thought you didn't like me. I feel like this is the longest we've gone without arguing. He huffs out a laugh.
I love to argue. I mean, my sister is a lawyer. I think it's in our blood or something. But in all seriousness, I like that you give it back. You're not a pushover. I've always found that attractive.
I snicker. Well, in that case, I'd love to go out with you. It would be our little secret, though I knew it wouldn't be for long. And it's fine, we don't have to do anything expensive. Maybe we can go grocery shopping or something. He blinks just once, and then again as if he's processing it.
Grocery shopping?
Yeah, you seem like the type of guy to have a budget set aside. We both gotta eat. Might as well have some fun with it. Unless you hate that idea. For a long moment, he just stands there staring at me like he's not sure if I'm messing with him. But then he looks down, his lips twitching at the corners just enough to tell me he's considering it.
I guess I've never done that before. Grocery shopping with someone else, I mean, as a date.
Maybe we can get some boba as well. How's that?
Sounds good to me.
Do you have a place in mind?
Mine. I can make boba better and way cheaper than any of these places here.
I also make my own boba as well. Did you just invite me back to your place? He turns red at that.
Or yours, or neither, I don't know.
They're so cute. I love tsunderes so much. They're like my favorite. It's hard to believe he's dated anyone before if this is how he responds to the lightest of flirting. We can do either. I don't mind. He shifts his weight again. But now there's a faint smile on his face, like he's warming to the idea.
Alright, I look forward to it. But first things first, gotta get back to the station before it gets any later.
He says, voice softer than usual. Maybe he's relieved. I wasn't expecting this, but there's something nice about it that just completely takes my mind off everything. It's nice to see a hero just be a person, to be around someone who just understood that part of me. I wish I met someone like him sooner. Then maybe I would stop Chronos sooner and avoided Nik's charm. I knew I'd had to keep this between us for a little bit. It was only a matter of time before it would come out. The truth always comes out after all. Okay, right after the scene that we had with Wesley was the train heist mission with Phobos and Deimos, which was pretty much the same as the Nik route, so I skipped forward to this bit, since we've already seen the previous one. But this time we'll pick I Understand. Of course they had their reasons. They wanted to test if Chronos would cooperate. If he would take the first chance, he could go back to being a villain. They couldn't risk anyone in such a test, I can understand. Chronos is already laughing, brushing soot from his jacket like this is a minor inconvenience. And not the near-death disaster it felt like 2 minutes ago.
A victory's a victory. We should celebrate.
I removed my mask, realizing that since Olympus went this far, there wasn't going to be any media. I'd become incredibly sweaty. As I do, I notice a thick line of blood on my hand, but the source was from my stinging cheek. Oh yeah, they did manage to get a hit in, nicked me just a little. Thesis finds his way over to me not long after. Chronos had taken his mask off as well, his eyes trailing him all the way over to me. It's as I feared, he's onto us. It wasn't like Thesis and I were capable of being completely subtle. We weren't as equipped as Chronos to play a role and maintain a lie.
You alright?
Aww, this time he asks us if we're okay. He's already inspecting the wound before I can answer. No real damage was done. I got lucky.
Not luck. Good reaction time.
Even though he's correcting me, he still managed to pay some type of compliment. I feel like I can see them more and more now that I know that he doesn't despise me. He pulls something from his utility belt, a singular alcohol white packet. Of course he'd have something like that on his hand. He easily opens it and places its cold surface against my face.
You won't need any stitches, will you? I'm not too bad with a sewing needle.
I chuckle, surprised I can sense the joking tone in his voice. I waved the offer away anyway. He pulls back eventually after finishing, placing a bandage in its place. Another thing I shouldn't be taken aback by at this point. I'll pass. Thanks though. It's nice seeing you, well, a little relaxed. You don't have to be so serious all the time, nor do you have to shoulder everything alone. I'm here to help you where I can.
I appreciate that. Just used to doing things alone is all. Takes some getting used to.
He gives me a small smile. I note his little beauty mark at the corner of his lower lip. Beginning to see why he has so many fans. Yes, because he's gorgeous. And he's my exact type. Basically, one moment we're smiling and I forget where I am and how I got here. The next, our little bubble we made for ourselves begins to pop.
Oracle.
Uh-oh. The voice is like a blade cutting through the silence. I turn to see Chronos standing a few paces away, his posture rigid, his eyes fixed. Thesis doesn't flinch. In fact, I'm not sure he even blinks. His gaze doesn't leave Chronos, but it's like he's weighing something. deciding if this is worth his time. Chronos doesn't wait for an invitation. He steps forward, closing the space between us without another word, his presence filling the air.
I thought you'd be done with this by now.
Thesis' gaze remains neutral, but there's something sharp in his eyes now.
What do you mean? I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Uh-oh. The last bit sparks a flicker in Chronos' eyes for just a second.
Oracle.
He calls to me, his voice quieter, almost a warning. I look at him, feeling the weight of his gaze. I'm fine. We're just talking. I say, my voice steady. Chronos doesn't immediately respond. He watches me, his expression unreadable. The undertone of malice that follows him is there, but it's muted for now. His eyes flick back to Thesis instead.
So much for not giving a damn about our relationship.
His words are sharp, but with a strange edge to them, like he's trying to provoke something in
I'm
Thesis.
not going to talk to Olympus about having Oracle train me. Are you?
The deal was off. He hadn't won the fight, it was a tie. Thesis hadn't even corrected him. He hasn't rise to any of it, he just watches Chronos, eyes cold and unbothered.
I'm not going to argue with you.
There's a long silence. Chronos stands there, but his presence is heavy, and for a moment, I think he might push further. But then without another word, he turns away, leaving the tension hanging in the air. Somehow that unsettles me more than if he stayed. I watch him walk off until I can't see him anymore. No matter how much distance there was, I felt very little relief.
Hey, relax. Don't worry about him.
I pivot, staggered. It was like he was reading my thoughts. Wait, he did know how I felt at least. That meant he could read Chronos's too. What was he feeling just then?
I told you not to worry. It doesn't matter how he feels. This is about you.
I don't want you to get hurt for my sake. He looks more insulted than scared by the idea.
You know I fight villains for a living, right? Kill for a living, haven't you?
I've had to kill. I'm not a model hero by any means. I've had to get my hands dirty a few times.
We all have.
He says it once. Final, like it's an immovable fact of life. Some of the guilt I hold begins to chip away at that. I was expecting some amount of judgment, but none comes. I've had my reasons I felt necessary. Being a hero wasn't stainless work. I'd likely have to do it again. He sounds like he's come to terms with it. I'm curious about what exactly happened. It's too soon to ask something so sensitive, so I decide not to for now. We won't discuss it more between that. There's a silent understanding that rests between us. Eventually he breaks the silence.
So your mom passed her visions to you?
I wasn't born with that power, no. But you were born with yours. He nods but doesn't elaborate. Guess he was just curious. It's almost like he's running out of things to say. He pulls at his hair a bit, gritting his teeth.
I'm so bad at this, Jesus fucking Christ.
You're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, I love him. I smile, but not too much. I don't want him to think I'm laughing at him or anything. You're fine. At least he can tell when I'm being genuine.
I'll try not to be this awkward on our date.
It does not matter if you are awkward. I think it's adorable. There's nothing to be nervous about. It's just me. That doesn't seem to do much to settle his nerves. I like you. I didn't even think I'd attempt dating after, well, you know. We can just take it at our own pace. Yes, and I will take you at my own pace, if you know what I mean. He gives me a small smile.
Thanks. We'll talk soon. Have a good night.
He looks so good in his hero suit. I think the fact that he's got like the Robin style eye mask is really just like, you know, ruining me. Good night, Wes. He waves me off, leaving me standing alone for a moment before I decide to finally go home by myself. Chapter 25. The following day comes without so much as a hitch, much to my surprise. My vision this morning is a set of 3 tarot cards, the Tower, the Star, and the Lovers. I'm pretty confused. It takes place in a room I don't recognize. I don't see anyone else in the vision. I know tarot. I know about tarot, but can only speculate what it has to do with me. Are they my cards or for someone else? They're major arcana. From what I can gather, it feels like it's related to me in some way. But tarot is meant to relate back to the reader. I mean, the Tower is pretty significant. The Lovers and Star is a good sign though, but the Tower does signify like, you know, pretty drastic change. Like a very, very drastic change or a life-changing event. The more pressing question is, why will I even be reading tarot today in the first place? I reach for my phone and squint at the screen to a morning text from Wes. Is today too soon for our grocery shopping day today? Early, preferably. I look at the time, just past 7 in the morning. My brain's still fuzzy, but I don't mind. I type back quickly, smiling despite my mild headache. Sure, I'm awake now. Meet you at my place in an hour? 8 AM! Almost immediately, the little dots pop up, signaling their reply. See you soon. I'm surprised he doesn't have text signatures enabled. I stretch and head out into the kitchen to grab a coffee while I wait. I'm careful not to say anything date-related to my mom, opting to just say I'll be getting groceries, which is true. An hour later, I step outside, only to see Wes standing there seconds away from knocking and completely blowing my cover. I say a bit too loudly.
Hey?
I wasn't expecting you to pick me up. I thought we were just gonna meet downstairs.
Figured since it was a date, I should walk you the entire way.
So
Guess I should have
cute.
brought something too. Shit.
I can't suppress the huge grin on my face. I appreciate it, but I was hoping to keep things mostly casual, so it's okay. We should get downstairs. I don't want my mom overhearing... Why's that? All my hair stand at end. Shit. Wesley! He straightens despite not being slashed before. I'm surprised he doesn't raise a hand and salute.
Miss O, good morning, ma'am.
My mother giggles at his reaction. I can already tell she's eating this up. He's so cute. Oh my gosh. What brings you here so early? Wes shoots me a look, almost asking for help, almost asking why himself. Wes and I are going grocery shopping together. I confess, trying to downplay it. It's fine for two co-workers or friends to go grocery shopping. But as before, I underestimate my retired superhero mother. That's a cute idea for a date. Was that your idea, Wesley? He pales despite his skin having barely seen much sun to begin with. It was mine. Sounds like fun. I'd love to hear all about it. I shoot my mother a knowing look, but she plays innocent. Be safe, you two. You'll keep her safe, won't you? He nods immediately. Have fun, but not too much fun. She just has to say. I'm shoving her gently back inside the apartment. I shut the door, practically dragging Wes along with me. It isn't until this point that we're downstairs until I realize I'm holding his hand, which up until this point is almost touched. His hand is large and warm and quite rough. I hope he's also large and warm and quite rough in other ways. We both seem to notice at the same time and I let go. Sorry about her.
No, don't be. She's always like that.
I think she finds you cute. He brings his hand to his mouth, doing a very poor job of covering his blush. I can't help but agree with my mother. He is very cute like that. He is adorable. I love him. I love when like tsunderes blush. I guess I'll have to take a page out of a book and tease him. But not too much, he might actually die at this rate. He clears his throat, rolling his shoulders back.
So, should we go?
We head out together. The cool morning air feels refreshing. Walking together, the only thing we can talk about is the latest hero news. Not incredibly interesting on its own, but hearing Wes speak candidly about anything is nice. He has a tone that puts you at ease when he isn't being so serious. The walk isn't far, only a couple more blocks around the corner. We slow down when we notice an older woman standing at the curb hesitating as she looks at the crosswalk. Wes notices her too. Before I can make a move, he stops me and moves on ahead.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
He says, striding towards a woman with practiced customer service smile. He offers his arm out to her and she accepts gratefully, allowing him to escort her across the street. I stand back pleasantly surprised. I don't know why I hadn't expected something like that from him. I guess I've only seen him at his worst, thanks to, well, I shouldn't think about him today. That was sweet of you.
It's nothing.
He almost seems confused I pulled any attention to it to begin with. Just makes kindness look easy. It was no performance, just natural instinct. It's the first time I truly saw him as a hero. Not too long after, we find ourselves stepping through the automatic doors of Kettle and Grocers. I push the cart alongside the produce section, trying to act like I'm focused on my pathetic excuse for a shopping list. I start picking out tomatoes, but my eyes keep drifting back to Wes. He's pretty expressionless. I worry if he's bored or worse, having a bad time. But I have to remember he's not really good at hiding his emotions. If he was bothered, I'd probably know. I notice the way his brows furrow as he picks up a bunch of bananas, like they're classified documents rather than fruit. He lifts it up gently, inspecting them, even weighing them with his hands. Despite scale being within a few feet, I can't help but smile a little. You know, you might be overthinking it. I say, trying to break the silence. He doesn't look up immediately. His hand hovers over another bundle for a moment longer before he answers, voice quieter than usual.
Just want to make sure I pick the right ones.
He's so cute.
They go bad too fast if you don't get them at the right point.
He finally picks one up and puts it back, frowning slightly.
I guess I'm just used to... well, to making sure everything's in order.
The way he says it makes me pause for a moment. Not just about bananas, got it. Guess that's why you're the one who gets newbies out of tight spots. I say, trying to keep the mood light. His eyes flick to mine briefly, then drop back down to the bananas. But there's a faint blush on his cheek. He clears his throat.
Well, yeah. I try to keep things under control. More comfortable that way.
Ah, you also a perfectionist? I can't help but smile, my heart softening at how he's so awkward about it. It's oddly endearing. I think I can relate in some ways. It's okay, it's important to enjoy the small stuff. There's a flicker of uncertainty, but also something else. It's not the sharp, calculated look he usually gives when he's in mission mode. It's softer, almost like he's letting his guard down even if just for a second.
I can do that. I can at least try.
I nod, assuring him that that's all I ever expected. Maybe I just wanted to see him lighten up, but he did seem to just a little. He places the bundle of bananas into the cart, finally looking at me from the other end. Oh my god, are you Korean? A voice interrupts, tearing through our peaceful morning, pitched high with excitement. I turn, and there she is, a college-age girl with a messy bun, oversized hoodie, and enough enthusiasm for Wes and I. She's got her phone half raised like she might snap a picture at any second. Wes blinks.
Half. But yeah.
You look exactly like someone from a K-drama. Like, seriously, are you famous? Or a trainee? She gushes, stepping closer. You could be in a boy band, or maybe like the sexy brooding guy in a revenge drama. The cheekbones, the hair, he is very good looking. I stare at her. His glances sideways at me, then back to her, his expression unreadable.
Thank you.
He says, voice neutral.
Are you done?
She falters for a second, blinking. I mean, I just thought...
Can I get back to my date now?
Wes? Oh my god. He says flatly, tilting his head slightly towards me. Her mouth opens and closes, looking at me, confused why I'm moving with him to begin with. But instead of saying anything, she backs away. I raise an eyebrow at him as he turns back to the cart like nothing happened. A sexy, brooding one. He shrugs, smirking just a little.
What else is on your list?
I need pasta. I say, try not to smile too much. Does that happen often? He shrugs.
Maybe. I do have people coming up and asking me for pictures and my phone number.
It's because you're very handsome, but hopefully they don't give you too much trouble. So,
You
yes.
still don't recognize me, do you?
I can feel my brows draw together, my lips forming into a frown. Where's this coming from? What's with the change of subject? Like your civilian self? Should I? He chuckles a little.
I'm not surprised. I've never been all that memorable. We went to the same school.
We did what now? That doesn't ring a bell. I'd gone to a private school in my youth. From kindergarten all the way up until I graduated, I had equal parts wonderful, subpar, and horrible memories there. Seeming to somehow read my thoughts, he elaborates.
We had drama together for a year.
That narrows it down, though still I can't remember him.
I was a stagehand. Though I barely even did that. I used to get so nervous I'd get sick and have to go to the nurse's office.
Wait, that's right. A memory bubbles up to the surface from the deep recesses of my mind. I vaguely remember other students mentioning it. I never really knew who they were referring to, nor could I picture a face even now. I never realized it was a direct result of his anxiety. Poor guy. I remember you vaguely. That's neat that we went to the same school. Weird coincidence. He shakes his head.
Not a coincidence. It seemed like an ordinary school when we were kids, but those schools were highly monitored. Totally surveilled. They were to keep kids with superpowers, or ones with a high chance of having a superpower, under one roof.
Oh, are you serious? He nods. I wasn't expecting the wonderful illusion of a blissful childhood to be shattered by the retrospective of adult truths.
Yep, I was annoyed at first when I found out too. But I understand why it happened. The number of superpowered humans is small. Somewhere between 1% and 3%, I read once. The government wants to ensure that everyone with any power is registered and monitored in the case they turn to a life of crime, or can be recruited to become a hero.
It's annoying. I get it, I guess. Just doesn't instill a lot of faith. The idea we're practically groomed into this lifestyle before we can even be conscious of it.
Yeah, it might seem unfair, but it's safer to have more information than less.
I can't fully disagree with that, but something about it still doesn't sit entirely right with me. Sorry I didn't recognize you.
You don't have to apologize. I just figured I'd bring it up. It's not like we were childhood friends or anything, but I remembered you.
Really? What did you remember?
You were fit to be Oracle. My parents had let it slip that you were her child once, and I never forgot it. I thought Oracle was the coolest person as a kid. So, I liked you by default.
Aww.
But looking back, it wasn't because you were her child. It's because you're you.
So cute.
There was a musical we were in as kids. Maybe you remember. They recorded it and posted it online even. You played your part, and it was really inspiring to me. You put your entire heart into it, and it made me want to do better. Not be so nervous and scared of everything.
I'm at a complete and utter loss for words. Did something so minor make that much of a difference? It was nothing, and it meant that much. Thank you, or you're welcome? I don't know, neither feels right.
I'm just being honest. It's a little embarrassing, admittedly. But again, I was a kid.
He says that, and yet was inspired not to become a superhero like my mother. I think it's cute, and very sweet. He covers his face with his hand, attempting to hide his blush even in the most obvious way possible. I can't help but to egg it on just a little. I twirl a strand of his bangs, speaking a little more cutesy. Do you know where the tapioca pearls are? He can't so much as form a proper sentence. Instead, leads me there as if to escape from my cutesy aura. Also, the funny thing about this background is that this is a supermarket in my in my like country. It actually looks like one that I've been to in a town that is like 20 to 30 minutes from me, because I distinctly remember complaining about this one having really compact and like squished aisles and like very close to the back. We spend the remainder of the time going through our respective lists before checking them out. Wes even paid for everything, despite the fact that I got less than he did. He tried to insist going Dutch but broke beneath his stern gaze. I could tell that he was stubborn enough to hold up the entire line until I gave in. Thank you. I tell him again as we carry our grocery bags out. Well, he's holding most of them. Another thing he insisted on. So cute. He's the most forceful gentleman I've ever met. I'd invite you back to my place to make the tea, but... My mother was the problem. He goes to say something but is interrupted by his phone. He pulls it out of his pocket and sneers at it.
Sorry. I have to take this.
He does, and we stand a little awkwardly to the edge of the sidewalk. There's a series of mhm-hms in a row, all the more annoyed as the last. He doesn't even bid them farewell before he hangs up.
I guess we'll have to cut this short. I have paperwork that can't wait to be filed, apparently.
I try to will away the disappointment, opting to be reassuring instead. No worries, I had a great time. He doesn't respond, continuing to scowl at the sidewalk cracks below, then his expression shifts.
Unless... Do you want to come to the office with me?
Sure, chapter 26. Let's get it. Wes is supposed to be handling critical post-mission documentation. I might have said yes far too quickly to continue our date. When we arrive, he spends a great deal of time on his paperwork as I scroll through my phone. Not an ideal date, but weirdly, I enjoy the company. I do like parallel play. By the time noon comes around, he's finished enough that he can make true on his promise. He brings out his electric stovetop. It's the last thing I expected him to have or use. Why do you have that?
Work long nights sometimes. I have a little fridge of food so I can make some meals.
Damn, that's dedication. I sit on his couch, but I bet he slept on far too many nights. He seems to be the type to work himself to the bone. Ah, so him and I are like, what, kindred spirits? I tuck my legs beneath me, watching him as he begins prepping the boba. Before long, he starts to argue with tapioca pearls like they've wronged him personally.
They're sticking together.
He mutters under his breath, poking at the pan like he can shame them into softening. I lean back amused. Maybe if you glare hard enough, they'll be too intimidated to clump. He shoots me a look over his shoulder, practicing that glare on me first.
You want to cook them?
No. I say quickly, holding up my hands in mock surrender. I'm just here for moral support, and boba, hopefully. So cute, look at him. The corners of his mouth lift a fraction. An expression he's still learning to wear without looking like it hurts him to do so. It's funny to see him like this, as someone who makes tea. He brings over 2 plastic cups filled with brown sugar, oat milk, and perfectly dark pearls bobbing at the bottom. He hands me mine and sits beside me, close enough that our knees almost touch. I also use oat milk in my boba too. I sip. The second it touches my tongue, I know he wasn't full of it. This is honestly might have been the best boba I've ever had, and the cheapest. This is actually amazing.
I told you.
Though it sounds more like a matter of fact than bragging. Of course someone as particular as you would be able to pull this off. He shrugs like he doesn't disagree. I glance around the room, taking in more of his office space now that I'm not distracted by his boba cooking show. Everything's clean, tidy, but certainly lived in. There's a clear order to everything. There's a framed map of the city on one wall, a small bonsai tree on the windowsill, and quite a few expensive-looking Lego sets on the shelves. Now I see it, the photo on his desk. It's not staged. Not one of those stiff family portraits, it's candid. Wes is in a hoodie looking a couple years younger. Whitney wraps her arm around him on his left, and on the right is a younger boy placing bunny ears behind his head. He looks like a middle schooler, similar to the scrawny shy Wes, but far more lively. You never told me his name. Your brother.
Warren. His American name, anyway.
I watch him, hoping he'll continue.
We all have multiple names, which helps with our relatives. We have Vietnamese for my dad's family and Korean names for my mom's family.
Oh, what are they?
Warren's Korean name is Ji-hun, and his Vietnamese name is Dien Tam. Whitney's are Min-sa and Min-te. Mine are Junho and Hui Huang.
I also have 2 names as well, except my Chinese name and my English name are pretty similar. That's really cool. Your other names suit you so well. Same for your siblings. He exhales, glancing away. Warren seems really sweet.
He's better than I was at that age. Smarter, braver, kinder.
He must love having a superhero for a brother.
He doesn't know, actually. It's not really safe.
I guess that does make sense.
He thinks Thesis is cool at least. I told him I got a tattoo to match with him. I think he'll find out eventually. He's not dumb. Plus, I'm waiting for Whitney to let it slip at dinner or something. But I like him not knowing. I don't want him to follow in my footsteps.
Why not? Don't you love being a hero?
I do. but I'd be lying out of my teeth if I said this job was for everyone. He deserves more.
I understand where you're coming from, but this job isn't for money or glory for me, it's about doing the right thing.
I could always tell you were doing it for the right reasons.
I'll do you for the right reasons. There's a pause, not awkward, just aware. There's something he doesn't want to say, at least not yet. Then Wes clears his throat and stands, moving back to his desk.
Want a tarot reading?
I blink. Tarot. He pulls out a sleek, black, of course it's black, tarot deck, just matte obsidian cards with gold-etched symbols.
I've had these since I was 15.
They're in good condition after having them for so long. Not that you're old or anything.
I'm a year younger than you.
Wait, really? Sometimes he really does give off the attitude of someone older, though looks-wise, he's still very youthful. He sits back down across from me, shuffling the cards with an ease that surprises me. His hands are steady and deliberate.
Pick 3.
I'm surprised someone as logical as you is into this. I don't know if I believe in this stuff, to be honest.
I don't believe in it. They're not magical. Tarot is just a way to practice self-evaluation and get closer to people. The cards prompt people to reveal things about themselves and offer possible solutions. You take what resonates, and you leave the rest. It's all about interpretation.
He instructs, fanning the deck out for me. I guess I just go with what feels right? Maybe there is a little magic to this reading. I already know what the cards I'm about to pull, but I want to hear from him what they mean. I touch the cards, letting instinct guide me. I hand them over and he lays them out in a line between us.
The spread is past, present, future.
He turns over the first card. The Tower. He doesn't flinch, neither do I.
There's something in your past that broke you.
He says quietly.
Sudden, violent, something that tore down everything you thought you could count on.
Yes, Nik. His name comes to my mind. Though of course that wasn't the only time my life had taken a drastic turn. He flips the second card. The Star.
You're healing though.
He says softer now.
It's still raw, but piece by piece, you're finding your way again.
My throat tightens, then he turns the final card. The Lovers. For a moment neither of us speaks. The room feels like it's holding its breath. His eyes find mine, they're darker than usual. Shadow with something he's not saying. His voice is low when he finally speaks.
This doesn't have to be romance.
He says quietly.
It can mean choice. That you're caught between two options.
I nod, but I can't look away, bracing myself to ask a dangerous question. And if it does mean romance, his fingers brush mine, barely there, a ghost of a touch.
Then it means we're going in a good direction.
The silence between us is electric now. His gaze drops to my mouth and he leans in, slow and cautious. I felt the tension wind tight in my chest. My breath hitches, the space between us disappears, leaving just an inch left between us, maybe less. Then he stops. His forehead almost touches mine. I can feel the restraint in him, like a held breath, like a tight fist wrapped around something fragile.
I want to, but should I?
He whispers, voice hoarse. You should. He wastes no time. It's a slow kiss, not hesitant but intentional. His mouth finds mine, his lips feel wonderful. There's no immediate urgency, context, to thoroughly explore. His hand shifts, cradling the back of my neck now, drawing me in. My fingers knot in the fabric of his sweater, holding on for dear life. Our mouths move in small movements against each other, somehow making me more dizzy than if he stuck his tongue down my throat. He's skillful in his approach, capturing my lips before moving into more dangerous territory when we both feel more comfortable. My mouth opens and he slips his tongue in, touching it to mine. I feel a spark run up my spine and spread throughout my head. Good God. There really isn't much that he can't do, is there? There's a tremor in his exhale when we break apart, just enough to breathe. His forehead leans into mine again, his thumb tracing along my jaw.
I hope it wasn't too soon.
I shake my head. No, I wanted this.
I know you've got a lot on your plate. I don't want to add to it, but I know what I want.
So do I. I want you. I say, certain. I can feel the tension growing more, but I can't make the same mistake twice. I need to take it slow this time, even if every part of me doesn't want to in this moment. I sit there staring at him, at the space he left between us. At the feature card, the lovers still turn upward between us. I should go. I had a great time.
So did I. Maybe another time?
Unlike that, I collect my things, a lump in my throat as I leave, hoping with all my heart he'll reach out to me tomorrow. Chapter 27. The next morning comes and goes quickly. My vision was of a punching bag, and whether it was a self-fulfilling prophecy or not, that sounded like what I needed. If I was brave enough, I would have invited Wes to come with. But something told me that might not have been the best idea. I'm in the middle of an intense workout session when I hear my phone ring. It's Mom. Hey, what's up? I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. No, nothing major. Well, she says, her tone shifting slightly like she's gearing up to ask something big. I was thinking, it's been a while since I hosted dinner. How about you and your friend, Wes, join me tonight? I'd love to get to know him better. I freeze, my heart skipping a beat. I know exactly what she means by get to know him better. My mom has this way of subtly interrogating people, especially when she's invested in them. Dinner with my mom seems a little soon. More intense than a gym date would have been. I glance at the clock. It's already mid-afternoon. That's cutting it a little too close as well. Still, something makes me consider it. He admires my mom. Maybe he'd be more willing to come then. Despite everything, I want to see him. I felt like with my mom as my cheerleader, I might actually stand a chance. I could feel myself reverting into my old self when I was too far gone in my crush on Nik. But I know Wes is good for me. I know that, or rather I hope that we had some sort of future together. I wish I could see that in my vision. Yeah, sure. I can check with him. He might be busy with work, but I'll ask. I say, trying to sound nonchalant, but I can feel the heat creeping up my neck. Oh, I'm sure he'll make time. She sounds way too certain, and I stupidly believe her. I'll start making dinner, and you two can come whenever you're ready. I'm really looking forward to it. There was an unmistakable note of happiness in her voice. She likes him that much, huh? Well, too bad, Mum. He's mine. Okay, I'll let you know in a bit. I'll talk to him and text you and see what he says. With that, she hangs up, leaving me staring at my phone. I glance over at the sparring mat where I left my gear, suddenly distracted. I feel a cocktail of emotions. Excitement, nerves, and maybe a lot of pressure. I want Wes to come. I want to be able to make this work, but I'm scared if it's too soon. I still don't know where Wes and I stand, and the thought of moving too fast with him makes my stomach tighten. I call him despite the nerves, throwing all caution to the wind. It did me no favors to be as careful as I was with Nik. I still got screwed in the end. And left to run home naked. At least I felt like nothing Wes could do would be half as humiliating as that. The worst he could say was no, right? The line rings for a few moments before he picks up.
Hey, everything alright?
There's a noticeable amount of concern in his voice. I'm fine, don't worry. Actually, I had a question to ask. He just waits, going dead on the other line, making me lose a little confidence. Would you be up for having dinner with my mom and I tonight? Sorry it's so short notice,
Sure. I can come over after work. It'll be a little later tonight. Is that okay?
I nod, then realize he can't hear that. Yeah, sounds great.
See you then. Take care.
I feel the tension in my chest loosen a little. Okay, I whispered to myself, feeling a little lighter. Maybe Mom was onto something. I'm home a couple hours later. I made sure to run as many errands as I could on my way home. The smell of garlic and roasted vegetables fills the air as soon as I enter the front door. My mom is already in the kitchen humming to herself as she works over the stove. She's a little more dressed up than normal. Wes arrives at about 5:30 p.m. He's in his usual civilian clothes, looking calm and collected, but I can tell he's nervous. His face always hardens when he is, as if he's trying to scold away his fear. It would be less evident if he had his hero mask on. Maybe that's why he looks so confident as Thesis. He steps into my apartment and holds up a brown paper bag in hand. You brought wine. A man after my own heart. Wes greets her with a polite but slightly tense smile.
Thanks for inviting me. Food smells good.
Thank you, and you're very welcome, darling. She says, giving him a once-over before her eyes soften, clearly pleased to see him. Please make yourself comfortable. I hope you're hungry. It's been a while since I made this. It's my special recipe. It's true. I don't think she's made this since I was a teenager. She's really putting her best foot forward. Wes and I sit down at the dining table. It doesn't take long before the conversation starts to feel a little stilted. Mom is told about everything work, her book club, Olympus, and suddenly her attention turns back to Wes. So Wes, she begins with a knowing smile. Tell me, what made you want to become a hero? I've heard a little bit about your background, but I'd love to hear your side of things. Something tells me she already knows. She just wants to hear him say it. I notice Wes stiffen for a moment before he speaks.
Well, when I was younger, I wasn't exactly a superhero fan, but I guess I could say it all started with Oracle. With you.
He says self-consciously. I feel pretty bad for him, but it's also fun listening to him. Poor dude. Mom's eyebrows raise in surprise, clearly intrigued. Oh, I didn't know Oracle was the reason behind your decision. Wes shifts in his chair, his fingers playing with the edge of his napkin.
Yeah, I even got a tattoo of your symbol.
He admits, his voice soft, pointing to the spot on his right wrist, unbelievably embarrassed. I can't help but choke on my water, and Wes immediately looks over me, a little mortified. My mom, on the other hand, chuckles. She has that knowing look on her face like she's piecing it all together. That's so flattering, you're gonna make me blush. Wes rubs the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable, yet somehow manages to keep elaborating.
I started training around 15, and it kind of just took off from there.
I bet you're a natural talent. He shrugs, but I know it's true. Mum leans back in her chair, nodding encouragingly. Glad you found your calling. She continues to ask Wes questions, but I can feel him easing into the flow. He's not used to this much attention, but my mom, or rather his idol, showing genuine interest in him seems to bolster his confidence. I feel thankful I can give him this opportunity if nothing else.
Yeah. Whitney raised me in a lot of ways. She's always been like a third parent to me.
I love Whitney, such a powerful woman. No wonder you turned out to be such a great man. The best men are raised by strong women. She's not even attempting to hide her admiration. I'm sure she's so proud of you. Wes shrugs, but I can tell the compliment means something to him. He smiles slightly, though it's tinged with a little sadness.
I hope so.
Dinner winds down, I can feel the tension easing. It's still a little awkward, but there's warmth here. A feeling of family, and I realize that surprisingly, this seemed to be exactly what I needed. I feel my mum's approval, and for the first time, I feel like maybe I'm doing something right. Like I managed to get back on the right path. Like I've become free of what's been holding me back. As we finish up, my mum stands, pushing her plate aside. She glances at the both of us, her eyes twinkling. You know, she says, her voice suddenly more serious. I'm just so happy you guys found each other. We're good friends. I say, making sure Wes isn't forced to be in a relationship with me just by my mum wishing it was so.
Happy to have met her too.
He says, thoroughly surprising me. I'm careful not to react too much, lest my mum attempt to embarrass me even more. After dinner, Wes and I step outside onto the apartment balcony, the cool evening air brushing against our faces. I lean against the railing, feeling a strange mix of relief and excitement. The door clicks shut behind me, soft but final, muting the sounds of silverware clinking and Mum's laughter echoing from the kitchen. Wes's elbow propped against the railing. You survived, I say, sliding the glass door closed. He huffs, sounding doubtful.
Barely.
I lean beside him, elbows brushing the edge of the railing. I thought you handled it well. Wes laughs under his breath. It's small but real, and something in my chest loosens at the sound. You know what I'm kind of worried about? We haven't seen Nik in a while, and I wonder if he's watching us and just spiraling. Wes laughs under his breath. It's small but real, and something in my chest loosens at the sound.
I don't think I've ever met anyone like her.
She gets out a lot.
She's not what I expected. She's softer in person. Not that she's soft, but she's warm, but no less dangerous for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. You're a lot like her. It's clear he wasn't expecting that, shakes his head, but I know I'm right. He glances sideways at me after a moment.
What about you?
What about me? What about me?
Why'd you become a hero?
He waits, doesn't press, but the question lingers in the space between us. I exhale slowly. I did it for her. I wanted to take on the mantle and make her proud. He smiles softly at that and nods approvingly.
You have, regardless of what got you here. I'm glad you stuck it through. Good heroes are hard to come by, and even harder to keep.
Thank you, Wes. It means a lot coming from you. I smile at him and he appears to lose a little bit of his composure, waving me off.
It's nothing.
He trails for a moment, thinking about something. What's on your mind?
I've been thinking about us, about our kiss.
My heart beats faster. I turn to face him fully, not wanting to get my hopes up. I've thought about it too. The words seep into me. I want that too. But I was just too scared to voice it. I don't want to let this moment passing by and close the distance between us. My hands reaching up to cup his face. He softens at my touch, liking that I took the initiative. Before I can say anything else, he kisses me. It's intense immediately, as something else between us ignites. He feels so right for the first time since we met, and it feels so easy. His lips are warm. Hands too as they slide down and wrap around my waist, pulling me closer against him. The wind sweeps over us. He holds me in place, strong and comforting. He squeezes me, almost encouraging me to kiss him deeper, sexier. Tongues touch again, tangling, familiar but no less exciting. He smells so good from this close and tastes even better. His mouth leaves mine to kiss the side of my face. It doesn't stop there as he leaves a trail down my cheek and down to my collarbone, nipping it gently. I squeal involuntarily a little, which also makes him chuckle against my skin. A little devious of him to do so.
You're cute.
Aww, you're cute. What the hell? What the heck? He says, as if he was just telling me it was windy outside. Like it was an undisputed fact. His mouth finds mine again. I see stars as I indulge, loving how he'd chosen to start our relationship. Forgetting about everything up until this point. Our kiss deepens but only for a moment as my watch makes a sound I wanted to hear least in this moment. Hoping that he knows it too, breaking from me, but still holding me in his arms, holding on to hope it's nothing and we can pick up from where we left off. We aren't so lucky. I glance out the screen and my heart plummets to depths I hadn't known were possible. I stare at it for a while, trying to make sense of the reality I found myself in. I stand frozen, as Wes untangles himself from me, the warmth leaving with him. The words drop from me, frigid and lifeless. Chronos is on the move. He's attempting to blow up the North Overpass. Yeah, see? He realizes that we don't want him anymore, we've moved on with Wes, and now he's like, gonna fucking wombo combo the city. Wes pulls back further, horrified. He looks down at my watch. I'm both feeling like the worst hasn't even been detailed yet. What is he doing? I don't ask because I know.
We need to go. Now.
There's no need for further discussion as we suit up and disappear into the night. Uncertain of what awaits us but knowing nothing good. Chapter 28. The wind is howling, loud enough to drown out all sounds of the city around us. I can feel it biting into my skin, whipping through my hair as I crouch low on the edge of the bridge. My eyes scan the area. I can feel Chronos' presence. A heavy pressure in the air like a storm gathering on the horizon. Thesis is beside me, his jaw tight, his fist clenched. I can see the anger in his eyes.
What the is wrong with him?
It's not much, but what else can be said? Why does he have to be this way? Why did it have to come to this? Why couldn't he let things be as they were? He turns to me, voice low but edged with something new.
He's really going to do it this time. He's going to blow this bridge. Unless you decide to go back to him.
I shake my head. No, never. I'm with you, this doesn't change that. Despite the uncertainty and perpetuating fear, he seems at least a little content by that.
At least I'll be able to go all out this time. I'll do what I have to do.
I do want to see him go all out. I bet he looks pretty hot. I'll stop him. I say, my voice tight. We'll stop him, but it won't be easy. Thesis nods, his eyes flicking back to the center of the bridge. We both rise to our feet, standing in the cold wind. The bridge stretching out ahead of us. I can feel the tension building, the weight of what's coming next. My emotions twisting in every direction. I don't want to hurt Chronos. I never did, but this is different. He's going too far. He had his chance and he blew it. Again, a shadow moves in the distance. Chronos steps into the flickering light. Tall and imposing, his silhouette almost unreal from where I stand. I can't see his face, but I can see the subtle way his hands tremble. He's afraid. I looked at Thesis. I'd never seen him like this before either. It's testing him in a way that he never has been before. He closes his eyes, trying to find his inner strength.
If he blows this bridge...
He won't. We got here in time, we'll stop him. He won't act until I talk to him. He nods, finding some spark of hope in my words, even just a little.
Oracle.
He calls as we approach cautiously, the wind threatening to knock us all over, helping his voice carry across the bridge. There's no malice in it, only aching desperation. Like if he says it softly enough, it'll change my mind. Chronos, please don't do this. Stop this before you do something you regret. He shakes his head, a bitter laugh escaping him.
No. You can't ask me to do that. You can't walk away from me. You can't leave me. You don't get to choose him and just forget what we had. Cast me aside like I was nothing.
I didn't cast you aside like you were nothing. I found out you're a supervillain and it just didn't work out. I feel a pang in my chest at his words, but I push it down as far as it'll go. I'm not going back. You can't threaten me into it either. Maybe if you'd been honest. Maybe if you tried to change, then...
You're the one who changed. I always loved you. I'll always love you.
No, I cut him off, my heart racing. This isn't love, Chronos. I can't be with you, not when you keep choosing destruction. Thesis steps up beside me now. Chronos' body turns in Thesis' direction for a moment, before he turns his attention back to me. It's clear to me that we've already lost him. I was too late. I couldn't change his mind.
I'm trying to fix this. You need to give me another chance. A real chance. I need you.
I feel bad. His eyes lock onto mine, full of emotion so raw, so torn it nearly breaks me.
Please. I can still make it right.
I feel a tear slip down my cheek, but I wipe it away before it can fall. No. You've already had your chance, and this is what you've decided to do. You're giving me no choice. Chronos' body shifts into something far more defensive now. What is going on? I brace myself for whatever he's planning, making sure I can stop him before the bridge falls from beneath us. The wind picks up, howling louder. I feel my heart pound in my chest. It's now or never. Thesis is ready to move, his muscles tensing, his eyes locked onto Chronos. He's not going to stop. I don't hesitate. I run forward, Chronos' eyes widen in surprise. He raises a hand, but I'm already there, too close for him to stop me. With all the power I can muster, I grab his arm and attempt to sling him with all my might off the ledge of the bridge. Oh my god! I only managed to get him halfway off the ledge. He looks at me, gaze boring into me. I'm not sure whether I should push or pull away. Before I can make a choice, his weight falls away from me and his body drops off. I peer over the edge, breath coming fast and shallow. My body trembling with the aftershock. The mask he always wore detaches from his face and I watch his body plunge into black water below. I hear him gasp as he falls. We need to make sure he's okay. I run below the overpass to check maybe if I'm quick enough. The lump in my throat continues to grow as I search. Then I hear it. I hear groans in the distance. Oh no. Hold on. Thesis catches up with me then.
Is he alright?
I don't know. I heard something. Eventually we spot Chronos sprawled onto the bank, holding himself, blood dripping from his mouth. I'm sorry. I say, although he can't hear me, my voice is raw. As happy as I am to be with Wes, I feel really bad for Nik. Because we did play through his good ending first. So we know everything he's been troubled with. It doesn't justify his actions, but I feel really, really bad for him. Thesis looks at me, his expression softer than it's ever been.
You didn't have a choice.
and closed my eyes for a moment, taking in the stillness. I approached Chronos hesitantly, his mask shuttered on the floor next to his head. He's smiling of all things, like in some way he knew this was going to happen.
I couldn't do it.
I watch him as he speaks to me hoarsely.
I don't want to live a life without you. I can't live a life without you in it.
This is sad. I shake my head. There are other people. You could move on. You could... He shakes his head. Even through the pain it causes him. Even through a neck I know must be broken.
No, I couldn't. I wouldn't.
But that's unfair. This is unfair.
I know. I didn't know how to get you back. I knew I'd lost you. I had to try one last time, but I failed.
I can't even respond.
Don't hate me. Whatever you have to do to remember me fondly, please do it.
I really hope he doesn't die. I nod. A numbness takes over my body as if to protect me from something I'm sure to never forget for as long as I live.
I'm glad you're the last thing I get to see.
His eyes flutter closed then. I watch him unsure what to do. Unsure if it's really the end. It's a long while now before I move, just looking down at him, tears falling between my feet. I didn't understand why it had to come to this. Why he couldn't just move on. There was more to this life than me. There had to be more to his life than me. I feel Thesis' hand on my shoulder, steady and warm. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like I can breathe again.
Is he gone?
Thesis asks, his voice hesitant, still unsure. I nod, my throat tight, unable to find the words to explain. I couldn't save him. I whisper more to myself than to him. The sobs begin to shake me now. It dawns on me that in order to be free, it had to come to this. He wouldn't let go. He just couldn't let me go. Thesis doesn't say anything, just pulls me close, holding me tight. The night is deathly quiet before the police arrive. It's all a blur as they take his body. A smile still on his lips, though his skin has gone cold. Chapter 29. Well, distracting. I stand under the warm stream of water, my head tilted back to let the spray wash away the tensions of last night's patrol.
This must be how Satan himself showers.
I roll my eyes, twisting the knob and beckoning him to join me. Sorry I don't have sensitive skin like you.
It's bad for your skin to shower that hot, you know.
It feels so good though. He strips, stepping in, wrapping his arms around me, pressed up against my back. I dodge a bit of the water on me and watches as he flinches at it.
Seriously, why is it so damn hot?
That's what Jared says to me as well. He's just like, why is it so hot? It's not. Even so, I turn it down another notch. It feels lukewarm now. He presses back up against me. I can feel every groove of muscle. The warmth of his body replacing the water. His damp hair against my shoulders as he begins to press kisses to my collarbone. I breathe shallowly, reaching for the bottle of shampoo and squeezing a little too much out. I'm trying to avoid how good he feels, but it's hard. It's really hard. Like the task itself is hard, or something else. I can't help but smile, and I move aside just for him to fit, letting the water hit both of us. He takes the shampoo from me, squeezing some into his palm. Wait, let me do it. He obliged without argument, a rarity for him. I take the shampoo and work it into his curls, loving his expression as I gently massage his scalp as I do it. He sweetly returns the favor. The sensation is soothing, almost too much so for a morning that's supposed to be busy. I tilt my head forward, eyes fluttering closed as his fingers move through my hair. The last few months with him have been nothing short of magical in its own way. Well, minus one thing. After a beat, I sigh, opening my eyes to find him watching me with that gentle, fond look.
What's wrong?
You know what? After Chronos fell off the bridge, I was sure that would be the last time I'd see him, the last chapter in that twisted story. I never imagined in a million years I'd be here, sitting in a sterile hospital room, looking at the man I once loved who I thought was dead, lying in front of me, alive, broken, and watching us with eyes full of something I couldn't name. Oh, he's alive! Nik looked worse for wear, but it was better than him looking cold, blue and dead. When we brought him to the hospital, Thesis wasn't sure we should even keep him alive. Maybe we should have let him die there on the bank, but our instincts screamed for us to save him, even though our original plan was to stop him by any means necessary. Neither of us could, so we saved him just like heroes did. It took weeks and months even, but we did it. Wes and I worked together. After he'd been admitted, it was grueling. Emotionally and physically draining for everyone involved, Nik especially. I could feel Wes's eyes on me when I wasn't looking. Could sense his discomfort every time Chronos would stir. His once calm and collected demeanor, now constantly fighting with his doubt, but Wes didn't walk away, he never did.
Do you think he'll make it?
And Wes asked me the night he was admitted. His voice was strained, tired but full of concern. I remember glancing at him then. He was standing near the door, arms folded, eyes heavy with worry. I don't think he even wants to. I said quietly. It hurt to say. It ached to know I could have been his reason for staying, for giving up altogether. It was clear to me he wanted an out. He wanted me to know that he couldn't live without me. Yeah, but that shouldn't make someone go back to you. But I couldn't be with him, especially knowing that. What kind of relationship would that be if I was the one string keeping him from going over the edge? Yes, exactly. Wes understood. He always understood. To a level many people wouldn't have. Of course his power helped, but he also listened. I can't just leave him to die. There's something wrong. He's crying for help. I feel like we're the only people who can help him. Wes didn't reply right away. He just stood there watching me. His expression softened, then he crossed the room to stand next to me, his hand finding mine and steadying me.
I get it. I think you're right. It's unfair, but he'd run out of options. I'm with you if you think it'll make a difference, and I'll be here if it doesn't.
Oh, I love this man. I smiled at him. I trusted Wes with my life. I knew he'd keep me from falling into another trap. I knew he'd know what to do even when he didn't. He'd figure it out. He'd save the day. The next day, Nik woke up. He wasn't the same. How could he be? The man who was all bravado and untouchable was bruised and fragile, the weakest I'd ever seen him. His eyes, though, still sharp, lacked that stormy demeanor, that destructive hunger. There was something different about him now. A part of me still wondered if there was a chance he could seek help and change, or if he'd be emboldened to try again. He didn't say much at first, just lay in his bed, breathing shallow breaths. When his eyes opened, he immediately focused on me. His lips twitched, like he wanted to say something, but the words were lost, tangled in the mess in his mind. It was a long while before he found the right words to say. I made sure he knew I was willing to listen when he did.
You saved me.
It wasn't a question, his voice hoarse. I stared at him for a long moment, trying to process the fact that he was speaking to me. Of course I did. It was simple, but it was true. There was no way I'd just let him die. It couldn't end like that. He didn't respond to that, but I saw a flicker in his eyes I hadn't expected. I think it was gratitude. It was fleeting, but it was there. He looked terrified. He was fighting a battle I couldn't see. Wes could though. At least as much as I could guess. I knew Nik. At least that's what I like to believe I did. Of course he lied. He played a role, but there was no way I hadn't met the real Nik. Wes, on the other hand, knew what emotions he was dealing with, or whether he was trying to hide them or be deceitful. Wes didn't say much, trusting me to say what I felt needed to be said, even when it was uncomfortable. He stayed by my side. During all of Nik's recovery, through the physical therapy and the eventual mental therapy, I didn't want to fix Nik. As much as I wanted to mend what was already broken, it was clear that there was something he wasn't telling me, and likely hadn't told anyone, and with his perfect memory it probably made everything much worse than it could be for the average person. It was unbearably hard at times. Nik didn't make this easy. Every time I touched Wes or even looked at him, I could feel his gaze burning into me, full of the same old obsession, the same possessiveness I had once mistaken for love. It was painful for me too to see Nik like this. To see him struggle with his own identity, to see the man who once ruled my heart now sitting in the shadows unsure of where he fits into my life. And yet, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I loved him once. I had to love him now, even if it wasn't explicitly romantic. Yeah, because I don't think he has anyone left. I knew I wasn't in love with him anymore. Wes, though. He was patient, steady, and kind, and if I thought I cared for him before, he'd proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was who I needed when I needed him. He never showed me what it was like just to feel safe, to feel cherished in a way I'd never known before. He just wanted to be with me, in a way that felt free, uncomplicated, a mutual respect and understanding. The ideal partner when the world could be so difficult to navigate. One night, after I'd finished tending to Nik's wounds, ready to leave for the day, I caught him staring at me. Not in the way Wes did with love and trust, but in the same way he used to. Like he still thought I belonged to him, like he still thought I could be his.
So, you're not going to come back to me, are you?
He asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper.
I can make it all right. We can be the way we were.
But it's not gonna work in this timeline, I'm sorry. He didn't even sound sure of himself. It was born out of pure desperation, much like that night on the bridge. He was saying the lines in hopes he could tap back into the persona. I didn't say anything for a while, hoping he'd realize it as well. I'm not in love with you anymore, Nik. I said honestly, but no less kindly. I'm with Wes and I'm happy. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw something raw in his eyes. A vulnerability I hadn't seen in years, something close to sorrow, like something was dying right before him.
I know.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god. Oh, he sounds so sad. I feel so bad for him. He whispered.
I know I don't want to give up on you.
I could feel the weight of his words pressing down on me, but I didn't back away. You need to give up on us. You won't lose me in your life, I'll still be your friend. But I can never be with you. Nik looked away, his gaze falling to the floor.
I don't deserve you.
He said, more to himself than to me.
But I'm grateful for you. For giving me a second chance. Even if I'm still too broken to make something good of it.
It was hard to hear that. Harder to know that he was still in love with me, that he still cared after everything. You don't need to be fixed. You're lost. You just need to be pointed in the right direction to try and mend some of the damage. For a moment there was silence, a long unbearable silence. Then finally he looked back up at me, and though his eyes were filled with regret, there was a sort of peace.
I'll try.
I nodded, unable to say anything else. It was hard. So hard to be near him like this. The hospital TV played, and hearing a familiar voice caught my attention. He looks almost peaceful now, his chest rising and falling with slow measured breaths. Though his eyes remained half-lidded and not quite asleep, his hand twitches every now and then, the faintest sign that his mind is still awake, still processing. On TV, standing before a crowd of reporters, the edges of his mouth lifting with that same quiet confidence I'd always admired. The broadcast cuts between shots of him and the camera zooming in on his face as he answers questions. He's so hot. So tell us, Thesis, you and Oracle have become quite the power couple. How does it feel to be working alongside them so closely? Thesis doesn't immediately answer, his expression softening as if he's weighing the question carefully.
Oracle's my partner, not just in a fight, but in everything.
Aww.
They're my anchor, my equal in every way. I'm grateful every day to have them in my life.
There's a pause. His gaze flickers to the camera and his tone shifts just a fraction, softening even further.
I love her, and I'm just happy to be by her side. It's us against the world.
Oh my god. The raw, unguarded tenderness he expressed without hesitation makes my chest tighten. There's a quiet ache beneath it, a feeling of being seen so fully. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Nik shift slightly in bed. He's watching too, of course. There's no bitterness in his gaze, no rage, no fire. Just a quiet sort of sadness, as though he's finally come to terms with something he's known deep down but couldn't face. I can't bring myself to look at him for long, though. I can't. Not when that unspoken understanding seems to stretch between us. Both of us locked in a moment we can't escape. Nik finally breaks the silence, his voice low, not quite a whisper but close.
I never thought I'd see you with someone else. I always thought it would be me.
I feel like shit. I try to swallow the lump in my throat, turning my attention back to the TV. Thesis' face is on the screen again, smiling just enough to make you believe every word he says. Even now he's with me.
I'm always gonna try for you.
I scoff at first, accepting the reality that Nik will always be Nik no matter what happens. Good luck. He's not going down without a fight, and neither will I. Maybe it's because I don't stop him, but if it gives him purpose, if it gives him a reason to try, then so be it. I don't fear him. Wes and I are invincible when we're together. If he thinks he can change that, then he's sorely mistaken. Back in the shower, I see. He starts to lather soap between his palms, and I hear the distinct sound of it before I feel his hands on me, rubbing slow small circles onto my back. After a good while of that, I slowly turn to face him, steam rising between us. Wesley's hair is messy and soaked, curling a little around his ears, and he blinks some water from his lashes. I don't know what changes then. Nothing, honestly. Just seeing him like this, having fallen into the motions of our everyday morning. I wrap my arms around him and press my face to his chest. There's no speech, no dramatic music swelling. Just skin against skin, heart against heart. His arms come around me immediately. One hand splaying wide across the small of my back, the other sliding up to cradle the back of my head. My eyes close shut, willing away oncoming tears. His heartbeat is steady and slow. I don't know if it's calming me down or making me more emotional. He doesn't press, doesn't ask me to speak, just holds me under the water, his thumb stroking the nape of my neck. After a while, I whisper, I'm happy. He presses a kiss to the top of my head, lips lingering like he's imprinting the moment into his own memory.
That's good. I'm happy too.
Good. A lump catches in my throat. I hold him tighter. Not because I'm afraid he'll leave, but because he's my rock. When I'm haunted by ghosts and enemies both past and present. If all else fails, if the world abandoned me and shut my name, he'd be there. The water starts to cool, but neither of us moves. Oh, you must be loving this now. You're one of those sickos who loves a cold shower.
It's good for the nervous system.
Eventually he murmurs into my hair.
You want me to turn it off?
No. I say, just as twisted and sick. Not yet. We stand like that, two bodies held together by warmth and so many unspoken things. The world can wait, the coffee can wait, Nik can wait. All that matters is this, the curve of his chest, his arms locked around my back. The slow, constant rhythm of his breathing. This is all I ever needed. It's all anyone ever needed. Someone to understand, to care enough to heal the wounds that wouldn't be seen. Even a hero like me needed saving too. I hope he knew he could rely on me too, and we could be there for Nik as well. No one was born in this world to be alone. No one was beyond hope, beyond saving, beyond being loved. Yay! I got Wes's happy ending, which means I think the last ending to get is his bad one. So I'm gonna go and try and find that. I forgot to mention this before, when I started Wes's route, but how you get onto Wes's route is that you have to choose all the responsible sounding hero choices. Like, you have to choose the ones that make you seem like really dedicated to your job, and also the one that like essentially sees Chronos as like a villain, rather than, you know, someone that you want to redeem and save. But I also found the part in Wes's route where it branches off into a different path, I think. He's gone too far, and now he was gonna pay. I'd given him chance after chance, and this is how he's gonna repay me for my kindness. He'll never see the light of day again if I have anything to say about it. Okay, we're a lot more aggressive this time. A shadow moves in the distance. Chronos steps into the flickering light, ahead, tall and imposing. His silhouette, almost unreal in the shifting glow. He looks more intimidating than I've ever seen him. Fear grips my heart, but it also fuels me. Civilians line the edge of the bridge all tied up, and they all have bombs strapped to them. That is different! That is much scarier. One, I know. Oh no! She doesn't scream. She can't as her mouth is duct taped over, but her eyes fill with terror and tears when she hears Thesis cry out.
Whitney!
He's terrified. He shakes, mouthing the words no too many times. I put a hand on his shoulder, grounding him as much as I can. We need to stop him. Now! I've never seen him like this, but I need him to find his strength, be the Thesis I know him as.
If he blows this bridge...
He won't. We have time. We can't waste a second of it. He nods, understanding.
Oracle.
Chronos calls me over as we make haste, the wind threatening to knock us all over. Helping his voice carry across the bridge, there's a tinge of malice in it. Chronos! I reply, my voice dripping in venom. Stop this now, before someone gets hurt. He shakes his head, a bitter laugh escaping him.
People have already been hurt. You hurt me.
Get over yourself. Of course I pick someone else over this. Over you.
Why does loving you upset you so much? Am I that disgusting?
Yes. Oh, ouch. I didn't realize it was gonna be so blunt. I cut him off, my heart pounding. Adrenaline surging through me. This isn't love. You're a psychopath. You're incapable of loving anyone other than yourself, Chronos. I'd never be with some sick freak like you. Thesis stepped up beside me now, his voice fierce and protective.
Stop this now. Let my sister go, or I swear to God, we'll make you regret it.
Chronos doesn't spare him a single glance, keeping his attention on me. It's clear to me that we've already lost him. I'd lost him that night in his apartment. I may have never had him to begin with.
I'm trying to fix this. You need to give me another chance. A real chance. I need you.
His eyes lock onto mine, full of an emotion so raw, so torn it makes me even more angry.
Please, I can still make it right.
No, you could have made it right if you didn't kidnap all the civilians. No, you already had your chance. And this is what you decide to do. My choice is made. Your reign of terror? This sick act of yours ends now. Chronos' body shifts into something far more defensive now. I brace myself from whatever it is he's planning, making sure I can stop the bridge from falling beneath us. The wind picks up, howling louder, and I feel his heart slam in my chest. It's now or never. Thesis is ready to move, his muscles tensing, his eyes locked onto Chronos. He's not going to stop. He was never going to surrender. I don't hesitate. I rush forward. Chronos' eyes widen in surprise. He raises a hand, but I'm already there, too close for him to stop me. With all the power I can muster, I grab his arm and attempt to sling him with all my might off the ledge of the bridge. I only manage to get him halfway off the ledge. He looks at me, gaze boring into me. I'm not sure whether I should push or pull away. Before I can make a choice, his weight falls from me and his body drops off. I don't even hear him scream as he falls. Wow, it doesn't even make a sound this time. All that remains is a dim glow of the city lights bleeding out over the river. I gasp, voice breaking. I can't tear my eyes away. I should feel for anything, and yet I stand, searching futilely for any signs of life. It's his fault. He made me do this. I had to... I run below the overpass to make sure this wasn't his way to escape. There was an intolerable silence growing as I continued to search. Then I hear it. I hear groans in the distance. Thesis catches up to me before I can investigate. He's breathing hard, his face pale, as if he can't quite process what just happened. But there's a sense of relief. A sense of self he got back after knowing they've saved the civilians. It was clear that he managed to retrieve Whitney and the others and successfully evacuate them. With Thesis' help now, we're able to find the source of the groans before too long. I see Chronos sprawled on the bank holding himself up, blood dripping from his mouth. Good. Oh, I'm not sure I like this ending. I say to Thesis, relieved for only a moment. It feels anticlimactic, like a trap. Thesis looks at me stunned, but doesn't say anything yet. Probably deliberating over what should be done, over whether Chronos really has been defeated. I close my eyes for a moment, taking in the stillness. I approach Chronos cautiously. I see his mask shattered on the floor next to his hand. He's smiling of all things. It makes me sick. Why is he smiling? What is he planning? Have we overlooked something? Have we been outsmarted? As my mind continues to spiral, I watch him for a few more moments. His lips pucker a bit as if he's blowing a kiss without his hands, before his eyes flutter closed, his faint smile remaining. It's a long while before I move, just looking down at him, expecting to do something. The wind stirs his hair, ruffling the ends, but his chest doesn't rise. There's no movement, Nothing. I feel Thesis at my side. He asked the words I couldn't bring myself to say.
Is he gone?
His voice hesitant but just as unsure. I make no move to confirm or deny. To approach or leave, I'm stuck. I should feel relieved. I should feel anything but this cold, gnawing emptiness. Still expecting him to pull himself up to peel back the curtain and reveal that it wasn't the end. I blink, my pulse quickening. Please be pretending. Let this be your way of making me feel like I'm losing. But there's nothing. Just this heavy stillness. Okay, he's actually dead this time. I take a shaky step forward, then another. My heart pounds in my ears. I don't trust it. I don't trust any of this. It's too quiet. He'd never gone out like this. I kneel next to his body, fingers hovering over his pulse point. I can almost hear him taunting me, telling me how stupid I am for believing he'd actually die like this. I never hear his voice. For a second, I forget what it even sounds like. I stand up pacing. Thesis doesn't attempt to approach. The sound of sirens grows louder. The city suddenly feels unreal, far away. And time doesn't make sense anymore. Then I hear the voice of a police officer shouting in the distance. Move away from the body! I don't obey. I don't care. A group of officers rush to the body. One kneeling down, another pulling out their phone to take pictures. I keep watching, my heartbeat in my ears, until they say the words I've been dreading to hear. Deceased, the officer mutters. After pushing up the sleeve of Chronos' jacket to check for any signs of life, his fingers linger for a moment, then he looks up, his face neutral, almost relieved. You did it. He's gone. I stumble back, shaking my head. This was wrong. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. How was it supposed to end? Medics arrive on the scene shortly after, covering his body with a dark tarp. I stand there frozen, watching as they zip him into a body bag. I should feel something, but there's nothing. Not even the relief I thought I'd feel. Only this hollow ache, this strange numbness creeping into every nerve in my body, into every thought I can bring myself to form. The police are talking with Thesis now, taking statements, going over the scene, but I don't hear them. I don't care. I'm still waiting for him to show up. My mind goes into absurd places. This was a body double all along. This was a bad dream. He was faking his death. The thoughts permeate as I watch them load him into the ambulance. It's all a blur. Chapter 29. It's strange how guilt lingers, grows and festers. Yeah, this is definitely a bad ending, Jesus. I thought mistakenly that taking down Chronos would make me feel better, that I'd feel free finally. Instead, I don't think I've ever felt more trapped in my life. That night on the bridge, I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I knew it was the only choice I had. But even now, every time I close my eyes, I see it again. I can see him lying there like a broken toy, dying on the bank and smiling tauntingly at me. Had this been some sick game for him? Or had he just given up altogether? It's been 6 months since then, but the guilt has not gone away. I knew I'd never fully move past it. At first, I told myself that what happened was inevitable. Chronos was dangerous, he was beyond saving. I couldn't go back to the man who had once been everything to me, who made a game of tormenting and hurting people for me. I couldn't let myself be blinded by the past. I couldn't let Chronos win again. My mother and Thesis both knew what had to be done, but they could have done it. They could have done it and be freed from the guilt. But because I loved him, his memory clung to me. Even when I wanted to hate him, to convince myself I'd been tricked into loving him, it was clear, even in his final moments, that it wasn't true. His memory still clings to me like it was yesterday. I still see his face in my dreams. I could never forget him as long as I lived. I sat in Wes's office one night, giving him some company while he worked. It had been my new routine, a way to not feel completely alone. I told myself it helped, and I like to think it did. For a while, it felt like the right thing to do, a way to stay sane, to stay a consistent working hero even if no work was being done. Wes sighed, rubbing at his temples as he sat at his desk.
I don't think I can do this anymore.
You can always take a break.
No, not the work. Us.
This is a terrible ending. It was cutting and cruel. He'd always been upfront, but there was no warning. The words came out of nowhere, yet it had been a matter of time before they were finally said aloud. I shouldn't have been shocked, but I was. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I wanted to argue, to tell him that we could fix it, that we could find a way back to each other, but deep down I knew it wasn't that simple. I expected him to stay no matter what. I thought what we had was enough to survive this. I thought he'd never leave, that he would fight no matter what, like he did. Finally, he looked up at me, and I saw the truth in his eyes, the hurt, the disappointment, the acceptance.
I can't keep waiting around for you to figure it out. You changed, and I can't keep pretending I'm okay with it.
I wanted to scream, to beg him to stay, to tell him that I could fix it. Truth was, I didn't know how to be who I was before. I have changed, I said softly, my voice shaky, coming to that realization to myself for the first time, always feeling it but never having a name for it. Thesis didn't look surprised. He didn't even blink. His shoulders slumped, and for a moment I could see the weight he'd been carrying all this time. I never realized the toll it had on him. I spent so much time with him, and yet every unspoken thing, every quiet question that lingered between us had been answered then.
I know. It's not fair to either of us.
I'm sorry, Wes. Thesis. I whispered. I really am. I stood up then.
You don't have to apologize. I just wish it hadn't turned out like this.
Yeah, me too. This ending sucks. I want to pretend this ending didn't happen. Me neither. There was nothing left to say after that. I turned and walked out. Now, sitting here, I can still feel the weight of that night, the way it felt to lose someone I cared about again. But it occurred to me that we both knew, good and well, why things had changed. But maybe we both hoped it was temporary. But nothing about Chronos, about Nik, was temporary. He was cursed with never forgetting anything. And I was cursed with never forgetting him.
I'm Nicholas, though everyone calls me Nick.
Oh no, the montage flashback? Like he's my dead wife in a Hollywood movie? I want to cry.
It's nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you.
I'm so upset that he died. I'm so upset that I broke up with Wes because I really liked him. And I'm so upset I'm getting like flashbacks of my dead wife.
I got your favorite.
Oh no.
Then it's a date.
There's nothing to compare. You're hardworking, kind, and absolutely wonderful. You would be here all night if I listed them all. The point is, you'd beat me easily if there was a competition.
Oh, this sucks. I just wanted to date Wes and I didn't want Nik to die and I wanted him to be healthy and move on.
Can I kiss you?
Isn't that obvious? Because I'm hopelessly, stupidly, criminally in love with you.
Please, I can still make it right.
I love you.
Oh, that's crushing. Ending 3. I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. I'm gonna pretend that didn't exist. What the fuck? Oh my god. No. I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. Oh. Thank you for playing. Thank you for hurting my feelings. Oh, I'm sad. Oh, that was so good though. I'm so happy to have finally been able to play the full game. I was so excited to see what would happen after we left off in the first video. And I was really excited to be able to date Wes. Because as soon as Joy told me that there was a second love interest being added to the mix and that he was a hero, I knew it was going to get very messy. I just didn't expect it to be like this, wow, like intense. But this was brilliantly done. I loved how like careful it tackled a lot of the heavier topics in this and how respectful it was. And I genuinely thought all of the endings were really well written. The bad ones were like honestly bad and like heartbreaking. But I feel like they needed to be there to balance the good endings as well, because the good endings were good. Another thing I wanted to call out, the good endings were great. Like it wasn't like, oh, we fixed everything and everything lived happily ever after. It acknowledged like the difficulties that they were having, that there was still a road ahead to like conquer and stuff. But like people were like resolute enough to understand the challenges and tackle them. And I think that's really important and very realistic and very good writing. Because the issue with things such as like obsession and darker themes like that, rarely are you able to cleanly tie everything up and have a happily ever after wonderful ending where everything is perfect. Because at its core, a lot of this is like to do with mental health and stuff, right? So, and mental health is something that you can't just like go, like snap your fingers and then fix it. So I think it was a very kind thing to do, to create endings that were like as happy as they can be, but still acknowledging that there were challenges ahead. I think that was a really respectful thing to do. The art, as per usual, gorgeous. Thesis is sprite. Thesis is like suit. Gave me like Robin Nightwing vibes and like Red Hood. And Nightwing is my favorite superhero. So I was like losing my mind. Also, you know, black haired man, tall, tsundere. That's like my type. So I was yeah, no, I loved Wes. I love him very much. I will genuinely say, out of the two, out of Nik and Wes, as much as I love both characters, I am, for me, picking Wes because he's very my type. I do love how well written Nik was though. I genuinely enjoyed my time with both of them. But you know, as a dark-haired man girly, I have to go with Wes. But no, this was incredible. Thank you so much for playing Criminally Yours with me. It was wonderful. I had such an amazing time. I've linked the game in the description box below. Please definitely support the developers. Feel free to purchase the game and check out all the different options. There are a lot of options, so even before the routes like completely branch off, there are still variations in dialogue, and sometimes like little tiny scenes here and there and stuff are an absolute joy to play through. So I definitely recommend getting the game and exploring all of those if you'd like. But thank you so much for being here. If you guys like this video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next part. And also, if you want to support the channel, my Patreon is linked in the description box below. Subscribing to it will get you access to my spicy uncut playthroughs, exclusive playthroughs, and also any art that I draw as well. But thank you so much for your time. I had an absolute pleasure hanging out with you guys once again, and until the next section of Man, take care.